The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose the call of the Senate.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and that the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, in our tradition, we always start with prayer. And today's chaplain is Reverend Luke Nelson from Spirit of Hope United Methodist Church in Golden Valley. Members, in following the prayer, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Source of wisdom and courage, we give thanks for the gift of representative democracy, where the will of the people is discerned through debate, disagreement, and shared responsibility. Today, remind this body of the responsibility entrusted to them. Make clear the voice of the people they serve. The single parent stretching another paycheck, the veteran navigating complicated systems, the student searching for opportunity, the worker whose labor keeps our world turning. Let these lives carry more weight than the pressure of political performance. Among these senators and their staff, cultivate civic virtue, upon which a free people depend. Nurture in them a solidarity that removes suspicion and honors accountability. Remind them that conviction does not require contempt. Anchor them in something steadier than polls. Guard this place from cynicism dressed up as wisdom. In their service, may we not only see what's great about Minnesota, but may we see the promise of our nation on display. And maybe in the middle of the spreadsheets and speeches, leave a little room for awe and wonder. Wonder at the fact that we get to build the future together. The work done here echoes, not just in headlines and in social media. The work done here echoes in the lives of people, your people. Bind us to one another in the great work of love, which is the truest calling of all public servants. In your name we pray. Amen.
Thanks, members. The Secretary will take the roll.
Abler, Barr, Bolden, Carlson, Champion, Clark, Coleman, Swadzinski, Dames, Dibble, Dornick, Draheim, Drazkowski, Duckworth, Farnsworth, Fateh, Frentz, Green, Grunhagen, Gustafson, Hochschild, Herr, Heinzman, Hemmingson-Jaeger, Hoffman, Holmstrom, Housley, Howe, Jasinski, Johnson, Johnson-Stewart, Klein, Karan, Kroon, Kunish, Kupek, Lang, Latz, Liskey, Limmer, Lucero, Mann, Marty, Matthews, Makewaid, McEwen, Miller, Mohammed, Murphy, Nelson, Umu-Verbaten, Pappas, Pa, Port, Pratt, Putnam, Rarick, Rasmussen, Rest, Seeberger, Utke, Weber, Weisenberg, Westland, Westrom, Wickland, Zhang.
Members, a quorum is present. The following members intend to vote from a remote location under Rule 40.7. Senators Carlson, Port, Rest, and Zhang. Members, if you'd like to follow along, I'll be reading from the Senate agenda dated Monday, May 11, 2026. We will begin at the second order of business, executive and official communications. The following communications was received. Please make note that no action is required. Members, we'll now move to the third order of business, which is messages from the House. The Secretary will read the first message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 856, a bill for an act relating to state government, creating the Office of the Inspector General, creating an advisory committee. Senate File Number 856 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick W. Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Gustafson, I'm calling and recognizing you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File 856 and that the bill be placed on its repassage as amended.
Senator, please explain the changes to the House.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our Senate bill remains mostly intact, but I am grateful to the House for helping us get this across the finish line. It's important that both chambers heard this bill, made it stronger, and showed a significant amount of support. First, MDE. The House version clarifies how the MDE Inspector General function will fit inside the statewide OIG framework. In plain terms, it closes a potential jurisdictional gap and makes clear that the statewide OIG has full authority over education programs. It is a cleaner structure and a better policy. Second, the investigation and enforcement structure. The Inspector General may establish an anti-fraud waste bureau. If one is created, the House language draws a sharper, clearer line between the investigative work of the House and any enforcement function. And if the Inspector General decides not to create a bureau at all, there is a well-defined alternative agreements with existing agencies to assign officers to the work without building a new structure. Annual public reporting on activities, costs, and outcomes comes with either path. That's more carefully drawn framework than what we passed a year ago, and the guardrails are tighter, the transparency is stronger. What has not changed is everything that matters most about this bill. The Inspector General answers to no commissioner, no agency head, no single executive. Removal requires cause, a public hearing, and approval of both chambers. The advisory committee is bipartisan, 4-4, and any nominee needs 5 out of 8 votes. No school curriculum is in the scope. No benefits can be frozen without a court order, and civil and enforcement functions have a firewall between them. It is a truly independent oversight authority.
All right. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the secretary, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 856, a bill for an act relating to state government, creating the Office of the Inspector General, creating an advisory commission.
Third reading. Senator Hemmingson-Yager.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 41.2, I move to be excused from voting on Senate File Number 856.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we're on third reading, and I've been given some names already. Senator Friends.
Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President. We are here on a day that Minnesotans are going to celebrate. And why? Because we are passing a bipartisan, well-vetted, thoroughly worked through anti-fraud bill that every Minnesotan should be celebrating. We're going to turn the corner, Mr. President, and I want to give thanks to one of the members of this chamber in particular, my seatmate, Senator Heather Gustafson, the chief author of the bill. Some of you know this, and some of you may be hearing this for the first time, but over the last year, Senator Gustafson has worked tirelessly to put the provisions of this bill together. That part you may see. Here's the part I hear about in this year right here. When people said it's not that important, Senator Gustafson said, yes, it is. I'm hearing that from Minnesotans. When people said you should do it this way or that way, Senator Gustafson said, no, the independence of the Office of Inspector General is key. And when people said, don't put it up for a vote on the Senate floor, she said, no, we're going to vote it. And members, you may remember what happened. 60-7, bipartisan vote for Senator Gustafson as the chief author. Many members worked on this bill, but chief authorship takes leadership, and our state got it. And now 1 year later, after certain voices said, no, let's not do it that way, look at what's happened. Essentially, the entire bill, Mr. President, is going to be passed and made into Minnesota law, and Minnesota will be the better for it. Thank you, Senator Gustafson, for your work. Members, if you're not a green vote on this bill, I'm not sure what it takes to get your vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Hochschild. Senator Marty.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to thank Senator Gustafson for good work on this bill. I do have one remaining concern. I'm supporting it. Last year I was planning to vote for the bill, but ended up being one of 7 opposed to it because on the floor, amendment added to make this part a law enforcement agency, which I have real concerns with. I want the auditor, the investigative functions to be done to investigate the work that's done and work with law enforcement when it is. I'm glad that the compromise right now is to delay that for a year. I have real question, though, why they set up these agreements with local law enforcement who would be functioning as on behalf of that office. I think we should keep the law enforcement section separate from the investigative functions. I'm supporting the bill despite that deep concern, but I really don't think we should be wasting money on creating a separate law enforcement agency. We don't need law enforcement agencies to be doing the investigative work. We need law enforcement to be doing that. And so I'm disappointed that that's what ended up in the compromise in the bill, but I hope we can address that in a future year.
Senator Draheim.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you, members. I just rise in support, obviously, of this bill. And there was a group that met every Tuesday last year to work on this. And in my opinion, the Senate drove this bill. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Senator Gustafson and Senator McEwen for leading the charge in our body on this important bill. But more importantly, I rise to thank the staff because they were there every Tuesday, 5:15 when we met, nonpartisan, partisan staff together, trying to figure out the ins and outs of the constitutionality of this bill. It did take a lot of work, and I wish more bills were built this way, where you had a real, true bipartisan effort to accomplish a goal. It is not perfect, but it is definitely a step in the right direction, and I urge a green vote. Thank you.
Members, we're on final passage as amended by the House to Senate File number 856. We have 3 speakers who will be the last 3 to speak, and I want to make sure that we get everyone else before I go to those last speakers. Anyone else before I go to those last speakers? The last speakers will be Senator McEwen. If Senator Johnson comes, then it will be Senator Johnson. And last but certainly not least will be the bill author, who is Senator Gustafson. Anyone else? Seeing none? Okay, Senator Coran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thought I was on the list. I rise in favor of the Independent Inspector General Office. I believe I was calling for it in 2019. I think what really showed the need was the original, or the last decade of fraud discovery or enlightenment around CCAP in Department of Human Services. And in that agency, we have an Inspector General position, titled as an Inspector General position, but it is not the equivalent of what we're talking about today. That particular business unit is operations, some investigation, and enforcement. But we've seen in that operating environment, those decision-making processes can be clouded when they all report up to the same food chain and to the same commissioner. We saw that in its worst form around that topic. What this does is this provides a great foundation. Yeah, it isn't perfect, but it's really good. Senator Draheim talked about it. That group met 20 people every Tuesday from 5 to 7 o'clock the entire year. It was a great effort. But what it will do is provide a foundation to be as independent as possible of the legislature and the executive body operating within the constitutional boundaries of where it should be. But what we've got to look for is when these organized crime units or these organized crime activities come to light, we need a process that can look across the entire state. These threats aren't to one agency. They're not to one program, they're across the board. And every time those have arisen in an agency, they haven't been able to cross the boundaries into the other states. other state agencies. So what this will do is provide that foundation, not only stop criminal theft of hard dollars, but when we look at our systems and IT resources and all the threats that we have thrust upon us at the state, those threats are going to intensify, and we're going to need to build a complex set of skill sets to be able to investigate, surveil, and prosecute those who threaten every aspect of the state government. So everybody that was involved, the staff and everybody, kudos, and I'm proud to encourage a green vote on this. Thank you.
Anyone else before I go to Senator Kroon? Seeing none, in that order. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been a long time coming to get this bill establishing an Office of Inspector General passed through the legislature. Mr. President, Minnesotans are frustrated. Minnesotans are angry, and they have every right to be. This new office, while it may not be a silver bullet to stop all fraud, is going to be a major tool to create a culture of accountability here in Minnesota. This independent agency will be the watchdog for the taxpayers. And state government here in Minnesota needs to regain the trust of Minnesotans. And this bill will go a long way to hopefully do that. Mr. President, this bill is a seismic change in state government. The office will have sweeping powers and duties. And the key to the whole thing, Mr. President, is the independence of this office. And while it's housed in the executive, we went out of our way to make sure that it would be as independent as possible while still fitting within the parameters of our Constitution. And I think we did a really good job achieving that objective. It will have a law enforcement bureau, which, again, the importance of that cannot be understated. That law enforcement bureau will also be independent and answer to the OIG. So, Mr. President, I rise in support of this bill. I encourage all members to vote yes. This bill meets the time that we're in right now. I wished it would have passed through the legislature last year, but we kept pushing and pushing because it's that important to the people of Minnesota. And I'd just like to thank Senator Gustafson for her partnership on this bill, and to our working group, Senator Drazkowski, Senator Coran, Senator Draheim, Senator Barr in particular, among others. I'd like to give a shout out to Margaret Martin, Senator Drazkowski's legislative assistant, for keeping us together. And staff has been really integral. Ken Backus, Stephanie James from this chamber, among others. So this is a real group effort. Bipartisan, bicameral. I think it is the way that this legislature should operate. I think that Minnesotans should be proud of how we conducted our work on this bill, and I think it'll make a difference. So with that, Mr. President, I encourage all members to vote yes.
We will now go to the chief author of Senate File number 856 before we vote for final passage of this bill. Again, the chief author. Senator Gustafson.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. More than a year ago, this chamber said Minnesota needs an independent inspector general to hold the government accountable and prevent and stop fraud and misuse of our tax dollars. We passed this bill 60-7. The House passed it last week, so 368 days later, we are back to make it law. This is not a message bill. We did not pass it to have something to say about a problem. We passed it to have something to solve the problem. I want to thank the House authors, especially Representative Matt Norris and Patty Anderson, for their good faith engagement on the improvements that came back to us. Thank you to my Senate co-authors, Senator Kroon, Senator Draheim, Senator Latz, Senator Putnam. I want to thank my staff and Senate staff for their hard work, especially Stephanie James, Andrew Erickson, my LA, Olivia Anderson, who worked so hard behind the scenes. And I want to thank every member of this chamber who voted yes a year ago and will vote yes again today. We spoke a lot about our Tuesday night work groups. They were important. We heard from everybody, and we really did draft a good bill. I'm proud to have brought this forward almost 2 years ago, and I thank everyone for their support. It was a heavy lift, and today we will see the progress that's been made. It's been a long road, but it's the right destination. Thank you. Vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll for final passage as amended by the House to Senate File Number 856. Members, remember, we're on Senate File Number 856. Gustafson is the author. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Senator Mohammed votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, we're all here.
Thank you. Members, this is a good reminder for you to stay near the chambers. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following Senate file, as amended by the House, in which amendments the concurrence of the Senate is respectfully requested. Senate File Number 4612, a bill for an act relating to state government, modifying provisions relating to the Departments of Health, Human Services, and Children, Youth, and Families. Senate File Number 4612 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Senator Wickland for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House to Senate File Number 4612, and that a conference committee of 4 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committees on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House.
Senator Wickland moves that the Senate do not concur in the amendments by the House of Senate File Number 4612, and that a conference committee of 4 members be appointed by the Subcommittee on Conference Committee on the part of the Senate to act with a like conference committee appointed on the part of the House. To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce that the House has acceded to the request of the Senate for the appointment of a conference committee consisting of 6 members of the House on the amendments adopted by the House to the following Senate file. Senate File Number 3432, a bill for an act relating to public safety requiring removal of identifying equipment and insignia from emergency vehicles sold to the public. There has been appointed as such committee on the part of the House Moeller, Liebling, Curran, Novotny, Scott, and Olson. Senate File Number 3432 is herewith returned to the Senate. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, no action is required. The Secretary will read the next message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House files herewith transmitted. House File Numbers 3131, 3295, 3298, 3682, 4102, and 4591. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Again, members, no action is required. We'll now move to the fourth order of business, which is first reading of House bills. The House files have been given their first reading and referred as indicated. Members, we'll now move to the fifth order of business, which is reports of committee. There is a committee report to read at the desk. And the secretary will read the report.
Senator Marty from the Committee on Finance, to which was re-referred House File Number 3379, a bill for an act relating to human services, repealing housing stabilization services. Reports the same back with the recommendation that House File 3379, the first unofficial engrossment, be amended as follows, and when so amended, the bill do pass.
Now I'll call on Senator Murphy for a motion to adopt the committee report. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee reports printed in the agenda and read by the secretary be adopted, with the exception of the reports pertaining to Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 6.
On the adoption of the committee reports, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, will now move to the sixth order of business. Members, the sixth order of business is second reading of Senate bills. The secretary will read the Senate file number.
Senate File Number 5073.
The Senate file has been given its second reading. Now moving to the seventh order of business, which is second reading of House bills. The secretary will read the House file numbers.
House File Numbers 4240 and 3379.
The House files have been given their second reading. Moving to the eighth order of business, introduction and first reading of Senate bills. Members, the bills listed on today's introduction calendar are given their first reading and referred as indicated with no modifications. Moving to the ninth order of business, which is motions and resolutions, we will adopt the author's motion as one motion. All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. I'll call on Senator Hurd for a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the appointments withdrawn from the Committee on Environment, Climate, and Legacy and placed on the confirmation calendar under Senate Rule 8.2, reported in the Journal for May 11, 2026, be returned to the committee from which they were withdrawn.
On that motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. I'll now call on Senator Murphy for a motion. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House File 4348 be taken from the table and referred to the Committee on Rules and Administration for comparison with Senate File 4503, now on general orders.
On that notion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. I'll now call on Senator Swazinski. Oh, Senator Murphy, again, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to take up the confirmation calendar.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Now, Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the report from the Committee on Education Policy reported May 4th, 2026, pertaining to the appointments of the Professional Educator Licensing and Students Board from here on out known as PELSB, be taken from the table.
On the motion to take the bill from the table, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Swazinski.
I move that the foregoing report be now adopted.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Senator Swazinski.
I move that in accordance with the report from the Committee on Education Policy reported May 4th, 2026, the Senate, having given its advice, do now consent to and confirm the appointments of the 7 members of PELSB.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. Senator Abler, there's a space for it, but if you want to go now, Senator Abler, we have to get to a point where we'll talk about the confirmations.
Right, thank you. And so I had the privilege to be in the committee, at least for a while, to at least look at the faces of these individuals, and they were sexually good looking, Mr. President. They seemed very capable. But I wanted to give them a charge. In public, I gave them a charge in the hearing. And even though they talk about teacher rules and all that, they have a great influence on education policy in this state. Issues about how we're going to get more successes with reading and math and more teachers of color, and find ways to help every student succeed. And my concern over the last few years is that they have actually not done such a good job of recommendations. The recommendations that come from those individuals are very, very important. And so I wanted to encourage them as we go forward to keep in mind that their advice is not simply some thoughts, but they often become law. And so I could go on some time about this, Mr. President, but some of the actions and directions by Pelsby relative to allowing more teachers of color to move from the Tier 2 to Tier 3 to actually become permanent teachers where they're eminently qualified have actually been interrupted and stopped at their recommendation. And so to the point now we only have like 5 or 7% of the teachers in the classroom are teachers of color, where between 22 and 29% of these other lower level teachers are actually teachers of color who would like nothing better than to be a part of this. And so in the name of caring about the students who only get one shot at this, Mr. President, I just encourage them, and if I could charge them, please understand what you're doing and the impact you have. And so we've already set up some programs. Here's a special little program for somebody. Well, they're not working. And so how do we help these kids buy into the idea that education is cool? Sometimes it's very much by one teacher that they met who gave them hope to continue on, to actually go to school and to engage themselves at their various high level of potential. So that's my charge to these individuals, and I wish them well in their service. Thank you.
Senator Nelson, we're talking about the confirmation. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we know how important teachers are. Teachers touch the future. And I am glad to be able to speak about this today, but I have to say, as we know, those of us who have served together for a long time, education is the great equalizer. And so when we talk about our future, we need to be talking about our teachers who touch that future and make sure that education remains the great equalizer. But members, I want to just make sure on the record that you and the public are aware of some of the latest scores, and they are worrisome. 45% of students, only 45%, less than half, are meeting grade level math scores. Less than half are meeting grade level standards, reading standards. And third grade proficiency on the MCAs has dropped for the 4th consecutive year. And the declines continue a pattern of academic achievement challenges that have existed both pre and post-COVID, despite continued increases in education funding. And probably one of the most alarming things is to note that data from the Annie E. Casey Foundation shows that Minnesota's education quality ranking dropped from 6th in 2015 down to 19th in 2024. These are things that we should be concerned about. And the reason I'm speaking of this today is because the Pelsby Board has acted very politically under Governor Walz's appointees. It has not focused on competent and ethical professionals, but it is rather advancing a liberal left agenda that affects all teachers. It affects all teachers. And it has undermined pedagogical equity. Understanding knowledge creation, ways of knowing, our social and cultural practices shaped by race and ethnicity, often resulting in racially desperate advantages. These are the new standards that Pellsby is supporting. They create opportunities for students to learn about power, privilege, systemic oppression, and it empowers learners to be agents of social change to promote equity. The new standards require that we understand how ethnocentrism, Eurocentrism, and white supremacy undermine pedagogical equity. Members, they also foster an environment that ensures student identities, such as sex and gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, affirming and incorporating into learning. And so Pellsby has been criticized for the 2023 decision to significantly lower passing scores on the state's teacher licenses exam.
Senator Nelson, I've been very patient because under Rule 36.2, the member must speak only to the question under debate, and you're way off talking about the general notion of Pellsby, but we're on the confirmation calendar. And
well,
so now you're talking about 2023, 2024. Senator Nelson.
Thank you. Noted, Mr.
To the
President.
point under debate, under 36.2.
Noted, Mr. President. The challenge is this for the names before us, and I'm glad you brought me back to this particular point. The Pellsby candidates that are before us today have in no way, no public, no indication that they have any concern about the latest things that have come through. They have not indicated that Pellsby will change the current course that it's on. And that should be a concern for every parent. That should be a concern for all of our students. The course that we're on is sinking when we're talking about education for our kids in Minnesota. And I shared with you some of Pellsby's newest supports, its newest policies. And these policies should not continue on if we are concerned about how our children are doing. And when over half our kids are not reading at grade level and they are not doing math at grade level, we are shorting them on their futures. And I find that appalling. And we need a change. And I do not see it in these nominees.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like many parents in Minnesota, I have chosen not to send my kids to public school because of the actions of groups just like Pellsby. And I ask myself if these nominees meet the snuff, if they're up to the task of fixing the problems that Pellsby has created. I've seen no indication that that's the case. Last few years, we've seen DEI training, we've seen gender ideology, and we've seen every demand of the Minnesota or of Education Minnesota become the priority of the Pellsby board. None of these candidates have spoken against this. None of these candidates have addressed the fact that we are seeing some of the most vast declining rates of enrollment in our schools. If the status quo is what you want, vote to pass these people. But if you want to fix our schools, the first step is voting no today. Thank you.
Senator Kunish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in positive endorsement of the candidates that we are about to confirm here. I wish some of you would have been at the hearing that we held, that Senator Swadzinski held, where the candidates were able to introduce themselves, talk about the incredible work that they've done, talk about their incredible education and the work that went into making them great candidates for the Pellsby board. These are people that have been in the education system in all different kinds of ways. We have candidates that were voted like the best teacher, most able to talk to. We had candidates that went into specific areas of education that helped them understand their students. And the best thing that came out of all of that was the empathy and the focus on the students. Time and time again, every single one of them talked about how they relate to the student at the student's level. Those are the people that we need in that position to make sure that our students are having the kind of educational experience that they need. The good news is that graduation rates are up in Minnesota. The good news is that we are addressing the social emotional needs of our students. And every single one of those candidates, and had our Republican members been there, I think Senator Abler was there for maybe 20 minutes, but he's the only Republican that showed up for the confirmation hearings. We would have welcomed any and all of you to be there, and I hope perhaps you were listening from off-site when we had those hearings, because you would have heard nothing but heartfelt concern for all of our students. And so, members, I really hope you will vote green on these confirmation. These are the kind of people we need helping us with academics and teacher preparation.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so excited to speak in favor of these candidates here, and I want to give a special shout out to Pelsby. We have taken on a tremendous amount of work passing the READ Act, $130 million so far to addressing literacy in our state, and Pelsby has played a very quiet and crucial role in executing the READ Act. We had to make sure that all of our teacher prep programs were ready to go for candidates in Minnesota, for teacher prep candidates in Minnesota, that they were aligned to the READ Act. It was a tremendous undertaking, and Mr. President, as of June 1st of this year, every teacher prep program in the state of Minnesota is ready to teach to the alignment to the READ Act. That is a huge win for students. It's a huge win for literacy. And Mr. President, it takes the kinds of leaders that we have at Pelsby and the ones we've nominated here to achieve that incredible work. And I'm deeply grateful, and I look forward to confirming these candidates.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all in favor say aye. Senator Swazinski.
Well, I would make a standing joke, but that's old, passé. But thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say one final thought. I appreciate all of you. I just want to single out, as a couple people just said, on the day after we had the confirmation debate on the floor, that's when we had our confirmation of the hearings, and Senator Abler was the only member on the other side of the aisle that showed up, and I just want to thank you for that. And you coined the phrase cool, as I recall, and you said all 7 candidates passed your coolness test. So you're right out of 1957 on that, Senator Abler. And I just want to remind people, the chaplain today talked about civic virtue. And the 7 members up on the board, they're volunteers. It's not compensated. They are taking time out of their precious lives and what little time we do have on this planet to try to improve the lives of our students. And so when we think about civic virtue, I think that these 7 are the epitome of that. So I encourage all members to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Limmer, for your request.
Just request roll call, Mr. President.
Roll call requested, roll call granted, which is why I called on Senator Limmer so folks know he already said to me exactly what he was going to do. The secretary will take the roll. Members, please vote. See, you taught me well. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
And Senator Carlson votes aye.
And Senator Carlson votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Senator Kroon votes no.
Senator Kroon votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 32 nays, the motion prevails, so the appointments are confirmed. Remaining under motions and resolutions, I'll call on Senator Murphy to designate special orders.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 26, I designate the following bills be made special orders for immediate consideration.
Members, the special orders list is on your desk. It is dated May 11, 2026. We will begin with Senate File Number 3720. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council is made up of an even balance of representation from labor and employer organizations. The bill before us today, Senate File 3720, contains those consensus recommendations to the workers' compensation system from this advisory council. These recommendations include, in sections 1 through 6 and 14, updates to the Workers' Compensation Reinsurance Association's process to distribute excess surplus and collect deficiency assessments. Section 7 allows the Workers' Compensation Court of Appeals to assign compensation judges from the Court of Administrative hearings to claims when adequate numbers of appellate judges are unavailable. Section 8 adds psychiatric mental health nurse practitioners to the list of providers that can diagnose work-related post-traumatic stress disorder. Section 9 provides technical adjustments to notice provisions regarding employee-attorney retainer agreements. Section 10 amends the permanent partial disability schedule with dollar amount increases for injured workers. Section 11 requires that a witness to an employer examination be unpaid. Section 12 updates the timing requirements for an employer or insurer to provide a notice of denial of liability upon notice to or knowledge that an injury is not work-related. And Section 13 clarifies the authority to decide decisions based on stipulated facts. The agreement before us builds on many months of work by the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council's business and labor caucuses, along with key workers' compensation stakeholders. There is a joint letter of support from the Department of Labor and Industry, the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, and the Minnesota AFL-CIO. I'd like to thank Senator Utke, my counterpart on the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council, for co-authoring this bill, and I'd like to thank the Council for their work to improve the workers' compensation system. With that, members, I would ask for your support and stand for any questions. Thank you.
Any other discussions or questions or amendments on Senate File Number 3720? Senator Dornick.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I too stand in support of Senate File 3720. And just really appreciate the hard work that they do. These 12 voting members, as Senator McEwen mentioned, are represented with 6 labors and business, and truly is a labor and industry that they work together in getting this bill. So I just want to just mention a couple names. Commissioner Bleesenbach is the chair. Appreciate her and the work that we've done through the years. She does a great job. And also want to mention as we were talking about the business and labor, Doug Loon, president of the Chamber of Commerce, and Burnham, president of Minnesota AFL-CIO. This is a good bill. Appreciate their work. Thank you to Senator McEwen and Senator Utke also. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other amendments so that I can at least give the bill its third reading, and then we can go to Senator Nelson and Senator Utke? The Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 3720, a bill for an act relating to workers' compensation, adopting 2026 recommendations of the Workers' Compensation Advisory Council.
Third reading. Senator Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I am supportive. I just wanted to a shout out, quite frankly, to one of my predecessors, Senator Nancy Bradis, first female elected in her own right to the Minnesota State Senate. Actually, she is known for her work in really helping shape this advisory council and how effective and how helpful that has been. And so I always think it's good when we acknowledge the good work of those who came before us, and I just wanted to do that today. Thank you.
Senator Utke.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator McEwen, for offering the bill, and thanks to all of those who have put forth a lot of time and effort, which is the members of the Work Comp Advisory Committee made up of business and labor. I've been privileged to sit in on their meetings for the last 10 years. They put a lot of effort into making sure that this is done right. So members, just quick and easy, I would just ask for everybody's support. Vote green.
Any other discussion before we go to vote for final passage? Senator McEwen, any final words? Are you fine? The Secretary will take the roll for final passage to Senate File numbers 3720. Members, please vote so we can move expeditiously. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
And Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Senator Mohammed votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7. Seeing none, thank you so very much. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 65 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members will now proceed to House File 4252. Senator Fateh.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I am pleased to present the Higher Education Policy Omnibus Bill. The bulk of this bill are technical and administrative recommendations from the Office of Higher Education. One important provision from the recommendations that I want to highlight is an anti-fraud provision which empowers OHE to deny grants or student aid to any student who is found to have committed fraudulent activity. The bill includes a provision from Senator Hemmingson-Yager which allows MnSCU employees to receive paid leave when donating blood, and the existing law specifically excludes MnSCU employees from qualifying for that, but no one seems to know why or have any reason for that exclusion, so this bill remedies that. It includes a bill from Senator Mann that prevents for-profit institutions from controlling a medical school curriculum. It also includes a provision from Senator Rabein that gives priority registration for pregnant and parenting students. Lastly, Mr. President, this bill includes a provision from Senator Barr that reforms the appointment process for the University of Minnesota regents. Senator Barr's bill requires the governor to appoint new regents from the pool of candidates who have been recommended by the Joint Legislative Committee. Last year, the governor appointed candidates who had not gone through the process at all, and I believe that there is a lot of bipartisan support to change that. And with that, Mr. President, I have the A5 amendment.
Senator Fateh offers the A5 amendment. The Secretary will report the A5 amendment.
Senator Fateh moves to amend House File Number 4252, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 4, line 2, delete. This is the A5 amendment.
Senator Fateh, to your A5 amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This amendment excludes Lakeville students from the North Star Promise. I'm joking, Senator Duckworth. This amendment contains the agency provisions about pregnant and parenting students, which were in SF 3943, as introduced, and which were inadvertently excluded from our policy bill when it left the Higher Ed Committee, plus a couple of citation fixes. So it's functionally the same as the A12 amendment we passed in the past.
Any other discussion on the A5 amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of adoption say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A5 is adopted. Senator Dames.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and members. And last year when we did the higher education bill, we put a sunset of July 1st, 2028 on using managed outside management firms on the learning, online learning. And so the amendment that I have is the A8 amendment, Mr. Chair.
Senator Dames offers the A8 amendment. The Secretary will report the A8 amendment.
Senator Dames moves to amend House File Number 4252, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 7, after line 4, insert. This is the A8 amendment.
Senator Dames, to your A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what the A8 amendment does is it changes the sunset date from July 1st of 2028 to July 1st of 2030. Members, I'd encourage a green vote on this. This has particular importance to two colleges. Actually, it has importance to all state colleges, but the two specific ones, that's Southwest State and the St. Cloud State. So I would appreciate a green vote. Thank you, members.
Senator Fateh, to the A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I consider this a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All those in favor of adoption of the A8 amendment say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails and the A8 amendment is adopted. Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is the amendment you've all been waiting for. I guess people have just been eager. That's why you woke up early this morning. I move the A4 amendment, please.
Senator Abler moves the A4 amendment. The Secretary will report the A4 amendment.
Senator Abler moves to amend House File Number 4252, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 3, after line 27, insert. This is the A4 amendment.
Senator Abler, to your A4 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. There was a ruling by the national authorities of sports that it's a great idea to pay student athletes, which I think is one of the more bizarre ideas we've ever thought of. But this has nothing to do with that, except that at the U there now, and maybe other places eventually, they're charging $100 a semester as a student fee to cover this very thing. And so, you know, if you want to pay student athletes, whatever, I guess we're just going to create a whole non-learning environment in higher education. And this, I have nothing to do with that. I would have said, let's not do that. But I was told earlier when I was on the higher ed committee and the other body, as the U and other places spent tons of money for sports, and God bless the sports, that none of this was going to come out of the day-to-day fees of the students or tuition. It was all going to be raised by the alumni and by contracts. And lo and behold, now the U has put a $100 fee per semester on students who can barely stay in school due to their finances. And this says, the best I can do, did you know, Mr. President, the U is a land grant institution? And we can't tell them tell them what day it is, apparently. And so this says that at least for the Minnesota state system, they may not do this. They cannot. And a request to you, please, please, would you actually show some humanity to your students and have a clue as to how you run your place, and please don't have the students pay for this. Mr. President, I urge members to vote yes. Thank you.
Senator Fateh on the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Abler, for bringing forward this amendment. I consider this a friendly amendment. Thank you.
All those in favor of adoption of the A4 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The A4 is adopted. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom moves to amend House File Number 4252, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 8, after line 11, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Holmstrom to your A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple amendment. It very simply creates a prohibition on state funding for undocumented and non-citizens to the United States. No state money going to pay tuition or fees at colleges for undocumented and illegal immigrants. Thank you.
Senator Fateh to the A3 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. After thoughtful contemplation, consideration, and reflection, I consider this a no vote.
Mr. President,
Senator Pappas.
I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator Holmstrom, any last comments before we vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. Every single bill we brought forward, we've complained that there was not enough money to fund whatever the issue of the day was. Most egregiously, we cut school safety funding in half. The state needs more money. This seems like the easiest place to find it, and certainly isn't something that we should be wasting money on in the first place. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A3 amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
And Senator Mohammed votes no.
And Senator Mohammed votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 noes, the A3 amendment is not adopted. Any other amendments before we go to third reading? Senator Bowden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would offer the A1 amendment.
Senator Bowden offers the A1 amendment. The Secretary will report the A1 amendment.
Senator Bolden moves to amend House File Number 4252, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 39, after line 13, insert. This is the A1 amendment.
Senator Bowden to your A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this is permissive language that impacts only the City of Rochester and Rochester Community and Technical College. They are in discussions about a lease for using some of their land, and this language would allow that to move forward if both of them come to an agreement that they find is acceptable. We need some language to allow that to happen, so I would ask for a yes vote.
Senator Fateh to the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Bolden. I consider this a friendly amendment.
All those in favor of adoption of the A1 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A1 is adopted. Any other amendments? It's my understanding we still have one amendment that is still. Oh, you ready? Okay, Senator Umu Verbatim.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one amendment that's ready. It's the A7 amendment.
Senator Umu Verbatim offers the A7 amendment. The Secretary will report the A7 amendment.
Senator Umu Verbatim moves to amend House File Number 4252, the first unofficial engrossment, as follows. Page 38, line 27, after by, insert. This is the A7 amendment.
Senator Umu Verbatim to your A7.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment ensures that in the event that the legislature does not hold a joint convention to select regent candidates and the governor makes those appointments, he is limited to candidates who were recommended by the Regent Candidate Advisory Council, RCAC. Currently, the bill language limits the governor to candidates who were recommended by the joint committee of Senate Higher Education and House Higher Education committees. We've, in having further discussion, feel that that was a little too limiting, and so want to limit this instead to candidates who are recommended by RCAC. People who have served on that committee know there's a lot of time and resources that people spend interviewing and screening candidates and making those recommendations, and we feel that this is a way to make sure that process does matter, and so I ask members to vote yes.
Senator Fateh on the A7 amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Umar Rabin, for working on this amendment. I also consider this a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Senator Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of this amendment. As someone who has spent the last number of years serving on the RCAC, it was very disturbing last year. It was unfortunate that we did not meet as a joint convention to appoint regents. But when we did not, it was troubling to see what happened following. Two members who were appointed to regents, Ellen Lugar and Kosar Muhammad, had gone through the process. I thought they were very strong candidates. I'm not sure I would have actually voted for them, but they were good, strong candidates that are acceptable. Unfortunately, there were two other names that came out of that process when the governor appointed Samuel Hines and Joel Bergstrom. And many of us who had been through the entire process were wondering, who is this? Where did they come from? Unfortunately, when we did some digging, we found out that Samuel Hines, over the years since 2006 to 2025, had donated $380,000 to different Democrat candidates. And Joel Bergstrom happens to live with someone who is on the governor's staff, in fact, oversees the cabinet members. And so while Governor Walz was campaigning for vice president, she was actually overseeing the operation of our state agencies by being over, the chief deputy overseeing our commissioners. Mr. President, that's a pretty troubling thing, and I think with the appointment of those two, that is exactly why this amendment is so needed, why the governor absolutely needs to pick someone that has gone through the RCAC process. And I do appreciate this amendment. It is, I get it, coming out of the joint higher education hearing, we're limited to a few people, and sometimes that can be political. And we have seen in the past, actually the person who gets elected out of the joint convention isn't someone who has come through and been recommended by the joint committee, but it has still been someone who has gone through the RCAC process. So I think this is a great amendment and is absolutely the way we should be doing it. Hopefully, Mr. President, we'll never get to the point again where the governor appoints and we don't need this, that we will do our job. But if we fail, this is a great safety measure to put in place.
All those in favor of adoption of the A7 amendment, say aye. All those opposed, say no. The motion prevails and the A7 is adopted. Members, any other amendments before we go to third reading? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4252, a bill for an act relating to higher education, modifying student aid reporting requirements.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we vote? Senator Duckworth.
Just some brief comments, Mr. President. I appreciate it. And I want to thank the author of the bill and the chair of the Higher Education Committee, Senator Fateh, for always approaching the work we do there in a very collaborative and bipartisan manner. He took some amendments today, which I'm also very appreciative of. Just a couple of things that we should touch on briefly, Mr. President, as it relates to higher education. First and foremost, before we're finished up this week or with this session, we still have to solve the state grant issue and do what we can for some students and families in that regard, as well as having the conversations that we need to in order to make sure that we keep tuition as affordable as possible while also continuing to attack student debt. In the spirit of bipartisanship, I'm not going to go into too much more detail regarding this bill. I do see my good friend, Senator Hoffman over here. He's always wanted me to do my George W. during one of my speeches. So there you go. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Any other discussion before we vote? Any final words, Senator Fateh? The Secretary will take the roll on House File 4252.
So Jeff just did a kind of matchup that I'll send you as an offer. No, I'll do this if you do. Okay. Stephanie said it's interesting that. Do you need to sit?
Members, please vote.
I know, and I guess some people. We just did a little matchup. Okay. If you want this one, okay. And they kind of matched up, and they were similar. Like some were time extensions, similar. Some years, similar.
Senator Kunesh, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
And Senator Pa votes aye.
And Senator Pa votes ayes. Senator Heisman, are you going to vote? All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 36 ayes and 31 nays. The bill is passed and the title agreed to. Members, we will now go to Senate File Number 3699. Senator Latz.
And that might be a way to work and then add remarks.
Mr. President and members, say the names. Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Liam Conejo Ramos, Cesar Sosa Salas, Chong Lee Scott Tao, and so many more. These are real people. These are real people, not abstractions, not just names on a list. In Operation Metro Surge, there were 4,000 arrests made, many of whom were lawful residents of the United States. There were 3,000 federal agents in Minnesota, flanked out especially in the metro area, but across the state as well. What we endured was one of the darkest periods in American history when the government sent masked men, armed, untrained, and unrestrained, to terrorize our communities. This legislation is about accountability, about safety, and about ensuring that what happened here never happens again. The harm imposed on our neighbors, our students, families, business owners, and workers, those who were killed, kidnapped, or injured, we must hold those who perpetrated these acts accountable. The President and ICE are not above the law. In this bill, we are standing up to lawlessness. We are standing up for the Constitution and the rights of every person protected by that Constitution. And yes, we are calling out the violence, as we should. Naming that violence is truthful, not inflammatory. Many Minnesotans bravely stood up to ICE and President Trump during the surge and showed the rest of the country how to fight back. This is one way that we can honor that courage and protect our people from retribution. The 3,000 federal immigration agents deployed to Minnesota was the largest ICE operation ever, causing over $200 million in economic and community impact in a single month, and forcing 76,000 people into the need for urgent relief assistance. In one day, observers documented a peak of 246 detainees flown out of Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport, January 10th. And yet, Minnesota is home to less than 1% of the undocumented population of the United States. People were scared. They were scared to go to work. They were scared to go to school. Minneapolis public schools saw as high as a 60% drop in attendance during the peak of Operation Metro Surge. And this was so bad, the conduct of the ICE agents was so bad that 14 federal prosecutors resigned from their jobs amid Operation Metro Surge and the Justice Department's decision not to investigate the agent who killed Renee Good. They chose instead to investigate her wife. Members, Minnesota has been a target for political retribution and the abuse of federal power. President Trump promised a day of reckoning and retribution for Minnesota and used every lever of federal power to harm Minnesotans. And when they finally realized it was a disaster, they made 3 demands before they pulled out and withdrew ICE. They demanded that we hand over sensitive personal data from our voter rolls, SNAP benefits, and Medicaid recipients. They spent billions of tax dollars on ICE, terrorizing our communities while cutting support for those who need it most, and driving up health care costs in the process. And when we saw with our own eyes the harm that was being inflicted, the lying, the fear, the violence, the killing, President Trump and ICE officials lied about it. And I'm not just making this up. They were caught red-handed when the videos showed clearly, explicitly, that what went into the official reports of ICE agents was flat out false. It's a good thing we have video proof of it. Members, the ICE agents have faced no consequences or accountability. In fact, the federal government not only lied about what happened, but called Alex Preddy and Renee Good violent instigators and terrorists. ICE detained legal observers without charges, tear gassed students and teachers, abused local elected officials, abducted children, assaulted bystanders for filming. In fact, we've seen that on film. Intimidated daycare workers, stopped medical providers from rendering aid, including to Renee Good, crashed and abandoned cars in the middle of the street, and much more. And many members of our community are still missing and unaccounted for. You know, there's a quote out of, I believe it was the book 1984, in which the author was warning about authoritarianism. And basically, I'm paraphrasing here, but basically he said that the last and most important instruction to the people to finally lock down the authoritarian government's control over the people was to believe what the government says, not what you see with your own eyes. Members, we saw with our own eyes that ICE targeted people of color, regardless of their immigration status, including off-duty law enforcement officers of color who were stopped by ICE agents. Latino, Somali, Black, Asian, Indigenous, refugee and immigrant communities reported being stopped, questioned, and harassed solely because of the color of their skin. In fact, many of them took to carrying their passports and lawful documents just in case that they got stopped so they could prove on the spot that they were lawful residents of the United States. And federal judges confirmed what Minnesotans saw with their own eyes. Now, in face of the violence and threats, Minnesotans stuck together. We took care of each other. All we want are safe communities and fair treatment under the law. So whatever your position is on the appropriateness of enforcing our immigration laws, the way ICE agents and Border Patrol agents went about that enforcement was an absolute abuse of our Constitution. It contravened our constitutional principles. It was without warrants. It was stopping people without lawful basis. It was arresting people without probable cause. It just crossed so many constitutional lines. Members, I've spent a professional and political career defending people against unconstitutional intrusions under the Fourth Amendment and other provisions in our Constitution. I know it when I see it, when there's a clear and blatant violation of our law, and members, we saw it over and over and over again. Well, today we're going to give you a chance to take steps to protect Minnesotans here with the way we vote on this bill. The values of safe communities and fair treatment are not in conflict. In fact, they are essential partners. We expect law enforcement to follow the law, and we expect to be able to hold ICE and the President accountable for the harm they cause. That's what this bill intends to do. Members, this bill contains a number of provisions from Senators Murphy, Port, McEwen, Mann, Kunesh, Clark, and Fateh, who has spent many years. Senator Fateh has working on these issues, defending his communities, protecting the rights of Minnesotans. And we will hear from the authors of the individual provisions. And after Senator Fateh is done with his opening remarks, I will circle back to cover my particular provision in the bill, and then we'll hear from the other authors. With that, Mr. President, I conclude my opening remarks and ask the President to recognize Senator Fateh for his.
Senator Fateh.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Bringing this legislation, bringing this passage to the Senate floor is a solemn moment for our state. And I want to thank Senator Latz for his hard work in navigating this, facilitating this package through the process, especially through the Judiciary Committee, and allowing this to see its way to the floor. This bill reflects what we have been enduring during Operation Metro Surge, one of the darkest periods in American history, when the government sent masked men, armed, untrained, and unrestrained to terrorize our communities. This legislation about what is right and what is true. President Trump's government said agents were here to fight fraud. They lied. In fact, they came here as a show of force against immigrant communities, and they ruined our real fight against fraud when prosecutors quit out of conscience. They said agents were only arresting the worst of the worst. They lied. They rounded up random people on the street, arrested whole families, young children, moms and old women, people with jobs, homes, and roots in this state with no criminal record. They said agents were after undocumented people. Again, they lied. They pursued, harassed, detained, arrested, and jailed Minnesotans in every stage of immigration, including legal status, refugees, and American citizens. They said agents had probable cause. They lied. They stopped people on the street, in parking lots, or in their cars just because they looked African, Asian, Latino, or Native American. ICE arrested and held innocent people because they decided Native Americans don't look like they're from here. Now let that sink in. That dark irony about who they think belongs in America and who doesn't. They said agents were here to enforce law and order. Again, they lied. They broke down doors without a warrant, denied people due process, assaulted, arrested, tear-gassed, and shot peaceful people, violating the First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, 10th, and 14th Amendments. Agents said Minnesotans they encountered were, quote-unquote, violent. They lied. They're the ones who shot Julio Sosa Celis in North Minneapolis and killed Renee Good and Alex Preddy in South Minneapolis, in District 62, the district that I'm honored to represent. They said Julio attempted murder of federal law enforcement, that Renee Good was a domestic terrorist, that Alex was a would-be assassin. Again, all are lies. We know who they were. We know what we saw with our own eyes. We know what's right from wrong. My colleagues will explain in detail the other parts of the legislation, but I want to speak about one crucial element that President Champion and I worked on together, and I appreciate him allowing me to speak on behalf of both of us. This bill creates a right for Minnesotans to sue federal agents for violating their rights, something we know happened many times, in many ways, during the Metro Surge operation. Accountability includes both criminal and civil action, and that portion of this bill would give Minnesotans who were wronged or their survivors the opportunity to seek justice on their own. President Trump thought he could divide Americans, deprive them of their rights, and target immigrants and people of color without a fight. He came to the wrong state. President Trump has stated that he's going to make an example out of Minnesota. And instead, Minnesotans set an example for the nation. J.D. Vance and Stephen Miller said agents can act with total immunity. Not in this state, not in Minnesota. Not after we pass this bill into law to put strong restrictions on the actions of ICE agents, restore the rights of Minnesotans, and guarantee their day in court, that if their rights are violated or their lives ended, that this state will not rest until justice is done. We fought this ICE invasion by unifying. We saw neighbors forming text chains, peacefully observing law enforcement, carpooling kids to school, buying groceries for neighbors, providing mutual aid, carpooling their kids to school and doctor's appointments, and speaking out and protesting, again, peacefully. Minnesotans showed the world that they will stand up for their neighbors, defend them from an authoritarian government, support them, and keep them safe. And today, here in the legislature, it's our turn. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I've got two specific provisions in the bill here, one related to an amendment that I'm going to offer here in a moment. One of the provisions requires that the BCA be involved in investigating deaths that are caused by law enforcement agents, including, with this new provision, federal agents causing deaths to Minnesotans. As we know, the federal investigators, the Department of Justice, have flat out refused to co-investigate with the BCA and even to share evidence with the BCA, and in fact denied the BCA access to the locations, to the sites of the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. That is unacceptable. So one provision here mandates that federal agents co-investigate with the BCA. The other provision that I have specifically in this bill, which was the underlying provision originally in Senate File 3699, which became the point of collection for the other provisions as well, was creating essential spaces in courthouse where persons who may be subject to lawful arrest or service relating to immigration matters would not be arrested or served for immigration matters, a position that I view as critical for the safe and effective operation of our system of justice in Minnesota. Whether a person who may be the subject of immigration matters is a victim in a criminal prosecution, a witness in a criminal prosecution, a party in a civil case, a defendant in a criminal process, a companion that is supporting any of the other participants in the criminal justice system, they need to know that they can safely and without fear of arrest go to the courthouse, park near the courthouse, walk into the courthouse, and be in the courthouse to play their essential role in the implementation of justice in Minnesota. And so this bill will provide protection for them from civil arrest on immigration matters or service of process on immigration matters while they are engaged in any of those courthouse-related activities. It does not prohibit their arrest if they have other matters out. If there's a criminal warrant, example, that's out for their arrest, they can still be arrested like anyone else under those circumstances. There are a number of essential spaces that are identified in this bill, and the authors of those particular provisions are going to speak to them individually. But I do have an amendment that will unify the language across those different provisions so that all parts of our statute addressing essential spaces have the same language and are treated consistently between them. For that purpose, members, I offer the A11 amendment.
Senator Latz offers the A11 amendment. The Secretary will report the A11 amendment.
Senator Latz moves to amend Senate File Number 3699 as follows. Page 2, line 23, delete directs and insert. This is the A11 amendment.
Senator Latz to your A11 amendment.
Mr. President, as I've indicated, this amendment amends all of the essential space provisions in Senate File 3699 so that the language and procedures and policies are consistent. The definitions of law enforcement agencies and agents are consistent. Liability limitations are consistent across all of those essential spaces. I ask for your support. I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions on the A11 amendment? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Latz yield?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, in this amendment that is conforming language, is it using the language and the definitions in the courthouse provision? Do those remain the same, and then the other provisions are matching that, or is it different than that?
Senator Latz to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Kroon, it's a blend of language that was found in different provisions within the bill for the different essential spaces. So I can't tell you that it's just conforming other provisions to the courthouse provisions. It's a blending of the different provisions as they came through the process.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Latz continue to yield?
Senator Latz, will you continue to yield? He will continue to yield. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, one of the provisions in the courthouse provision of this bill is the prohibition of enforcement within 1,000 feet of a courthouse. Is that provision remain, number one, does it remain in the courthouse provision? And two, does that language get adopted for the other provisions as well?
Senator Latz to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Kroon, yes, it does remain, the 1,000 feet language does remain in the courthouse provision, but that language is not picked up in the other provisions, the other essential spaces.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion on the A11 amendment? Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the author of the amendment yield?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, as I'm looking over the amendment, it seems rather complex. Did we have a hearing in the Judiciary Committee regarding this particular amendment or subject of?
Senator Latz to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Limmer, all of the language that's in this amendment, which, by the way, probably looks a bit more complex than it is, all of the language was heard in front of the Judiciary Committee as part of the individual bills for the essential spaces. What was determined after the package was assembled and moved on from Judiciary Committee is that the language was not consistent across the different essential spaces. So, for example, the requirement to adopt policies was not applied across all of the spaces. The language that requires the adoption of policies, however, has been seen in front of the Judiciary Committee. The civil liability immunity provisions are now adopted across all of the spaces. The definitions of law enforcement agency and law enforcement agent are now adopted and consistent across all the essential spaces. While it may look a little bit more complex as a page and line number amendment, the language has all been vetted by the Judiciary Committee.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Latz, if I recall, and this is leading to a yield request, Mr. President, for Senator Latz. I remember having some of this discussion in Judiciary Committee. Much of the original presentation was laid over. So did any of this that's before us now pass the Judiciary Committee?
Senator Latz, he was asking to yield, and you did say earlier that you will yield. Senator Latz, to the question.
Yeah, Mr. President, Senator Limmer, the original presentation was laid over, and then it was taken back up in front of the Judiciary Committee. Most of the provisions in the bill originated in the Judiciary Committee, and we had a hearing on them. A couple of the provisions originated in other committees, the Education Committee, State and Local Government, for example, and then they were referred to the Judiciary Committee, and then we took the main bill, Senate File 3699, off of the table, and through a series of amendments added in all of the other provisions to Senate File 3699. So the entire package that is before the body right now was heard, considered, and voted upon by the full Judiciary Committee.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm listening very carefully to the response of Senator Latz. I guess the question I have is the amendment before us is not in the bill. It's not in the original bill that we passed. And so the question remains, why are we considering it now, and why didn't we include it as it left our final discussion in the Judiciary Committee? I'm somewhat concerned about that. I know that there's been members on the Senate floor that have warned us many times that things have to pass out of a committee. Vetting a bill is one thing, passing it from a committee is another. We kind of frown on amendments that suddenly come to the Senate floor of such girth and complexity. And so, for that reason, I'm very cautious about advancing this particular amendment. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I really do appreciate what Senator Limmer just said, because he and I have both, over the course of time as we chaired the Judiciary Committee, have tried very, very hard to make sure that we do a thorough vetting of the bills that come before us. But we also know that within this process, sometimes information comes up, or on review of language, additional considerations come up that need further amendment. And that's what happened here. Senate counsel and research staff and others that were observing, looking through all the language, noticed that there was not a uniformity of treatment of these various essential spaces, and determined that it would be better to make sure that there's not only consistent treatment, but that the language is the same, so that it's clear and precise as much as we can do within this legislative process. While I would prefer to have had all of this gathered and dealt with within the Judiciary Committee, it had already left our committee when this came to the attention upon review by staff and council, and so we are going to hopefully take care of this on the floor here today.
Senator Grutenhagen, we are on the A11 amendment.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, if Senator Latz would yield for a couple of questions.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Latz. I'm not a lawyer, okay, but I have sold insurance and read insurance contracts on liability since about 1978, okay? And I have never seen the phrase acting in good faith when it comes to liability. And yet, throughout this amendment, it's stated that if officials of these various organizations don't cooperate with ICE, and if they're acting in good faith, they shall not be criminally liable. So my question for Senator Latz is, does this show up anyplace else, acting in good faith in state statute? And has this been vetted by constitutional experts that this would actually hold up? Because I've had liability claims over the years in my insurance agency, and never have I had one dismissed because somebody was acting in good faith. If Senator Latz would respond, Mr. President.
Senator Latz, when you're ready, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Gruenhagen, the language acting in good faith is quite common in the area of immunity from liability. I'm not an insurance expert. It's not really a creature of insurance law necessarily that I'm that specifically knowledgeable about, but it is quite common language when it comes to immunity from conduct. And so that's why it shows up here in the immunity sections of the bill.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Senator Latz, for that response. Again, members, in all my years reading insurance contract on liability, I never seen the phrase acting in good faith to be an exclusion for liability. The other thing, Senator Latz, when I look at this amendment, if Senator Latz would yield.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Latz. I don't see how this amendment is not going to create a host of lawsuits in terms of the federal Constitution and the Supremacy Clause. We're going in and kind of micromanaging a lot of different areas as far as liability in relationship to ICE and immigration enforcement. And we have a Supremacy Clause. Again, I'm a lay person, but I have read articles about it that it usurps state law. So how is this amendment going to cooperate or conflict with the federal Supremacy Clause in our U.S. Constitution?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Well, Mr. President, Senator Gruenhagen, the purpose of the amendment is to clarify the language across essential spaces to the underlying bill. The underlying bill and a number of the provisions in here may run into legal challenges, and among those challenges might be a Supremacy Clause argument, but I don't think there's anything particular to the A11 amendment that would create any new causes of action relating to that. But either way, there are people who will disagree with this and will seek remedies in court, and part of the purpose of this bill is to make sure that as people are pursuing remedies in court, everyone can safely participate in those the justice process.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, thank you, Senator Latz. Members, I think when we look, again, I'm a lay person, not a lawyer. I'm thankful for that, by the way, but just kidding. I have done, through my insurance experience, a lot of reading, and also just because of personal interest in our U.S. Constitution, numerous articles and some books that have mentioned or explained the Supremacy Clause. And when I look at this amendment, and really the bill as a whole, we're setting ourselves up for Minnesota taxpayers to be tied up in court for years with millions and millions of state tax dollars spent to try to defend this, which, even as a layperson, understanding to a certain degree the supremacy clause, we're just in great conflict. And it's going to cost, and in the end, you're going to lose on this amendment and the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other discussion? The Secretary will take the roll on the A11 amendment. Members, we're now voting. Senator Kunich, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Pa votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Mohammed votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
And Senator Carlson votes aye.
And Senator Carlson votes aye. Senator Zizinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
Senator Weber votes no.
And we're waiting on one more, Mr. President.
Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 35 ayes and 32 noes, the A11 amendment is adopted. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, at this time, there are other members who have provisions in the bill that would like to make remarks about their specific provisions. On behalf of Leader Murphy, who is off the floor at the moment, she's asked me to have her remarks deferred until third reading on her provision to create a civil rights cause of action for failure of a duty to render aid.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, our communities deserve to know who is charged with public safety. In this context, masks erode trust, interfere with transparency, and make it difficult to hold bad actors accountable. They do not make our communities safer. Minnesota has made it illegal for a person to conceal their identity in public with a robe, mask, or other disguise since 1963. These provisions are extensions of exceptions added in 1995 for religious beliefs, protection from weather, or medical treatment. Federal immigration attorneys have abused Minnesota's trust during Operation Metro Surge and beyond, illegally swapping license plates, posing as delivery drivers, and covering their faces with masks, cowls, and gaiters. Our state law enforcement is prohibited from doing this. Federal law enforcement is not exempt from the basic nature of transparency. When masked people, often not wearing uniforms, are detaining people in the street, it sows fear and erodes trust, not just in federal law enforcement, but local police departments who have worked hard to build relationships in their communities. As legislators, we must do everything we can to help build in our power to help communities and local law enforcement work together to keep our state safe. Exceptions in this bill include protection from gas, smoke, or other airborne toxins to make sure that law enforcement can use appropriate protection to avoid health impacts in high-risk situations. Minnesotans must be able to trust that our law enforcement is who they say they are. This portion of the package will help to rebuild that trust. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. My daughter just turned 4, but for a solid chunk of being 3, she and her peers, from January to February, couldn't play outside, didn't have the blinds open at their daycare center. Their teachers lived in fear. Many of their classmates didn't show up. It is unconscionable what has happened to our state, the fear that we have had to live in, all for the purpose of deporting 100 million people, as stated by the Department of Homeland Security. But what that has meant for child care facilities has been particularly egregious. Teachers who are entrusted to care for our littlest Minnesotans as they help them learn to walk and talk, go to the bathroom, learn their numbers and their colors, how to share. Now living in fear that they will be ripped out of their child care center in front of those babies and taken away to some concentration camp in Texas, which happened, Mr. President, to a worker at a child care facility that is part of the same chain that my daughter attends. I want you to imagine sending your 3-year-old to school and then opening your phone and watching a video of a woman standing underneath the logo of your daycare where your 3-year-old is, watching her being taken, kidnapped, in front of the parents arriving for drop-off. It is truly one of the most terrifying things that could ever happen. And these teachers aren't just teachers, they're our friends. They're moms, too. They have children that go to the child care center. We have wine nights and share over battles with potty training and battles over bedtime. So, Mr. President, I'm so infuriated and honored to bring Article 4 to prevent child care center access to these ICE agents who have terrorized our state. I bring the fury of a mom, of every parent who sent their kid to a child care facility, knowing that their kid just wasn't as safe because of these federal agents roaming the streets as they were last summer. I'm so grateful to the parents who showed up for shifts and vests and whistles, worked from inside the daycare, the teachers who continued laughing and bringing joy to our kids, even though they were terrified themselves. This is something that we shouldn't have had to pass into law, Mr. President. But I'm so grateful we have the opportunity to do it today.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. As soon as ICE invaded our state, I started getting phone calls from doctors and nurses and social workers from across our state talking about armed masked men entering our hospitals and going into patient areas and private patient areas. Armed masked men refusing to leave the room as patients were getting their physical examinations. Call about armed masked men sitting outside of our clinics, and about black SUVs with tinted windows parking in front of our emergency room entrances. What happened next is that clinic no-shows increased exponentially. Women went into labor at home alone, and people started showing up to the emergency rooms at the last possible minute, needing inpatient hospital care instead of a quick outpatient clinic visit because they waited until they were so sick they could no longer wait to seek care. And this should never have happened. The healthcare portion of this bill is quite simple. It requires that people coming into our healthcare facilities where people are vulnerable, where people are saying hello to their babies for the very first time, where they are saying goodbye to family members for the very last time, where they are getting life-changing news, it requires that people entering these spaces have the proper paperwork. That's it. It is our job to protect our patients, and this bill does that. It also requires healthcare facilities to have policies in place so that everyone knows how to best protect our patients. The other portion of this bill that I think is very important, Mr. President, is the codification of Plyer versus Doe into our state laws. In 1982, the Supreme Court established in Plyer v. Doe that denying any child access to a free public education violated the 14th Amendment's Equal Protection Clause, and that affirmed that all children are entitled to an education. When we are thinking about what's best for society and the greater good of every single person who lives within America's borders, this makes perfect sense. Because denying education to innocent children who have no control over their immigration status, whether it's their actual status or their perceived status, would create a permanent underclass of uneducated people and children afraid to go to school, which would impose significant long-term cost on society, including lower rates of literacy, higher rates of unemployment, and higher rates of crime. This is good humanitarian policy, it is good economic policy, and it is great public safety policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kunesh.
Thank you, Mr. President. On January 20th of 2025, the Trump administration rescinded a provision that classified schools as protected spaces from immigration. You have to wonder, why would somebody do that? Why would you make our schools so vulnerable? Currently, school staff must rely on district guidance to determine when ICE is or not allowed and decipher the differences between judicial and agency warrants. It is abhorrent that federal immigration agents have targeted schools and bus stops as part of Operation Metro Search. Our schools should be a safe place for all students, for all teachers, for all administrators, anyone who works in our school system. ICE's presence in our state has caused sometimes irreversible trauma and chaos that inhibits the ability for our students to feel safe and learn. Schools should not be another source of fear and anxiety for our students. This bill and all the parts of it ensures that our schools remain positive and inclusive spaces for learning. So the part of the bill that I authored requires schools to develop procedures for reviewing and authorizing requests from law enforcement attempts to enter a school and be on their space. Those procedures must include a procedure for reviewing an authored person at the school to contact the school's legal counsel and create procedures for that contact to review and any request to enter a school facility or grounds. It includes judicial warrants, non-judicial warrants, and subpoenas. The procedures must document all interactions with law enforcement agents on the school premises. It must seek consent from parents if law enforcement agents request access to a student for immigration purposes. Members, on your desk, you will find an article that shares some of the situation and the trauma that ICE created. There are incidences of agents who shoved staffers and students and deployed pepper spray and pepper balls on the Roosevelt School premises. The author wrote about watching her students put themselves in harm's way to protect their students the morning that Renee Good was killed just 3 miles away. And the anger and the frustration and the fear that those students felt when federal government was doing those kind of violent acts to their city. It talks about how students were shocked at the violence that they saw outside their own school. They remember seeing their vice principal's face streaked with terror as he ran through a panicked group of students. The impact on our students and our teachers is life-lasting, not just for them, but for our community. It is important that we protect our students. So many different times I have heard people say that we can judge a state a country, a government, by how they protect and treat their children. Members, this bill is one way we can do just that.
Senator Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 6 focuses on post-secondary campuses and works to ensure that students can do what students need to do. That is, focus on education. Remove the worry that may come when ICE may invade their campus. This section returns us to the situation campuses experienced until January 2025 under federal guidelines. In short, this section does the following. It clarifies when student data about citizenship can be shared. It better defines the process for when a law enforcement agent is allowed to enter an institution's campus, and is explicit about how access must be required as required under state or federal law. It provides instruction to post-secondary institutions on information to be shared with students regarding students' rights, and requires a procedure to be developed if a federal law enforcement approaches the campus. Finally, this provision ensures that liability is limited for any employee who acts in good faith. Mr. President, this section helps ensure that our higher education students can keep focused on what they need to do while learning and making sure that they remain here in Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Krohn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Immigration enforcement can be a very difficult issue. And certainly last year was a very trying and challenging time here in Minnesota. A few points as a state legislator that I have made to my constituents several times over the last several months is number one, that immigration is primarily a federal matter. And number two, Congress has, over time, over decades, abdicated its responsibility to properly address it. And too many politicians like to take advantage of it for their own political purposes. And number three, it's undeniable that countless millions of people have been allowed to enter this country illegally over the decades, but over the last several years in particular. And number four, Mr. President, the immigration law must be enforced. I've talked to countless people since last year, the Operation Metro Surge happened. I've talked to people that I agree with and people that I don't agree with, people that don't agree with me. I've talked to countless people. And the way I approached this was that I wanted to find a way for the legislature, the state legislature, to do something productive. I talked to my police chief, my county attorney, my county sheriff, other stakeholders about what the legislature can do from a state perspective to address this situation. And the one thing that, in talking to my constituents, that is very clear to me is that immigration law needs to be enforced, but how we do that enforcement really, really does matter. We need that enforcement to be done in an efficient, professional, collaborative, and constitutional manner. We need more cooperation in this state between our federal, state, and local officials. More cooperation, not less cooperation. And that will help reduce the need for street-level enforcement, which many people are very uncomfortable with. As elected officials, we absolutely need to tone down the rhetoric and be less divisive on this issue and look for productive ways to move forward. Mr. President, to ensure that what we saw, some of the aspects of what we saw don't happen again, We need an approach that is nuanced. We need an approach that is collaborative. We need an approach that's productive. We need an approach where we move forward on solutions that most Minnesotans agree with. We should not be playing to our respective bases. We should not be playing to political activists. We should not be playing to people who simply don't want immigration law enforced. And we should not be pushing a bill that has no chance of becoming law and has serious constitutional issues under the Supremacy Clause of our U.S. Constitution. Mr. President, laws need to be enforced. When someone who is here illegally is arrested for other matters, they should be turned over to federal authorities in the controlled environment of a jail. They should not be let out back onto the street where federal agents then resort to street-level enforcement. That is a productive approach that we can take as state legislators to address this situation. With that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A9.
Senator Kroon offers the A9 amendment. The Secretary will report the A9 amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend Senate File Number 3699 as follows. Page 3, line 6, after the semicolon, insert. This is the A9 amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A9 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. The A9 deals with the courthouse prohibition enforcement provision in the bill, and specifically the provision that does not allow any immigration enforcement within 1,000 feet of a courthouse. Mr. President, there's fierce debate and ongoing litigation about whether or not a state can even enact measures like this within the confines of a courthouse. But certainly once you get beyond a courthouse, and I understand the author's intent about coming to and from the courthouse. I really do understand that. But once you get beyond the courthouse, I think it turns from a fiercely debated, litigated matter into something that's clearly and blatantly unconstitutional under the Supremacy Clause in our U.S. Constitution. And I think, Mr. President, that even the provision on the courthouses themselves has serious constitutional problems. So with that, Mr. President, I'd like to offer the A10 as an amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon offers the A10 amendment to the amendment. The Secretary will report the A10 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A9 amendment to Senate File Number 3699 as follows. Page 1, delete lines 2 to 4 and insert. This is the A10 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon to your A10 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an approach that I think would get broad support by Minnesotans to the issue of immigration enforcement on what we can do as state legislators from a state law perspective. It's a balanced approach, I think. It focuses on collaboration and reducing the need for street-level immigration enforcement. That is something that we can actually accomplish here in Minnesota. So what it does, Mr. President, there's a few provisions that are not in the bill that are relating that I think are helpful, and then it does keep some provisions that are in the bill intact. Number one, Mr. President, it prohibits local units of government from taking action to become a sanctuary city or a county. That's in Section 3, page 2 of the amendment. Mr. President, this is something that I hear over and over from constituents, that they want cooperation. They don't want cities or counties to isolate themselves and enact measures that prohibit cooperation with federal authorities. And I think prohibiting cooperation and communication with federal authorities, as we've seen, has been very destructive and very counterproductive. So that's one. Number two, Mr. President, it requires sheriffs to enter into memorandums of agreement with federal immigration authorities, and that's under 8 U.S.C. 1357G. That delegates some federal immigration enforcement powers to designated local officers. This would allow deputized officers to identify and process non-citizens that are already in custody for other reasons, and serve administrative warrants on individuals already in custody for other reasons. Again, the idea here, Mr. President, is to make sure that people who are arrested, that are here illegally, don't get let out onto the street for subsequent street-level enforcement, that they get turned over properly in an orderly, controlled environment to federal immigration authorities. Number 3, Mr. President, it creates a 48-hour rule for law enforcement to hold people that are here illegally who are arrested on other criminal charges, and that's either through a stay on bail or through the book and release process. That's on Section 7, page 4 through 6 of the amendment. Number 4, Mr. President, it offers a buffer zone and adds that to the current crime of obstruction of legal process. This provision came specifically from my sheriff, the Anoka County Sheriff, and it's in relation to people that are getting too close to law enforcement activity and makes the job, heightens the tension of our law enforcement officials, makes their job incredibly more difficult and more dangerous than it needs to be or should be. So this has a warning requirement, and it would keep people at a safe distance when they are observing active law enforcement activities. But Mr. President, this isn't meant to be one side versus the other side. I do think there's a couple of provisions that are in the bill that I would like to see stay in the bill. The BCA use of force investigation provision, I think, is a good provision. It's simply the state authorizing the BCA to investigate these use of force matters even when they involve federal agents. Now, what the federal government chooses to do with that is obviously a decision for the federal government that we don't have control over. But we respect our BCA use of force investigations. They're very professional. They have expertise in this matter, and so I agree that that is one thing we could come together on and in advance in those unfortunate situations where that happens. And number 2, Mr. President, I agree that we should retain the state equivalent of a Section 1983 civil suit for violations of the state or U.S. constitutions. Constitutional rights matter. Constitutional rights are imperative. And if those constitutional rights are being violated, whatever those constitutional rights are, whether they're in this context or some other context, perhaps there should be a private right of action for the citizen to seek redress on their rights being, constitutional rights being violated. The only change that my provision in this amendment makes is that it would only apply for citizens or lawful residents, Mr. President. That is my amendment. I think it's a balanced approach, it's a nuanced approach, and most importantly, Mr. President, it is an approach that most Minnesotans can get behind, so I'd urge all members to vote yes.
Senator Klein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I submit to you to review our rules under 35-2 germaneness. The proposed Kroon amendment purports to establish a significantly different purpose than the underlying bill and is a delete everything amendment. The underlying bill aims to protect Minnesotans from constitutional violations of their liberties. The Kroon amendment aims to assist the federal government in law enforcement activities. It requires locals to participate in 287G agreements, and it creates a new criminal code. I would argue it's outside the scope of the underlying bill.
Advice, Mr. President?
Senator Klein puts forth a point of order based on germaneness under 35.2. Advice, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that you find the point of order not well taken. And Mr. President, this one is an easy one. If we look at Rule 35, it says a non-germane amendment includes one that relates to a substantially different topic or is intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill in which it is proposed. The bill before us, if we look at the title of the bill, says that this is an act relating to immigration enforcement. Immigration enforcement. Everything in the amendment to the amendment that Senator Kroon has offered is related to that topic of the bill. And Mr. President, if members think that it's a bad idea or they would like to preserve the language in the underlying bill, they can stand up and say that they recommend a no vote. But to not allow this to move to an actual debate on the merits, I think would be a mistake for this body and inconsistent with Senate rules.
Any other advice? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's an unfortunate point of order. We're talking about an immigration enforcement omnibus bill here, and if this isn't germane, then the rules basically mean nothing.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I offer advice. Under 35.2, part of the non-germaneness is if it's intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than the original bill that's proposed. I'm glad the good senator from Fergus Falls started reading the title. It says related to immigration enforcement restricting access to sensitive spaces. That is the purpose of this bill. Any language that seeks to increase access is substantially different than what this bill is about, Mr. President. So I hope that you find the point of order well taken.
I'll take it under advisement. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Rasmussen, anything else?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just additional advice, and on germaneness, this body has very oftentimes gone back to Masons, and so I'd point you to section 402, and in paragraph 3, it says, to be germane, the amendment is required only to relate to the same subject. It may entirely change the effect or be in conflict with the spirit of the original motion or proposal and still be germane to the subject. And Mr. President, I would argue that if you review the contents of Senator Kroon's amendment, it actually, it in many ways retains much of the underlying bill, makes improvements in certain areas, and then introduces some new concepts that are all related to the topic of immigration enforcement. Mr. President, I'd ask that after reviewing our rules and Masons and customs and usage of this body, that you allow the Senate to have the debate on the merits and find this point of order not well taken.
I'll take the matter under advisement. Give me a moment. Having listened to advice and read the Masons and our rules, the point of order is well taken.
Mr. President,
Senator Kroon.
I appeal the ruling of the president and request roll call.
Roll call requested, roll call granted.
Mr. President, advice to the body.
Advice, Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate you taking your time looking at this one, but I think you made a mistake. And Mr. President, my advice to members of this Senate is if you decide to run for the legislature, the job is to vote on proposals. It's to debate ideas, to stand up and say, this is what I think we should put forward to the people of Minnesota. This is an alternative. And if you don't want to vote on something, you're probably in the wrong job. You're probably in the wrong job. And Mr. President, the amendment that Senator Kroon offered was a path forward on how we can protect Minnesotans and meet the feedback that we're hearing from them, and actually have something that I think could become law this year instead of something that maybe will result in some social media clips and some nice emails, but is not actually going to end up making a difference to the lives of Minnesotans. And so, Mr. President, I'd encourage my colleagues to overturn your ruling so that we can get back to debating the important issues that Minnesotans have with immigration enforcement and the ideas that we should be addressing here on the Senate floor.
Senator Holmstrom.
Advice to the body, Mr. President.
Advice to the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the president's ruling on this, and I would advise the body to consider past amendments to the amendments that had the opposite by being put on by the majority. The result was the opposite of what the amendment was originally intended to do, because that is what we do. We're a deliberative body. We're allowed to bring forward proposals that you may disagree with, but you should vote on. We are to deliberate. It is really frustrating to sit here as a Minnesotan and watch this process fail on such partisanship. We get it. This was a political stunt, this bill is, and the majority Democrats do not want us to get in the way of their political stunt with our ideas and a path forward for Minnesota. But don't lower yourself to that level. Please allow this to be debated. Vote no and move on. Or vote yes and we'll actually accomplish something for Minnesotans. Thank you.
Senator Matthews.
Mr. President and members, this was the easiest decision in the history of decisions coming before this body. This amendment is clearly a germane amendment to the bill. To narrow the standards such that any deviation from our ideas is going to be ruled non-germane is not a precedence that we should be setting in this chamber moving forward. Members have a right and they have a duty to come forward with amendments that make changes to the underlying proposal. And yes, to bring forth amendments that restrict and eliminate the extreme portions of the bill that have no chance of becoming law, and to set a vision of how we accomplish safer immigration enforcement for our law enforcement, for our community members, and for the people that they are holding accountable. This is an absolute absurdity of this standard to eliminate germaneness down to the level of deviations from the underlying bill. And it goes to show this is the tenor of what the entirety of the bill is about. It's just incredible to me to see that any change whatsoever, we're going to do our dance around with parliamentary maneuvers. The members have the right to stand up and vote no and say that we believe that the policies in the underlying bill are better. I agree with what Senator Rasmussen said. Stand up, make your case to the people of Minnesota, and vote yes or no. This gets to the point of wondering why we even have rules of the Senate if we're going to so sparsely and sporadically apply them in such a hyper-partisan manner to eliminate obviously germane amendments to the underlying bill. So I ask members that we need to set the courage to set forward and uphold the integrity of this body. The legislature is not just a rubber stamp for predetermined decisions. Each one has an obligation to debate and to vote and to bring other ideas and other amendments to legislation. And to narrow this down in such a hyper-partisan manner is not what will be upholding the long-term integrity of this chamber. Senator Kroon brought an excellent amendment and an excellent measure of what actually has a chance of becoming law, what actually could deal with the problems that Minnesotans were experiencing. And for the majority to stand up and say, we don't even want to have this debate, we don't even want to have this vote, we just want to hide behind an abuse of the rules and have it ruled out of order, is not the way that this body should be conducting business. Members, I urge you to vote to overturn the decision of the president in this matter.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I looked at our rules, and under number 35, it says germaneness. And I think applying the rules should be nonpartisan. And just a couple things about Senator Kroon's amendment, as defined by germaneness, section 30, or number 35.2 says a non-germane amendment includes one that, and then it goes on, relates to a substantially different subject. That's not Senator Kroon's amendment. It relates to the bill. It modifies certain sections of it. Second thing, it's intended to accomplish a substantially different purpose than that of the original bill to which it is proposed. It doesn't. It attempts to put us on a path to address what the bill is trying to do. And finally, an amendment to insert a constitutional amendment is not germane. Well, obviously, Senator Kroon's amendment is not a constitutional amendment. So we look at item 1, 2, 3, it matches all three of them. So members, let's at least be consistent. Let's vote on this amendment. Let's overrule the decision of the president and stand on the rules that pass this Senate. Please vote red, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Westland.
Just very briefly, Mr. President, I've heard some conversation on the floor here under Mason's Section 121. We should not be imputing the motives of anybody, and I hear people telling those on my side of the aisle why we are not voting on things, and I don't think that that's appropriate.
Okay, Senator Kroon, you are the author, so we're going to let you speak last. There are a couple other people that still want to speak, okay? Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I impose a call of the Senate for the remainder of the question.
The Senate is now under call. Senator Rasmussen. Senator Kunesh.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Senator Rasmussen.
Point of order, Mr. President. Under a call of the Senate, you can't vote remote for a call of the Senate. There's no provision in our rules that do that. And I would point you to Rule 41 and a whole host of other rules that would violate.
Mr. President, point of inquiry.
Mr. President, advice.
Point well taken. Senator Kunesh, the point is well taken. There's no rule that allows one to vote remotely on a call of the Senate. Senator Port.
Mr. President, point of inquiry. If we can't move forward with without remote voters, Senator Rasmussen is the only other person who hasn't voted. Are we just waiting for that?
We will wait here as long as it takes. So if it takes all night, we'll stay here all night. So be free to go get some popcorn or something else, and we will wait.
Mr. President,
Senator Bowden.
I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye.
I would ask for a roll call, Mr. President.
Under a roll call vote, you cannot ask for a roll call vote. Do you want to proceed with your motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion prevails. Division's been called. All right, the division's been called. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. All right, you all may have a seat. All the nays, please stand. There are 24 ayes and 30 nays. It fails. Members, we are still under call.
This is why we don't do a call, because we can't get everybody here. Hi. How's it going? Karen is actually looking. She told me off the floor, and not with Jordan, which is good news. He's on the floor. She's working with staff. Okay. And she's planning to meet with Mary.
Did you talk about the division?
I told her it was coming, but I didn't send it to her. I just told her this was my idea, wrote it down somewhere, of what I was going to propose to her. Okay. You know, about the three buckets. Okay. All right. And she seemed more positive about the one check sheet, based on a conversation she had with Johnson. Okay. Good. And did he tell you what he wants? Yeah. It's too much. It's too much. But I think we can. We're gonna do a little work separate from the other. Hi. No.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that further proceedings under the roll call be dispensed with and the Sergeant at Arms be instructed to bring in the absent members.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Now, where were we? We were on appealing the decision of the president. And I believe a roll call was requested and a roll call granted. Any other discussion about that before we go to a roll call? Seeing none, the secretary will take the roll on the decision of the president. A green vote supports the ruling of the president. A red vote goes against the ruling of the president. Members, as a gentle reminder, you should stay in the chambers as much as possible.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Not under a roll call.
We have a House member talking to a senator during a roll call vote, Mr. President.
Members, we should not have any House members talking to senators during roll call. So we're asking the House member to skedaddle. No, let me just say. Okay. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
And Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Mr. President.
Senator Kunis.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye. Senator Jasinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 nays, the decision of the president is upheld. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A52 amendment to the amendment and request a roll call on the A52 and the underlying amendment.
Senator Kroon offers the A52 amendment to the amendment. A roll call has been requested and a roll call granted, as well as roll call requested on the underlying amendment as well. But we're on the A52. The secretary will report the A52 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon moves to amend the A9 amendment to Senate File Number 3699 as follows. Delete everything after the enacting clause and insert. This is the A52 amendment to the amendment.
Senator Kroon, to your A52 amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is largely identical to the previous one. Ask members for their support and vote yes.
Any other discussion on the Kroon amendment? Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wonder if Senator Kroon would yield for a question.
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am still waiting for a copy of the amendment, but if it's largely the same as the previous one, I won't be able to point to page and line, but I'll just ask on the language, and I hope the senator from wherever Senator Kroon is from can answer this question. Mr. President, my question is, looking at this amendment, under the civil cause of actions for violations of the state and federal constitutions. There's a line in here that says, if a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident basically has their rights violated, they can sue. My question for Senator Kroon is this only meant to apply to U.S. citizens and green card holders, lawful permanent residents, or are we specifically excluding tourists, students, asylum seekers, refugees, and so on and so forth?
Senator Kroon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Appreciate the question from Senator McEwen. I do live in Blaine, represent the great people of Blaine, Ham Lake, Lexington, and Columbus, just for the record. Yeah, the intention of this is to exclude illegal immigrants and to make the cause of action available to citizens and people who are here legally.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was a very interesting answer from the senator from Blaine. Love the good people of Blaine. I'm going to ask if Senator Kroon, the good senator from Blaine, would yield.
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the good senator from Blaine's remarks, he said the goal was to exclude quote-unquote illegal immigrants. Is his assertion that asylum seekers, refugees, tourists, and student visa holders are quote-unquote illegal immigrants?
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. We would be relying on federal law for that. I do not believe tourists that are here lawfully would be considered illegal immigrants, no.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm hoping that refugees, asylees, people with temporary protected status, and other types of visa holders would not be considered undocumented immigrants. But in this amendment, they would be treated as though they have no constitutional rights while they are present in the state of Minnesota. Again, I will read, Mr. President, now that I have the amendment in front of me. A civil cause of action for violations of the state and federal constitutions, according to this amendment, would only apply to U.S. citizens or green card holders, which would exclude literally everybody else lawfully present in the state of Minnesota from being able to seek remedy for having their constitutional rights violated. That is deeply troubling. Mr. President, I'm wondering if Senator Kroon would yield for another question.
Senator Kroon, will you yield for another question? He will yield for another question. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question to the senator from Blaine, I see here on 4.3 where we're making it a crime for a person to be within 25 feet of a police officer if they are engaging in, quote, a lawful arrest. Mr. President, my question would be, so if somebody was 20 feet away from watching a 5-year-old be abducted by ICE who was lawfully present in the country, would they be guilty of a crime, or is that okay?
Senator Kroon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could Senator McEwen repeat the line, please?
Senator McEwen, will you repeat the line?
Yes, Mr. President, it's line 4.3.
Line 4.3.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. This does not define what a lawful arrest is. That would be defined under other provisions of the code.
Senator McEwen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. That's interesting because what we saw here in the state of Minnesota was wildly illegal detentions and kidnappings of Minnesota residents. I think we all could see the illegal behavior and unlawful behavior and unconstitutional behavior of the federal agents in this state. However, the way that this amendment is drafted, Minnesotans would have to be able to identify with their own eyes, first, the distance of 25 feet, and second, be able to determine for themselves, is this arrest lawful? Did this federal agent, like they did thousands of times, 1,100 times as determined by a court, racially profile this person to detain them, which is illegal? Or is it a lawful arrest? That's kind of nuts for this amendment. I wonder if Senator Kroon would yield for another question.
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the senator from Blaine, I'm wondering if a Hmong elder U.S. citizen was in his home in his underwear watching TV, and he was dragged out of his home by federal agents, and you were their neighbor, and you were recording that wildly illegal, immoral, and unconstitutional behavior, would you be guilty of a crime for recording that?
Senator Kroon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, whether or not the arrest is lawful is going to be determined in other parts of the code, other parts of statute. The intent of what this is that we do not need to escalate volatile situations by having people in law enforcement officers' immediate vicinity screaming obscenities, blowing whistles in their face. That kind of behavior makes the situation worse. It puts everybody in that situation makes them less safe, not more safe. And so if somebody's constitutional rights are being violated, absolutely that is abhorrent, and there's another part in my amendment here that would address that situation. But what we don't need is for people to be, 6 inches away from law enforcement agents' face, screaming at them, which does not benefit anybody, Mr. President, and that is the reason for that portion of the amendment.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, we have all seen that a mom in a minivan with 3 children and stuffed animals in her glove compartment got shot in the face for saying, "I'm not mad at you." So I don't know what the senator from Blaine has been experiencing, but the people of Minnesota have been targeted, ripped out of their homes, their cars, their workplaces, needlessly, racistly, all for the purposes of satisfying one man's racist urge to deport 100 million people from this country. I wonder if Senator Kroon would yield for another question.
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He says he will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the senator from Blaine, does he agree with President Trump's comment that Somali people are garbage?
Senator Kroon, and remember we're on the amendment to the amendment. Senator Kroon.
Mr. President, that question has absolutely nothing to do with my amendment. I would appreciate if we would move away from political theatrics in this chamber, focus on the policy. That's what Minnesotans expect us to do. They're sick and tired of this kind of divisiveness, this kind of rhetoric coming from this chamber. I am putting forth an honest policy proposal. You don't have to agree with it. You're more than entitled to vote no against it. But I'm more than happy to answer questions that have to do with this amendment and get to policy, get what people of Minnesota expect us to do.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that is ironic coming from the party that just held us hostage on the floor for 30 minutes or an hour because they didn't get their way. But I'll ask Senator Kroon if he'll yield another question specifically about this amendment.
Will you yield? And members, remember we're on the amendment to the amendment. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm again looking at, it starts in section 4, line 2.21 and 2.28. The senator from Blaine, is he intending to limit constitutional protections to just U.S. citizens and lawful permanent residents? And I will remind the body that the Constitution applies to everyone who is present here, regardless of their status. And my question to the senator from Blaine, is he intending to limit constitutional protections, restrict them from what we have now?
Senator Kroon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. I believe that part of the amendment has to do with the sanctuary city, county, and now township policies that would be prohibited under here. It does not strip away anybody's constitutional rights.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, looking at this amendment to the amendment, it's actually what civil remedies Minnesotans would have for having their constitutional rights violated. This is not limited to a city. I would ask the senator from Blaine if he will yield. Does he intend for this amendment to the amendment to restrict the constitutional rights of some people in this state?
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kroon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment does not strip anybody of their constitutional rights.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will read it for everyone so they can hear it. Any person who has their rights restricted by the government who is a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident may bring injury and have redress. That is in 2.21 and 2.28. Any person who is subjected to anything violating their constitutional rights who is a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident may seek redress. That leaves out temporary protected status. That leaves out DACA recipients. That leaves out refugees. That leaves out asylees. And Mr. President, the reason that I asked the senator from Blaine if he agreed with the Republican Party standard bearer, President Trump's assertion that Somali people are garbage, is because that is what preceded sending the armed federal surge into this state to terrorize our communities. And further, if the senator from Blaine would yield, I'd have another question.
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the senator from Blaine, I see here we are requiring local communities to become immigration agents. To the senator from Blaine, does he agree with the Department of Homeland Security's public statement that they want to deport 100 million people from this country?
Senator Kroon, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator McEwen. Again, that has nothing to do with my amendment. Those are federal decisions that will be made pursuant to federal policies, federal law, by federal elected officials and the cabinet. It has nothing to do with the state of Minnesota, the state legislature, what our job is here today, what our job that Minnesotans expect us to do, and it certainly has nothing to do with my amendment. To your previous question, Senator McEwen, the fact that this 1983 cause of action includes only citizens and people who are here legally, right now this provision doesn't exist at all. So it's adding that civil right of action. It is not taking away anybody's constitutional rights in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I will, to the first part that the senator from Blaine answered, the reason I asked that question, I think it's important to know, is because in this amendment to the amendment, we are creating a local law enforcement arm of ICE. And I am not comfortable with that after watching the horrendous way that they behaved in our state. But my question is, when the Department of Homeland Security and Republicans in Congress get their wish to start deporting 100 million people, and Mr. President, I'm not inferring that, they tweeted it out themselves that they want to deport 100 million people. My question to the senator from Blaine, if he will yield, is does he intend for Minnesota local law enforcement to be part of a force that deports 100 million people from this country?
Senator Kroon, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this does is it makes federal immigration law more safe for everybody. It does not create whatever the stuff is that Senator McEwen just said. What it does is it allows local officials to hold people who are here illegally that have been arrested for other crimes to ensure that immigration law is enforced and that they are not let out back onto the streets so that there is dangerous street-level enforcement that takes place after the fact. This is a balance. This is what people of Minnesota expect. They don't expect political theatrics. What they expect is solutions. And the people, my constituents that I talk to, want immigration law enforced, but they want it to be done the right way. They don't want the chaos that ensued. They don't want this high level of street level enforcement. What they want is for, as much as possible, for immigration law to be done in a controlled environment like a jail. And that's what this amendment does.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am so glad that the senator from Blaine is opposed to the theatrics involved in immigration enforcement, because when we saw people come into the state wearing Nazi coats and parading down the streets, shooting moms in the face, and VA nurses in our streets, ripping our elders out of their homes, that was all theatrics. And it was part of a retribution campaign explicitly stated by the Republican Party. Mr. President, I am looking at this amendment to the amendment, and I love that the senator from Blaine is trying to put a nice face on some of the worst, cruelest things we have ever seen come from this federal government. But there is no way to sugarcoat the horrendous, horrendous racist campaign that has been executed from the highest levels of our federal government, endorsed by Republicans and carried out on our streets. Minnesotans were horrified, and the bill that we have before us is what they are asking for, to protect Minnesotans, not to deputize an additional local law enforcement and take our local law enforcement away from investigating grooming and the sexual assault of children and other things that we need them to pay attention to so that they can round up 100 million people and deport them at the whims of Stephen Miller and Donald Trump. And so, members, I would encourage a no vote on this amendment to the amendment for so many reasons, but especially because it is the height of hubris and the height of incredulity to have somebody whose own standard bearer for their party engage in this racist campaign across the country, Mr. President, while they overturn the Voting Rights Act and while they fire black Minnesotans and black Americans from jobs, while they do all of those things, Mr. President,
Mr. President,
and then
point of order.
Members, Senator Pratt, for what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, under Rule 36.2, I'm wondering what the question in front of the body is.
That is not a reason to interrupt someone under Section 92, but I will remind the body we're on the amendment to the amendment, so we should be debating what is before the body. Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will get back to exactly what I was saying before because it is before our body. We cannot pretend what is happening outside of these walls isn't actually happening. We know exactly where this amendment comes from and why it is coming. It is an attempt to couch some of the worst behavior in palatable language to pretend like what we saw in Minnesota was some sort of anomaly instead of...
Mr. President, these are disorderly words.
Let's see. For what purpose are you rising and cite the rule?
I will cite the rule. It is disorderly words. And if you'll let me look it up, we discussed this several days ago. I will be glad to look it up for you. Disorderly words. And we will be glad to have we can replay them online. We can see those disorderly words. And quite frankly, this is not the first time this senator has done this in the last few days. I quote Section 123 of Masons.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get to 123 of Masons.
Okay.
All right, 123. Proceed. Which section? I mean, Section 123, which paragraph?
Mr. President, I want to make sure we have the most updated manual here. Section 1, no, it is not Section 123 in the new manual. Just a minute, let's find it here. I will need to get the updated, if somebody can tell me what the updated version is, it's Section 123.
Senator?
Yes?
Once you're prepared, then we'll go from there. Senator
Well,
McEwen.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I was finishing up, I understand that it is hard to see what is going on and know that it is being ascribed to you. But Mr. President, where this amendment comes from is a continuation of what we have already seen, and I urge a no vote.
Members, as a point, I know where Senator Nelson's trying to go. She's trying to go to Section 121.
Correct.
Use of disorderly words in debate. No member may divulge in personalities, impugn motives of members, or use indecent or profane language. So, members, I want to remind you of that because that is important. Now, members, we are on the amendment to the amendment, and I believe that we were going to vote unless Senator Kroon had something else to say. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, there are a number of good reasons to vote no, policy reasons to vote no on this amendment. One is that it would mandate that local sheriffs essentially become deputized by contract with the federal government to act as essentially federal agents to enforce federal immigration law. That is a forced use of local taxpayer resources. It explicitly denies the local governing body, like the county board, from any role whatsoever in deciding whether and how the sheriff will act on behalf of the federal government to enforce federal law, expending county funds, county property tax revenues for that purpose. It would, in fact, rather than encourage collaborative work and reduce violence by forcing that enforcement, it could create more violence, and it undermines local authority. So on that grounds, this amendment should be opposed. Secondly, it creates a new crime, either at a misdemeanor level, a gross misdemeanor level, or a felony level, depending on the elements of the conduct that is being alleged to have been engaged in. That itself could very well have a potential fiscal impact. It could have a bed impact, depending on how many instances might have been created here, given the level of enforcement and frankly, the interaction between law enforcement, ICE agents, and local protesters. I've no doubt that the federal government would have made allegations of commission of felony-level obstruction of legal process, and certain local law enforcement agencies or prosecuting attorneys might also have brought similar charges. Frankly, I would say regardless of the conduct of the protesters, these could have been alleged to have committed felony-level crimes. There has been no committee hearing, a judiciary committee or otherwise, on such a proposal, and frankly, there's been no state and local government committee hearing on the federal enforcement, sheriff's enforcement provision. A third reason to oppose this is the detainer provisions, which Senator Kroon described as allowing someone to be held under a detainer. Well, that's not the way his amendment reads. Line 4.26 on the amendment mandates the staying of the release, a pretrial release order for a period of time. It says not to exceed 48 hours, but it excludes Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, which means if someone's brought in on a Friday, they might be held until Monday or Tuesday. So that's far in excess of 48 hours, and I have it on responsible constitutional authority that detainer provision itself would be unconstitutional. So members, there are some very solid reasons for opposing this amendment above and beyond those pure policy reasons that have been identified by Senator McQuaid. I encourage members to vote no.
Senator Holmstrom. Oh, okay. Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment? Unless, if he doesn't want to, do you want to say anything else, Senator Senator Kroon?
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members, for the discussion. Again, from my perspective, Minnesotans are tired of the divisiveness here in state government. They want people to work forward on solutions. This is the immigration package that I'm putting forward because it reflects the conversations that I've had with my constituents. I think it would have a realistic chance in the other body as well. This isn't just simply about messaging. This is policy that I think would benefit Minnesota, and I think that's what the people of Minnesota sent us here to do. So I would encourage all members to vote yes on this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment, which is the A52. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Putnam votes no.
Senator Putnam votes no. Senator Hur, are you voting? Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes aye.
And Senator Utke votes aye. Senator Kunis.
Mr. President, Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 33 ayes and 34 nays, the The A52 amendment to the amendment is not adopted. Members, we are now on the A9 amendment. The A9 amendment. There's been a roll call requested and a roll call granted. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. A reminder for members, the A9 amendment was removing the provision in the bill that addresses 1,000 feet around courthouses, no immigration enforcement to anybody going to and from. And when I was researching this, well, first of all, in Judiciary Committee, I brought up that this is effectively going to create a sanctuary zone to which commerce and people can just avoid immigration enforcement legally. And I'll point out that in the underlying bill, it states that a person who violates this section is liable to damages for false imprisonment, including statutory damages of $10,000 per occurrence. Not the agency, the officer is going to be liable. So I researched this in the last few days thinking to myself, goodness, what type of commerce would be affected by this? And I went to all 87 online, all 87 courthouses, and I saw that it is very common to have gas stations, grocery stores, and of course, restaurants within 1,000 feet of courthouses. 1,000 feet is a long distance, my friends, several city blocks. So what this is doing is it's effectively creating a sanctuary zone. But even more egregiously, I kept noticing the hundreds of apartment and rental dwellings within 1,000 feet of these courthouses. So what is effectively going to happen is law enforcement is not going to be allowed to come within 1,000 feet to enforce immigration. So every business, every grocery store, every gas station, and yes, every rental dwelling within that distance is unfairly benefited. They're going to get all the business from all the illegal immigrants, because of course they will. And I think the most charitable read of this is certainly this is a sanctuary zone. This is sanctuary state policies that the other side claims doesn't exist. But the less charitable one is whose brother owns rental properties by courthouses? I don't know, but I think this is crazy. I ask for a vote green.
Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I continue to believe that this would be good policy because you don't get to the courthouse just from the moment that you step off the curb of the street onto the sidewalk next to the courthouse. You got to get there somewhere. You got to walk from the courthouse parking ramp to the courthouse. It's frankly ridiculous to think that you shouldn't have some protection as you're approaching the courthouse. On the other hand, members, there apparently is some developing constitutional law that suggests that a restriction such as is in this provision is unconstitutional. And with that in mind, I'm going to accept as friendly the A9 amendment that would delete the 1,000-foot provision.
There's been a roll call requested. Do we still want the roll call? Senator Lucero?
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Latz. In all of the paper shuffling that's been going on with the amendment and the amendment to the amendment, you just spoke in favor of accepting the amendment if the provision that you have in your bill that you put in there is indeed unconstitutional and you're now in favor of having that 1,000 feet removed. If the amendment then prevails, what will the language in the underlying bill revert to?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator, you're asking me to answer a question about the effect of the amendment. You maybe should be asking the question of the author of the amendment. But the amendment is to delete one specific provision of the bill. So the language would simply be absent from the underlying bill.
Senator Lucero.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. The reason I asked Senator Latz to yield was because he is accepting the amendment as friendly. So I presumed, and perhaps incorrectly, that he was familiar with what he was accepting as friendly.
Mr. President.
And so what I'm asking,
Mr.
for
President.
clarity.
All right, hold on. First of all discussions come through the president. And we want to make sure that we are not taking shots at each other, for lack of a better word. So, for what purpose do you rise, Senator Latz?
It's going to encourage the president to advise the senator not to take shots at other senators.
I made that clear that we're not supposed to impugn each other in any way, in their personalities, and I've already read that rule. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't taking shots at anybody. I'm explaining why I asked him to yield. And I was going to the president. I don't think I violated any rules. But I believe that Senator Latz just violated a rule with standing and interrupting without citing the rule. So he himself is violating the rules. I guess what I'm seeking clarity on, and since Senator Latz was unable to answer the question, Mr. President, if Senator Kroon would yield for a question.
Senator Kroon, when you yield, he will yield. Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. If the amendment prevails, will the 1,000 feet be deleted, or will the 1,000 feet be changed to a different number, like 25 or some other number?
Senator Kroon to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lucero. The A9 amendment would delete the 1,000-foot provision so that what would be left in the bill would be the prohibition at the courthouse itself.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you for the clarity.
Members, any more discussion? We're on the A9. Senator Latz.
Just want to note that if the senator had actually read the amendment he was inquiring about, he would have known that.
Members, let's not just stand for those reasons. Members. All right. Senator Kroon, any last minute, you want to just go vote? All right. Senator Westrom now is standing. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, so we're clear on Senator Lucero's discussion. The Democrat bill will still have sanctuary courthouses across the entire state. It just won't encompass a quarter mile or approximately thereof around the courthouses on top of sanctuary courthouses. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A9 amendment. A roll call was requested and a roll call granted. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Putnam votes yes.
Senator Putnam votes yes.
Senator Klein votes yes.
Senator Klein votes yes.
And Senator Rest votes no.
And Senator Rest votes no. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Howell votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There have been 40 ayes and 27 nays. The A9 amendment is adopted. Any other amendments before we go to third reading? Seeing no further discussion, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 3699, a bill for an act relating to immigration enforcement, restricting law enforcement access to sensitive locations.
Third reading. Any other discussion on the bill? Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, would Senator Latz yield for a question?
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator from Hennepin. So in the language, as we just discussed with the amendment that just went on, there will still be sanctuary policy for any illegal immigrant that would get into the courthouse that they couldn't be arrested. Is that correct?
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Westrom, no, that's not correct.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator from Hennepin would yield to another question.
Senator Latz, will you yield to another question? He will yield to another question. Senator Westrom.
So, Mr. President, Senator Latz, if I heard you right, you said no, not going there. What is the no to? My question about sanctuary policy at the courthouse, or no to not going there? If you could clarify what not going there means, I wasn't able to understand your answer in the two parts.
Senator Latz, to the question.
Mr. President and members, the question, as I understood it, was whether it would prohibit the arrest of any undocumented person that entered the courthouse, and the answer to that question is no, it does not prohibit the arrest for any undocumented person that enters the courthouse.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Latz, one more question if you'll yield.
Senator Latz, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Westrom.
So, Senator Latz, why don't you explain to the body so we all clearly understand your bill of who will have sanctuary or who would be prohibited from being arrested at the courthouse, as you indicated in a prior answer as we talked about it, and the amendment only applied to outside the courthouse. Who would be not arrested, or who would have that protection?
Senator Latz, to the question.
So members, I will read the portions of the applicable bill, but for your reference, you all have available on your computers and by hard copy, if you wish, a copy of Senate File 3699, first engrossment, which contains this language and has been before this body now for several hours. Members, on Article 1, definition section, Section 1, Subdivision 2, defining civil arrest, relates to taking a person into custody for an alleged civil immigration violation or conducting a brief stop to serve an individual with a Form I-862, notice to appear, or other similar document that initiates a removal proceeding. Civil arrest does not include an arrest for an alleged criminal violation of any federal, state, or local law, for a violation of a condition of probation, parole, pretrial release, conditional release, or supervised release, for which arrest is otherwise authorized by law, or supported by a judicial warrant or judicial order authorizing arrest. There's also important to consider the definition of court companion and court proceeding, which also factors into who would be subject to the operative language. Later, I'm happy to go through all of those definitions in detail if Senator Westrom would like me to do so. I would then refer members to Section 2 of the bill, which starts at line 2.28, which provides privilege from arrest. In Subdivision 1, a person attending a court proceeding in which the person is a party, witness, potential witness, or court companion is privileged from civil arrest while going to, remaining at, or returning from the court proceeding. It then proceeds to define the premises at which that protection from civil arrest applies. This includes at the location of the court proceedings, within the courthouse building, on the premises of the courthouse, including parking facilities serving the courthouse, on any sidewalk, let's see here, any sidewalk, parkway, or street surrounding the courthouse and its premises. The last parenthetical there, paragraph 5, relating to 1,000 feet from the courthouse was deleted with the A9 amendment.
Senator Westrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator from Hennepin, and the author of the bill. That I felt, Senator from Hennepin, your first answer to my question and to this body was misleading, because you said no. Members, you just heard it read right in the bill. There are numerous illegal immigrants or other violations that will not be able to be apprehended, arrested, or enforced in the court, in the courthouse, in the sidewalks leading up to that building. And they might be criminals here illegally. They might have even injured, damaged, or worse, maimed or killed somebody in America or in Minnesota. So there are protections that the chief author first said no, but it is. This is sanctuary policy for courthouses across the entire state of Minnesota for most illegal immigrants, and certainly many of them that might have been convicted or criminals in their other countries before they came here, or worse yet, committed crimes on Minnesotans. And we should not be setting the courthouse off as a limitation if they have come here to hurt our families, our friends, or people in our community. And so I hope we're clear on that. We removed the 1,000 feet around the courthouse for sanctuary policies, but now this will still adopt sanctuary protection for all illegal immigrations in all of our courthouses across all 87 counties in our state. This is a bad policy, not the direction we should go. We should make sure we stand up for our constituents, Minnesotans that want to be free from crime and other dangerous people walking the streets, and not give them sanctuary protection in our courthouses or all the sidewalks around the courthouse walking up to that building.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Murphy, I'm sorry. Senator Latz is standing for a reason. Senator Latz.
Mr. President, I only want to say Senator Westrom accused me of giving him a misleading response to his question. With all due respect, Mr. President, Senator Westrom chose, a trained lawyer, chose the words of his question as he did. I answered the question that he asked accurately. He then went on to elucidate other circumstances. If he had asked a different question, I would have given him a different answer. The privilege from arrest only applies to civil immigration-related matters. It does not protect someone from arrest if they are alleged to have committed a crime somewhere in Minnesota. It does not protect them from arrest if they are alleged to have violated probation, for which an arrest was otherwise authorized. It does not protect them from arrest if they are subject to a warrant or judicial order for arrest. As to civil immigration matters, while they are acting in the capacity specified and at the courthouse for the purpose of the limited categories of presence in the courthouse, then they are protected from arrest. So words matter. The words in a question matter. The clarity in the bill matters. I would encourage members to ask their questions carefully. If they are intending to get a certain kind of answer, maybe they should ask the question differently or just make their statement.
Members, just so we're clear, we have a number of people who've asked to speak on third reading. The author of the bill would be the last to speak. So I will not recognize Senator Latz again until we're at the end, where he can make sure he jots down all the things that he wants to say. Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. The debate on the floor today has, I think, agitated me and brought to the fore the feelings and thoughts that I had while we were experiencing Metro Surge, the cruelty of it, the lawlessness of it, the danger of it, and the cause of it. I am grateful that we have taken up this legislation today. I think it is important for Minnesotans. It feels really important to me. I am one of the authors of one of the provisions, the one dealing with rendering aid. On January 27th, we know that Renee Macklin Good was shot and killed by federal agents. Broad daylight in her van. On January 24th, Mr. Alex Preddy was shot and killed by federal agents while he was trying to assist another Minnesotan. Neither Ms. Good nor Mr. Preddy were the subject of ICE actions, both American citizens. It is a stain in America and a horrendous thing that has happened in our state. After Renee Good was shot, ICE agents refused to provide CPR or render aid to save her life. They denied the pleas of a physician who begged to give Renee CPR. It's all on video. After 6 minutes and 21 seconds, a firefighter reached Ms. Good and reported that she wasn't breathing but had a faint pulse. And firefighters moved her to render aid, to provide CPR. An ambulance finally made it with trained staff. They met, they continued CPR, but by then she no longer had a pulse. She died. Mr. Preddy was shot on the 24th, and again, a doctor witnessed what happened and begged to access Alex Preddy. You'll remember this, right in front of Glam Doll Donuts on Nicollet Avenue, broad daylight. Because the agents who shot Alex Preddy weren't trying to save him. The doctor begged and was denied. They hadn't checked a pulse, and according to witnesses, the agents had turned his body to count the bullet wounds that they had inflicted. In either case, perhaps those lives, those Minnesotan lives, could have been saved. But the federal agents didn't even try. I don't want to live in a place where authorities think their responsibilities include shooting people, but don't include helping the wounded or the dying, even and especially if they were the ones who caused it. In Minnesota, we help each other, we shovel sidewalks for each other, we fill sandbags when rivers flood, and we render aid if we shoot someone or witness a shooting. That's our law in Minnesota. But these federal agents abandoned the law, and they let those Minnesotans die. The federal agents failed to test. They failed the purported training that they received, as stated by Tricia McLaughlin, the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And we know the FBI has been blocking meaningful investigation in pursuit of justice for the killings for Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy. And it's why this legislation carries the right of civil action, so the families of Ms. Good and Mr. Preddy have recourse and have a path to justice, because what happened in the streets of Minneapolis was wrong, and we will continue to fight to make that right. Please vote yes on this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Clark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Operation Metro Surge laid bare President Trump's intention for Minnesota, a day of reckoning and retribution that stretched into months. And disaster ensued. 3,000 masked unmarked agents descended. Neighbors went missing. People were tackled while waiting for the bus. People were arrested while simply trying to go to class on college campuses. But neighbors stood up and stood with their neighbors and said, "Not on my watch." As a result, Elliot was assaulted while walking down a sidewalk. Ricky was pepper sprayed while recording from a sidewalk. And Alex Preddy, Renee Good, Chong-Lee Scott Tao, and Liam Conejo Ramos became household names, and their pictures were known around the world. Today, we say that we have rights. Today, we say and remind agents that they need to follow the law, follow federal law, federal state law, and make sure that when they are conducting their actions, they do so in light of, well, the humanity of all of us. And so, Mr. President, I encourage all of us to stand up for the promise that is Minnesota, to stand up for our rights, and to be clear and vote yes. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and members, I am sad that we have to do this bill today, but I'm glad that we are. I'm glad we're having the conversation, that we're moving forward legislation that addresses the harm that was done, the trauma that was inflicted on our state. I will never forget the first time that I watched a Minnesotan, a woman putting groceries into her car in the parking lot of a grocery store, get pulled into an unmarked van by men wearing masks and no uniforms. It was one of the most terrifying things I've ever witnessed. They drove away. I didn't know her name. I didn't know how to help. I remember the first call that I got as a legislator to say that something had happened in my community, that 9 masked men in army fatigues with long guns and a battering ram broke down the door of a home in Burnsville and took the parents, leaving children alone in the home. I will never forget sitting with those family members, meeting those kids who were just left there. I am glad that we are addressing some of these things so that hopefully something like this can never happen again. But I'm also glad that we're having this conversation today because it is still happening right now. And the harm that was done is not over. Mr. President, Andrea Pedro Francisco is my constituent. She's a 23-year-old. She plays the bass guitar for her church choir. She is a dedicated member of her faith community, a young woman starting her life out. On February 11th, she was due for surgery to remove an ovarian cyst so large and painful that her doctor prescribed opioids until they could get her in for surgery. 6 days before that surgery, she was detained by federal law enforcement, by masked agents with no markings on their uniforms. She has been denied adequate medical care since her arrest, despite several visits to the emergency room where agents have been told she needs immediate surgery. She is facing the loss of her ovary, potential infertility for the rest of her life, because she is being held since the beginning of February and denied access to medical care. The paperwork issue that she is supposedly in violation of, if she was charged and found guilty with it, has a maximum of 2 weeks in jail. Yet, Mr. President, she has been held for months and has no access to care. Members, this is a complicated question for some people. But there is a very human cost to what is happening and what has happened in our state. And I am grateful that we are bringing this forward, that we are addressing it, that we are trying to say that we should be able to trust law enforcement. We should be able to know who they are, what authority they have, where they are taking us, and that we will receive proper care once we are there. These are human beings, Mr. President. Members, I know that this is a hard day, but I am grateful for the work of many, many, many people that has gone into this over months and months and months. And Mr. President, today, I will be still sad that we have to address this, but I will be very proud to vote green.
Senator Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I am proud to support this bill today and proud of the excellent work of my colleagues to put together this package that addresses so many of the harms committed against Minnesotans by Donald Trump's government. We all know some of the worst offenses. What happened to Renee Goode, Alex Preddy, Julio, Liam Ramos, Andrea Pedro Francisco, Nasra Ahmed, Scott Tao. Let me tell you one story, one that no one's heard before. A few months ago, a Somali woman reached out to me who lives in the suburbs. She's here on temporary protected status, which Donald Trump attempted to revoke. This is when Trump said Somali people are garbage, an insult that so far only one Republican in this chamber, Senator Abler, is strong enough to condemn. This woman has lived in Minnesota for 18 years. She is recently a widow, has a young child, is undergoing chemo treatment to treat cancer. This mother called me in distress, asking me for advice and for help. Should she go to the hospital for treatment? What if ICE agents are waiting there? And if they catch her, what would happen to her child? This situation seems impossible. If she's abducted by ICE, that would leave her child alone. If this mom doesn't get treatment, she might die and her child might become an orphan. No one should have to make that choice. No one should have to make that choice. I'm grateful to say that this mother is still alive, still in Minnesota, still with her child. She's one of thousands of Minnesotans who had to make these decisions every single day. I take my kids to school. Should I take my kids to school?
Mr. President.
For what purpose do you rise?
I rise under Mason Section 121.
State your purpose under 121.
Thank you, Mr. President. Section 121 says no member may indulge in personalities, impugn motives of members, and it goes on. During Senator Mohammed's words here, she just impugned many Republican members by saying we lacked strength, that there was only one member in this body that had enough strength. That is outside of decorum, and it certainly is in violation, and I ask for you to rule that my point of order is well taken.
Members, this is a good time for me to say something to both parties. I've heard on the Republican side, you all going after Democrats and saying what Democrats are doing and not doing and what it means. Then I've heard on the Democratic side, them saying what the Republicans are not doing. What I'm going to ask you guys to do is to remove two words, Republican and Democrat. If we're on the floor, we should be debating the issue, and if you want to say something about the other party, you can say the member across the aisle or something. But we need to not keep throwing these jabs at each other in ways that's unimaginable. That is what's making our floor much more political than it is under any other time. So I'm going to ask the members, all members, no one in particular, to restrain yourself, and I would hope that you would stop saying Democrat or Republican. Deal with the issue at hand, but you can say the members from the other across the aisle. We have other kinder and gentler ways by which to oppose each other. So with that being said, that is the reminder to everyone. And last but certainly not least, you're only supposed to interrupt a member under limited circumstances under Section 92, so I will refer you all back to Section 92 as well. Senator Mohammed.
I'm grateful to say that this woman is still alive, still in Minnesota, still with her child. She's one of thousands of people who had to make these decisions every single day. Should I take my kid to school? Should I go to work? Should I go to an immigration hearing? Should I go get groceries? What's more dangerous, having cancer or being a refugee? Minnesotans stood up for each other, Mr. President, as neighbors of minivans filled with food donations, of carpools, whistles blowing, cell phones out recording, of Minnesotans putting their lives on hold and on the line to support each other. That's why people love it here. I'm proud to be an American and proud to be a Minnesotan and proud to vote yes on this bill.
Senator Mann.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's clear to me from today's discussion that we have been talking about two very different things. I think one side of the aisle is talking about the ICE infiltration that occurred in this state, and the other side is talking about the same event but calling it law enforcement. And they are not the same thing. The entire argument today against this bill is that ICE came here to uphold the law, and we should comply. ICE did not come here to do lawful immigration enforcement. If that were the case, ICE would not have been inside our courthouses abducting people while they were attending their lawful court hearings. If ICE was here to do actual law enforcement, they would not be dragging pregnant women across the ground. They would not have been abducting small children. They would not have been knocking down people's doors without warrants. They wouldn't have been sending legal residents with green cards and lawful visas to detention camps in Texas. And they certainly would not have been executing American citizens point blank on our streets. Masked men without identification, carrying assault weapons, hunting down black and brown people without warrant or probable cause is not law enforcement. Then we had an amendment that you can't yell at ICE or blow your whistles too close to them, and you can't be near them. But it is those people who blew their whistles, who recorded ICE. It's because of those people that we have evidence that ICE was murdering people on the streets instead of the propaganda that we got from DHS. But that's the behavior that you're concerned about stopping today, and not the actual murdering of people. I don't know how many times it was said today that this isn't going to become law because we don't have the votes, meaning the votes from the other side of the aisle. So asking masked men to provide a warrant when entering our hospital rooms, asking them to provide a warrant when they're banging down the doors of our daycares and traumatizing our children, we don't have enough members willing to support that. And this is after we just had a day-long argument about guns. It doesn't matter that it's the #1 killer of children. It doesn't matter that people in Minnesota, children in Minnesota, are dying from guns. The #1 argument was, it is my God-given constitutional right to carry a gun. And I find it very ironic that it's the very same people who are now saying that our constitutional rights should not be upheld in this case. But obviously it is because we are only trampling on the constitutional rights of black and brown people. So I wish you would say that with your chest. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah. Hey, I think this is an emotional issue, okay? And people have strong opinions and for good reasons. So I don't mean to disparage that in any way. I will say that I have to respectfully disagree with much of the comments by the people who support this bill. Not all, but most of what you said I have disagreement with, okay? The thing to understand is that, why did we have the chaos, all right, here in the state of Minnesota? If we look at other states where there were Democratic mayors with high crime rates who cooperated with the feds and with ICE, we didn't see that chaos. I'll give you just two, Washington, D.C. and Memphis. So when the governor and the mayors and the law enforcement cooperated with ICE, you didn't get this. In fact, I talked to a sheriff of one of my counties, and when I asked him about this, he said, well, you need to change the law so that we can work with ICE, because right now, we're under current law, we're being told not to detain criminals so they can be picked up, okay? So when you wonder about the chaos and the negative effects, which I find regretful also, you can look no further than the lack of cooperation that the governor, the AG, and did with our law enforcement. So again, since ICE has been working across this nation, including Minnesota, we have seen the murder rate of minorities, and especially blacks, drop to the lowest level since 1900. Members, I'll repeat that one more time. Since ICE has been conducting these immigration raids and arresting criminals, we have seen the lowest murder rate drop among minorities and blacks since the year 1900. So you know who the #1 president is for Black Lives Matter? President Trump, okay, and his administration. We should have cooperated with ICE. Again, members, why do we have all these illegals here causing this? It's the Biden administration that left the borders open, that flooded our country with millions of illegals, and that's why we have this mess. So you don't need to look any further than the federal government not closing the border until the Trump administration. I did not use the word Democrat or Republican, okay? Just as a reminder. I'm trying to be reasonable about this, okay? In addition to leaving the border open, we saw a flood of fentanyl come into this country, killing Minnesota citizens and children. Okay? In fact, it's close to 100,000 a year under the Biden administration for 3 years. Do we care about those people? I think we should, especially those young people who are being fed this stuff because the borders are open. Again, President Trump has shut that down. Thank goodness. Number two, who have they been arresting? You know, if you do your research, in 2026, they arrested about 4,000 illegals here in the state of Minnesota. Do you know what many of them were? They were convicted criminals of violent crimes, sex offender, drug trafficking, gang members. They were pedophiles. This is convictions members, murderers, pedophiles, and a host of others. That's what the open border philosophy of the Biden administration has done to Minnesota citizens. So members, is there blame to go around? Yes, but I think you got to look at the four fingers pointing back at you when you just blame one side. The open borders and the flow of fentanyl and crime into our country and this state is a huge part of the problem. I support legal immigration. I think we all do, just like our great-great-grandparents came here. An orderly, vetted legal immigration. And by the way, so far in this country, in the state of Minnesota, according to your research, 2.5 million illegals have left this country. 1.9 million voluntarily taking advantage of the Trump administration program of getting $2,600 and a free flight back to their country. They can come back to the U.S. They can get in line, be vetted, and get back here. If they're not criminals, if they don't do harm to our citizens. That's the way it should work. Another 605,000 have been deported by the Trump administration. A percentage of those here in the state of Minnesota. So, you know, as far as the protests are concerned, they have every right under the Constitution to peacefully protest. But they didn't peacefully protest. They antagonized. I'll give you one example. The church, a group of protesters, pro-illegal immigrant, rushed into a church and accused constituents and frightened them and their children and chased them out of the church. That's not constitutional. They have every right to stand out on the sidewalk and protest peacefully. They do not have a right to go infringe on other people's constitutional rights. And yet that's what partly led to the chaos. The next thing I'd just like to say, this was not just a grassroots protest, members. If you do your research, you're going to find the protest here in Minnesota was funded. There's a list of at least 6 organizations, one of them the George Soros organization, that gave up to $3.3 million here in the state of Minnesota to fund these protests. This is not organic protest. This is funded by the left and by billionaires who want to see a globalist change in this country. Second thing, members.
Senator Gruenhagen, remember we're on final passage of Senate
right.
File number 3699, and it sounds like you're going off a little bit. I need you to come on in,
Mr. President,
and bring us to a close.
Yeah.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Mr. President, I haven't attacked anybody personally.
I didn't say that you've attacked anyone.
Motives.
Make sure that
you let a lot of comments come from the other side without.
Senator Gruenhagen, I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay. Okay, I'm just about done anyway. Okay.
I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm just saying to you, I haven't said you attacked anyone.
No.
Don't put words in my mouth.
No, I didn't.
I'm
said
saying that
I haven't.
we are debating the Senate file.
Yeah.
It just sounds like you're going off a little more. If we could just focus in, I would sincerely appreciate it because we have a long list of others who would like to speak as well. But what you have to say is important as well, but I need it to be focused.
Okay.
Senator Gruenhagen.
Thanks for making that comment, Mr. President. What I have to say is important, okay? Appreciate it. Anyway, I just want all of us to think this through. We do not want to see ever again, none of my associates, none of my citizens back in my district want to see what happened with the chaos. But we have to get to the root cause of the chaos. And that has, a lot of that blame has to go to Governor Walz, Attorney General Ellison, and the billionaires that funded this. And the unconstitutional violent behavior of the protesters. Again, they have every right to protest peacefully, but they crossed the line when you do personal injury to ICE members. Again, when we see ICE nationally, we see Democrats cooperate with them who are elected. We see crime, drug use, and a host of other things drop dramatically. I'll say it one more time.
Senator Gruenhagen, you probably shouldn't say that one more time because you said Democrats, and I just mentioned that I'd like for you not to do that.
Yeah.
Because let me just say this last thing: we are colleagues.
Yeah, I know we are.
Whether we disagree with each other, that's one thing. But I do not want to keep politicizing what's going on the floor here. Our custom has been for us not to do that. But I think that we've run a little amok, and so I'm going to do everything I can on my part to make sure that we stop doing that.
Okay.
Senator Gruenhagen.
I regret saying that, okay? Thanks for the reminder, Mr. President. Okay, the last thing I'll say, and it is the last thing, there is the federal supremacy clause, and that usurps state laws, okay, in every area. And yet, we in this state, elected leaders in this state, rejected that and brought on the chaos. So make sure you point the fingers where it actually belongs, the majority of it, rather than demonizing ICE agents who are simply trying to enforce federal law. Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote red on this bill.
Senator Swazinski.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I think this was an appropriate way to spend Statehood Day. I think this was an appropriate way for us to celebrate Statehood Day as a lively discussion between the central government and the state government. So I appreciate that, members. I taught American government for 33 years. And during those 33 years, I had 12,000 students and loved every minute of it, for those of you that know me well. And I don't remember ever asking my students if they were here unlawfully. I never asked for their citizenship status because I just didn't even think of it. My job as a teacher was to educate all the 33 kids that were before me that particular period, that hour. And so the reason I'm supporting this bill, Senate File 3699, so enthusiastically, is line 1211, which says denial of free public education prohibited. Denial of free public education prohibited. Our Constitution in the state of Minnesota begins with the words, "We the people of the state of Minnesota." We the people of the state of Minnesota. Our kids are supposed to fear pop quizzes. Our kids are supposed to fear being called on with a question they don't know the answer to. Our kids are supposed to be worried about being tardy to class. They shouldn't worry. They shouldn't have anxiety. They shouldn't have anger. They shouldn't be confused. They shouldn't be scared. They shouldn't be distracted. They shouldn't be traumatized by what's going on outside the classroom, because they're there to learn, and they should be having a good time doing it. I want to remind my colleagues what's on the wall that you walk under every single day. It says the noblest motive is the public good. The noblest motive is the public good. Free public education for every child that shows up at the schoolhouse gate. For every child that shows up at the schoolhouse gate. I don't know anything more noble than that. And so, members, I just want to ask you, what kind of state, what kind of country, when we hear the words e pluribus unum, e pluribus unum, and I see language that we have to put into legislation, denial of free public education prohibited. It just seems so bizarre to me that that kind of language is being discussed in America in the 21st century. And lastly, I want to thank Senator Kunish for putting this letter a long, long time ago on our desks. Democracy dies in darkness. Democracy dies in darkness. It's the demise of newspapers. And I love seeing in this article from, I do believe it's from today or yesterday's Star Tribune, and at Roosevelt High School, they haven't had a school newspaper in 10 years. They haven't had a school newspaper in 10 years. But they relaunched it, the Roosevelt Standard, to try to educate the students about what was going on in the world outside of them. Thank you, Mr. President. Vote yes.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, say the names: America Thayer, Kate Steinle, Molly Tibbetts, Aiden Clark, Rachel Morin, Elizabeth Medina, Kayla Hamilton, the Hughes family, and Laken Riley. Americans have a choice. We are going to either enforce our borders, enforce our laws, or we will be abused, ruled, and run over by lawless, illegal thugs. I will not be ruled down by a theatrical moral outrage. I will stand proudly with federal law enforcement. Let my vote signify to all law-abiding Americans, there are fighters in this legislature, in the Minnesota legislature. We did not back down to the Marxist signal chat insurgency. We did not back down to their pathetic vigilante roadblocks, and we will not back down today. Members, vote no on this bill.
Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, Renee Good was shot and killed by an ICE agent in Minneapolis after video evidence undermined the initial federal claim that the agent had been run over. Reconstructed video shows that the first shot was fired as her vehicle moved past that agent. Alex Preddy, an unarmed VA nurse and U.S. citizen, was shot and killed by Border Patrol and CBP agents in Minneapolis. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said Preddy was a lawful gun owner with no criminal record beyond some traffic violations. Mr. President, he was shot in his back while he was prone before the gun that he had, which was behind him, was even unholstered. Julio Cesar Sosa Salas was shot in the leg after ICE officers claimed he and others violently attacked them. But later, video contradicted that account, and a federal probe into the false statements under oath resulted in those officers being reprimanded for lying about the encounter. Chong Lee Scott Tao, a naturalized U.S. citizen, a relative of one of our members, was taken from his St. Paul home by masked federal agents, which is being investigated as a kidnapping, a burglary, and false imprisonment. He was taken without a warrant, dragged outside in sub-zero weather without his clothes, and later returned. Alia Raham, a disabled U.S. citizen, was forcibly dragged from her car by federal agents while on her way to a medical appointment. She has now filed a lawsuit claiming excessive force and denial of needed medical care. An ICE agent was criminally charged pointing a gun at two people on a Minneapolis highway while off duty, outside of any enforcement action. Felony assault charges have arisen from the incident. A federal judge ordered limits on ICE tactics towards protesters and legal observers, including arrests and tear gassing of peaceful demonstrators. Peaceful demonstrators exercising their constitutional right. A court found sufficient basis to immediately curb those tactics. A federal judge found ICE blocked detainees' access to lawyers during Metro surge. Reuters reported rapid out-of-state transfers and inadequate phone access effectively denied thousands of a meaningful chance to consult counsel. A federal judge ordered the release of Elvis Joel after finding ICE unlawfully detained him for 50 days. He was arrested with his 2-year-old daughter, flown to Texas despite a court order barring removal from Minnesota, detained without legal justification. More than 70 Minnesota children were detained during Operation Metro Surge. The scale of child detention became one of the clearest indicators of indiscriminate sweep tactics. 5-year-old Liam Codejo Ramos and his father were detained and sent to Texas. A judge criticized the government's tactics as traumatizing children to meet quotas. Mr. President, local chiefs of police said ICE agents racially profiled off-duty officers of color and other U.S. citizens, stopping them and demanding proof of citizenship. ICE used random street stops demanding proof of legal status or citizenship, showing that roving suspicion light stops were part of the operation's earliest phases. Roughly 3/4 of people arrested in Minnesota during the surge had no criminal record, undercutting claims made in this chamber and by the federal administration that we were targeting the worst of the worst, trying to justify those indiscriminate sweeps. Sean Becker Carmichael was deliberately drenched with pepper spray by DHS officers while covering events in Minneapolis. The U.S. Press Freedom Tracker documented as a press freedom incident. Federal judges report repeated ICE and DOJ violations of court orders during the operation. The lawsuit accuses them of illegal activities. Minnesota federal courts dealt with nearly 100, then hundreds of court order violations. There are lawsuits alleging unlawful home entries by ICE using administrative forms, just a piece of paper, instead of judicial warrants. This has resulted in Fourth Amendment challenges to forced entries into homes. We had an earlier discussion about the sanctity of the Constitution in this debate and in a debate a few days ago. Let's just talk about the Constitution and all the myriad of violations of our U.S. and our Minnesota Constitution that we were experiencing during this illegal paramilitary invasion. Freedom of speech, assembly of the press, found in the U.S. Constitution's First Amendment, in our Minnesota Constitution, Article 1, Section 3 and 4, with federal agents arresting or using force against peaceful protesters and observers. Even judges said agents could not retaliate against individuals engaged in peaceful protest activity and use of chemical agents and force against people exercising protected speech. The right to observe and record government activity, also found in the First Amendment and in our Constitution, Article 1, Section 3. Press protections, observers and journalists were among those reporting harassment, detention, and use of force, alleging retaliation against observers, documenting enforcement actions. Our freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures in the Fourth Amendment and Minnesota Constitution, Article 1, Section 10, warrantless stops and arrests, traffic stops without reasonable suspicion, home entries without judicial warrants, due process of law in our Fifth Amendment, detaining individuals without lawful basis, rapid transfers preventing legal process, arbitrary detention of citizens and non-citizens alike, equal protection, freedom from racial profiling, found in our Fifth Amendment, equal protection components, the right to counsel and access to courts in the Sixth Amendment, guaranteeing due process in our Constitution, Article 1, Section 6 and 7, protection against excessive force and deprivation of life, our right to be free from arbitrary detention, and it goes on, Mr. President. There are moments in the life of a state when a policy debate becomes something much larger. Mr. President, this is one of those moments. This was not targeted public safety work. It was not a good faith effort to uphold constitutional order. Quite the opposite. It was the deployment of fear as a governing strategy. It was a campaign of intimidation carried out by an administration that has increasingly embraced authoritarianism and by a president who he himself described this operation as an act of retribution. Retribution. Not justice, not public safety, not constitutional governance. Retribution against our cities, against our political opponents, against immigrants, against communities that refused to bend the knee to him, and Minnesota became the testing ground. And Mr. President, Minnesota passed that test, and we showed the nation, because alongside the fear, alongside the cruelty, alongside the imitation, something else came up as a response. Love showed up, communities showed up, ordinary Minnesotans showed up, and it was one of the most beautiful things I have ever seen in this state. Teachers quietly collecting money. My niece, a kindergarten teacher, working at Bancroft to collect money so families could pay rent and buy groceries while they were too afraid to leave their homes. Parents and neighbors creating literal envelopes of safety around those schools. Labor leaders organizing rides, food, legal support. Faith communities opening their doors. Neighbors sharing information in multiple languages so families knew their rights. Volunteer lawyers working around the clock trying to locate detained people who had effectively disappeared into a federal system with little transparency or accountability. And a family like mine, my own husband shopping for a family in hiding, using money collected from our friends and our family because people simply refuse to let neighbors suffer alone. So that's the real story, Mr. President. That's the story of our state. People taking care of each other and loving each other and making us so proud to be from this amazing place, Minnesota. Mr. President, the story will be told that when authoritarianism came to this country, Minnesota said, no, it stops here. Stops here in Minnesota. We choose the side of love. We choose the side of neighbors. We choose the side of showing up for each other. Thank you, Mr. President. Please vote green.
Senator Abler.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. It's been quite a discussion. I am under no illusion that my words are going to change anybody's mind here, and I'm not even trying to. This has been just a really troubling opening of the year for all kinds of reasons, and none of us here had anything to do with any of it, starting or ending or anything, and it was. It's without saying that it's been very traumatic on a lot of the individuals that we represent. A little less in my part of town, but still very traumatic on many people that I know. So what can one person do? And so what this body is attempting to do is to pass a law, which is nice, I guess. But the law that's being attempted to pass isn't likely to be law. And even, it'd be interesting to see if we could test the supremacy clause to see what we can in fact do. We've had a number of hearings I've been part of talking about this. And so I think the bill in front of us is imperfect. With all respect to my good colleague, Senator Kroon, I think his amendment was imperfect. And if we intend to really make something change, we have gotten in the habit for the last 4 years to pretend the Senate has only one group in it on these major issues, all the major issues we've been asked to work on. And I don't think that's, if you're trying to make a statement, then okay, here we are doing that. And I listened to all the speeches that I wasn't called off the floor to listen to, and I appreciate the impassioned concerns, and I agree with just what so many people have said, actually on both sides of the argument. Mr. President, like just to give an example, so we in our committee we heard about blocking. You had to have a judicial warrant to go to a school, and Senator Kunesh's bill was there. I think she was the author of it, and we had 10 votes. 10-0 on that amendment. I liked it so well, Mr. President, I got it cloned. And I got my Republican colleagues to join with me, along with one DFL colleague, on the language that left that committee. It was 17 lines that simply said you can't go to a school without a judicial warrant. The bill that came back had 4 pages and 102 lines. It's not even what we talked about in the committee. It went way, way beyond. And it's fine. I mean, whoever put that together liked it better, I guess. But that doesn't move it closer to a resolution, Mr. President. We talked about child care in a different committee. I liked that one so well, I cloned it. And I got a similar group of people from both sides of the aisle to agree to that nobody should go to a child care center without having a warrant, judicial warrant, not this administrative warrant, which I think is just a hoax. And that actually could have passed the floor today with bipartisan support. I only asked 4 people, and 3 of them signed on, so I thought that was kind of a good start. My colleague, Representative Ray Rauer, and I had a really embattled, very hard fight, if you remember, in 2022. And so we said, she came to me and said, what can we work on together about this? Trying to help some of the mobile home parks and manufactured homes, and we were chatting. And so we came up with the idea about how about if we require that the agents that come here from across the country abide by the Minnesota behaviors that the Post Board does. And so we put a bill in about that. and I got bipartisan support for that. And that would have actually been kind of cool, Mr. President, and I remain committed to try to make a difference in this world. It's, you know, as I chatted with people, nobody wants murderers and rapists on the street. I mean, we agree on that. You know, I think that the way some of this, the whole federal immigration thing has been broken for decades. And so it's not new. It's certainly no better than it was before. And some of these temporary protected statuses, I went to the press conference to see if the Somalis could be allowed to stay, and you know, they don't want to go home and run into harm, and the people from the Ukraine and others. And I even wrote a letter, Mr. President, to Secretary Noem saying, hey, you know, some of the people you brought here really aren't doing a, well, I was polite about it, but they were clearly over the top. And a good number of them, I've met a few of the agents who were just regular people. They act like Minnesota law enforcement. And they're really very nice people, and they didn't do the things that we've heard so much about. They're dedicated to their work, and they're well-trained, and they're devoted. But some of the rest, you know, I sent a letter off to Director Holman, and heard him talk, and I actually worked through some side channels with my sheriffs, and actually they took some complaints, and those individuals left the state against their will, which I thought was something. And so what do we do with a topic like this? I don't know, Mr. President. And I respect very much the good intent of Senator Latz and of Senator Kroon as we try to find a way to bridge this together. If we're really trying to pass a bill, though, Mr. President, going forward, I think that this bill, the amendment that Senator Kroon had and the bill that Senator Latz has, it goes back to a committee, and they find a way to get at least a couple people from each side to agree that maybe this is some way to go. And I think that Minnesotans like that from us. I think they'd like us to work together and get something done because they are no less traumatized. And Mr. President, I am not a gambling man, not supportive of gambling, but I would bet quite a bit of money that this bill is not going to become law. And in fact, I wish there was 2/3 of this bill that I would vote for in a minute, and I think most of the body would vote for. The care for the injured, you know, making sure that people are treated with respect, care for everybody who's here, whether they be an asylee or a refugee or a green card person, and some of those, it's just a mess within immigration. Some people who have, through no fault of their own, their paperwork was delayed, and now they don't fully qualify. I helped 2 people get out of El Paso. One was about to get sent back to Vietnam, and she might not have survived the return. And so there's a lot one person can do, Mr. President. There's a lot that we can do as a body. And, you know, I'm not on the Judiciary Committee, and Senator Latz decided what he's going to do, and this group is probably going to vote on a divided basis about this bill going forward. But when I saw Senator Kunish's bill about schools, I thought, we're going to get something done. And when I saw whoever had the bill for child care, I said, we're going to get something done. When my former opponent said, hey, what can we work on together? We're going to get something done. And Mr. President, we're about all to go out to visit Minnesota and tell them how great we were. And I hope you listen at the doors, because having been through, I think, 13 elections, what I hear over and over again, in case you work together and get something done. Mr. President, that's my commitment, even yet. And I really appreciate the moment I get to say that. So thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kunis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, the minute I put something in my mouth, you call me. You know, members, it's been about 7 months that all of this has begun. It started in December, and then it really amped up after the holidays. And I think back to the community that I represent and some of the most awful, egregious actions were happening day in, day out, 24/7 in my communities. We didn't have murders. We didn't have anybody shot in their car or shot in their back, but we had atrocities nonetheless. Every morning when there was school, I would get up. I'd get up before the sun came up. It would be dark as night. And I'd start putting on layer after layer after layer of clothes. And it probably took me a good 4 or 5 weeks before I figured exactly which layers I needed to stay warm. Because every morning I would get up and I would go patrol the schools in my district. It wasn't always the same school. It wasn't always the same district. But I got out there and I watched. I watched so that those kids got to school safely. I watched the bus stops because we knew that those ICE agents were circling bus stops. One day I was at one of the schools and I was standing helping kids walk across the street, and I noticed an ICE vehicle go by. And after a while you can pretty much identify them: a dark vehicle, dark windows, no license plate, but you could see that really eerie light from a computer on the front seat. And it went by once, and then it came back again and kind of slowed down when it got near me, and I thought, oh, maybe they're just stopping to let those kids cross. And then they came around a third time and then rolled down the passenger side, and the guy looked right at me and he said, "Oh, good morning, Mary. Nice to see you out here," in a very menacing tone. How did he know who I was? How did he know who I was? You don't think that sent shivers of terror down my spine? My name was on that list of the murderer who shot Melissa Hortman and her husband, who shot John Hoffman and his family. And to have somebody do that to me, it scared the heck out of me. But that did not stop me, because we kept getting calls from the public. We kept getting requests from the schools in our districts, from Northeast Minneapolis all the way up University Avenue, all the way up Central Avenue. And it wasn't just the big regular public schools, it was the charter schools. It was the parochial schools that started asking for help. And we stepped up and we did that. We made sure that those kids were safe. And why would we have to do that? Because we saw all kinds of things happening out there in our communities. Specifically at our school, we saw enforcement vehicles and ICE agents near schools looking into the schools with binoculars. We saw individuals wearing masks, dressed in camouflage and military clothing, carrying weapons visible to the students and the staff and the families, deploying chemical irritants. And some of you might shake your head in here like maybe that really didn't happen. But believe me, it did. Just because you weren't there doesn't mean it didn't happen. Unmarked vehicles circling buildings. Agents following and pulling over and boxing in schools and municipal buses. Agents waiting at bus stops. Detaining staff on their way to work, asking for identification and proof of citizenship. A teacher told me about how they stopped her, made her get out of her car, did not identify them, and had weapons pulled on her because she passed them too quickly. And they said that she cut them off on the road. Those agents detained minors without their parents, taking them to detention centers. And that included students who were just walking home from school through their own neighborhoods. Agents followed kids home, targeting the homes that they would go into. And of course, we have the story of Liam Ramos and his father. His father, with all the legal documentation for them to be there, followed home from his son's preschool, pulled over in his driveway with weapons pulled. and the agents making that little boy go up to the door and try to get that door open so that they could get in there. Schools across the metro and the suburbs describe significant impacts on attendance. Some schools decreased by 50%. One school shared that learning had essentially stopped. The shift to online learning was impacting our students' engagement. It had negative effects on their social emotional well-being, along with all the teachers. Schools had to cancel field trips, sporting events, outdoor recess, after-school events, and even a lot of the senior trips. One child was asked, one child openly said, "Why is this happening to us? We are citizens. I was born here." And yet their family was being targeted. And so members, when other members say to us, nobody wants to see the chaos, we don't want to see that chaos either. We don't ever want to see that chaos. But I'm not convinced it's gone. I am not convinced it's gone because it is still happening in my district. They are still pulling random cars over. I heard this story the other day about a person that was pulled over by our local police. And when asked why they were being pulled over, the officer said, "Oh, we thought we saw a kid in the back that wasn't strapped in." And when he looked in, there was no child in that vehicle. So the terror continues, and I don't believe it's going to end because we just heard that there is a quota for those agents to find 3,000 arrests every single day across this nation. It has to stop. And this bill is one way that we can start working to make this end. And I cannot tell you how proud I am of the Minnesotans that stood up, of our school superintendents, Zaina Senvik and Brenda Lewis, who finally said, enough is enough. We are not going to stop. We are not going to be quiet. We are going to protect our children, and that's what we are here today. So members, I implore you to vote green on this bill.
Senator Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to speak about Senate File 3699 because it forces us to ask, while this bill appears to be technical, it forces us to address a very basic and fundamental question. Will Minnesotans stand for the rule of law while honoring constitutional protections owed to everyone, or will we undermine both in the name of political theater? This bill will instruct our courts, schools, hospitals, and child care centers to refuse to voluntarily cooperate with federal law enforcement. It establishes zones where federal immigration officers cannot operate, even when carrying out lawful duties under federal authority. We can defend constitutional rights without turning our public institutions into enforcement-free zones. This bill goes far beyond what the Constitution requires. It does not simply reinforce civil liberties. It constructs new barriers to federal enforcement. It tells institutions to block cooperation, even when the law is clear and constitutional boundaries are being respected. This bill ties the hands of local police who rely on cooperation with ICE, Homeland Security, and U.S. Marshals to track dangerous offenders. It creates spaces where individuals with final deportation orders or serious criminal histories can evade accountability. That is not compassion. That is making our communities less safe, those very communities that we swore to protect. I also want to speak directly to the immigrants who shared their fears with me. Your concerns mattered. You followed the rules. You built your businesses, your families, and your communities here. Your constitutional protections must be respected. You should never live in fear of your government. No one here is calling for those safeguards to be weakened, and I think that's a commitment we can all share. Operation Metro Surge was not a perfect operation and mistakes were made. Director Holman said so on his first day. Instead of creating sanctuary-style mandates, we should be working together, state, federal, local, to support smart enforcement, secure our borders, and uphold constitutional protections. We should stand with law enforcement officers to keep our communities safe, not burden them with political red tape that makes it harder and our neighborhoods less secure. I urge my colleagues to reject the policies that divide Minnesotans, weaken cooperation, and jeopardize public safety. Let us stand for unity and the rule of law. That's how we keep Minnesota safe, strong, and free. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this bill is easy to vote for. It is very simple. Should there be a warrant for a law enforcement officer to enter into a daycare center with babies? Should there be a warrant for an ICE agent to go into a school and arrest a kindergartner? Should there be a warrant for an ICE agent to go into someone's doctor's office, into their hospital room, to arrest them? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. And in fact, Mr. President, that has been the policy of the United States government for like 25 years, maybe longer. But under this administration, where the law or constitution is seen as voluntary and a suggestion, that is not what is happening anymore. Mr. President, on January 7th of this year, I was opening my daughter's daycare app because they send videos. And the kids were singing, Los palitos dicen pío, pío, pío. It was very cute. And right above that was a notification that Renee Good had been shot and murdered in Minneapolis. And shortly after that, I got the video of it happening, and of the neighbor who had come outside when he had heard the shots, and her wife was screaming, why? And the neighbor was going, what did you do? What did you do? And I saw the car in real time sitting there. I saw ICE agents wave off a doctor who asked to render aid. Later that day, I got a video. I got a video of a daycare worker who was arriving at work, a lawfully resident with a work permit, going to work, and she was abducted from that daycare in front of the parents dropping off their babies. The video I got, there was a 1-year-old babbling in the back going, mama, 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 while the ICE agents tackled this woman to the ground and took her away. Later that day, I showed up at Roosevelt High School and tear-gassed students and parents at dismissal. 6 days later, Trump promised that the day of reckoning and retribution was coming to Minnesota. 6 days later, little Liam was abducted. Mr. President, this is an easy bill to vote for. All we are asking for is law and order and normalcy. We have seen time and time again that the criminals are ICE. In fact, Mr. President, 24 ICE agents have been charged with things like physical and sexual abuse, crimes against underage victims, or production of child sexual abuse material. And so all we are asking for in Minnesota is a return to law and order. I appreciated Senator Kunesh walking us through what it was like for her during the height of this surge, and I agree with her that it is not over. Mr. President, I would get up every morning as well. I would put on my layers, and I would drive 2 children to school, one to a high school, one to an elementary school, and then I drive their mom to work. A few weeks into that routine, I didn't have to drive the high schooler to school anymore because the district asked him to stay home for his safety. And then I would go and I would sit at the bus stop nearest my house because ICE agents would idle at this bus stop for middle schoolers, film them, record them, whip through their neighborhoods at 40 miles an hour, and just wait for a parent to walk up with those kids. Those parents were so scared, they asked neighbors, can you just come and watch our kids at the bus stop so nothing happens to them? And of course we said yes. Mr. President, no parent should be begging their neighbors to watch their children at the bus stop because they're too scared to leave their house. These are law-abiding U.S. residents, citizens, lawfully present immigrants that were targeted by ICE because they were black, brown, indigenous, or Asian. Indeed, a federal judge said there's evidence that ICE agents are just stopping people based on their racial or ethnic identity, which, of course, was sanctioned by the United States Supreme Court in these Kavanaugh stops. But Mr. President, I was leaving that bus stop one morning, and I got boxed in by ICE agents. One really close behind me, one really close in front of me, and they were clearly on the phone because the one in front would slow down and the other one behind would speed up, and they were trying to get me into an accident, I believe. And then they led me to my daughter's daycare. I parked in the parking lot, ran inside, my car still running, and barricaded the door. There were two other parents who were already working from the daycare, knowing what was already happening in Minnesota. And we stayed in there while ICE circled the daycare. And they would come back day after day after day. One parent asked me, I don't know what to do. I can't be white. How do we get them to stop? This is an easy bill to vote for. It just asks for a return to law and order, so that if ICE agents are entering sensitive places, like the infant room in a daycare, there is a judicial warrant to do so. This bill says that every child has the right to go to public school, even if somebody thinks they're an immigrant. And I want to be really clear, Mr. President, a no vote on this board is a vote against a free public education for all students. A vote no on that board is saying we can let masked randos into daycare centers, even if they don't have judicial warrants, just because they burst in. Mr. President, there was a daycare worker who was lured outside her work while she was working under the ruse of a car crash. She was detained for several hours until it was ascertained that she was a U.S. citizen. This happened 1 mile from my daughter's daycare. That is why this bill is so important. I never want to open my phone again, Mr. President, and see a video of my daughter singing in her classroom and get a notification that ICE agents have murdered a U.S. citizen in our streets. I never again want to put on those layers of clothes and have to drive students to school and their parents to school who are lawfully here, have committed no crimes just because they're too brown to not get pulled over by ICE. This is an easy bill to vote for. We shouldn't have to be doing this. We shouldn't have to put into law you have to render aid if you shoot someone, but here we are. I'm so grateful to Senator Latz for putting this bill together and for carrying it across the finish line, and for Senator Fateh's deep and expansive work in this area with advocates and constituents for many, many years. We shouldn't have to do this, but we are doing it. It's almost the easiest thing that has happened since Metro Surge started, because what's happened is Minnesotans have stood up. Minnesotans have provided aid. Minnesotans have opened their doors. Minnesotans have opened their wallets. Minnesotans have done the work. The very least we could do is the work in here, and it's to vote green. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And before I make my remarks, I'm just going to very briefly ask a few of my colleagues to yield. Will Senator McEwen yield?
Senator McQuaid will yield. She will yield. Senator Klein.
Senator McEwen, did you participate in protests against ICE during their time in Minnesota?
Senator McQuaid, to the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes.
If she would yield again, Mr. President, Senator McEwen, have you received a check or payment of any kind for your protest activity?
Senator McQuaid, will you yield? She will yield. To the question.
Thank you, Mr. President. No, never, not a dime.
Senator Klein.
Mr. President, I won't drag this on too much longer. Will Senator Ann Johnson Stewart yield?
Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Klein.
Senator Johnson Stewart, did you participate in ICE protests during the time of Metro Surge?
Proudly.
Senator Johnson Stewart, to the question.
Proudly, yes.
Senator Klein.
Follow up to Senator Johnson Stewart, were you paid in any way for your activities during that?
He's asking you to yield. Will you yield? She will yield. Senator Johnson Stewart, to the question.
No, I was never paid for any protesting.
Mr. President, I won't ask any
Klein.
further. Mr. President, I won't ask any further members to yield or the tens of thousands of Minnesotans who participated in ICE raids, but if I did, they would all answer to a person that they were not paid because it is an insult to their civic inspiration in that moment, and it is a lie. There were no paid protests. There were no payments from billionaires. I speak to the part of the bill that says, Mr. President, a healthcare facility must not consent to a law enforcement agent entering a healthcare facility site for purposes of civil immigration enforcement unless the law enforcement agent provides the healthcare facility employee with a valid judicial warrant. Earlier this year, I sat with close to 100 physicians who brought together heartbreaking stories. One person spoke of a young woman who had appendicitis and had stayed at home with a fever and abdominal pain for days until it was too late and she couldn't delay any longer, came in with a burst appendix. Another woman who had a baby boy at home who had jaundice and was terrified to bring him into the hospital, risking the potential that he would have seizures or even brain damage from jaundice that was untreated. An elderly man who had a chemotherapy due and delayed that treatment due to fear. They were afraid, Mr. President, because ICE agents were posted in our emergency departments and in our lobbies and in our clinics and outside of our emergency departments, posted there to snatch people who may come in, people who were immigrants or people who just looked like they might be immigrants. They delayed care. I have been a physician for 35 years, and 15 of those I worked downtown Minneapolis at Hennepin County Medical Center. I worked with law enforcement daily. In my 15 years at Hennepin, I never had a tense or difficult interaction with law enforcement because there was a clear understanding of our mutual duties. We were there to care for people. They were there to keep us and our patients safe. They understood professional boundaries around patient privacy and patient dignity. That was debased and defiled during Operation Metro Surge. Law enforcement agents, federal law enforcement agents, invaded our patient spaces and disrupted our ability to do our work. Patients terrified of this disruption refused or avoided care, and the health of Minnesotans suffered. Our profession was defiled because of the values that we hold and the work that we try to do. Happily, Minnesotans defeated this insurgency with compassion and courage and conviction and community. We have never needed legislation like what is in front of us right now. We have never needed to tell federal law enforcement agents how to behave when they're in a patient's room or in a clinic setting or when a doctor is trying to listen to a patient's heart. It is a signal of the poison of our time and the poison of our federal leadership that we are required to see a law like this and vote on it today. But I will do it. It is the right thing to do. Vote green.
Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've heard a lot of words today during this debate. We heard a lot of words in support of these thugs, of these rioters. We've heard of words of support of unlawful, illegal aliens over lawful residents, over citizens. But there's a significant portion of the population that hasn't been addressed. Not one word during the debate today. So I wanted to say a few words to those groups. First and foremost, thank you to the professional men and women in law enforcement who are working each and every day, who are risking their lives to protect ours. Thank you to the men and women in law enforcement who went out in support of our laws. Federal law enforcement officers, state law enforcement officers, local law enforcement officers who went out during this time in the midst of these thugs throwing ice chunks, deadly ice chunks at them, being surrounded by people, intimidating our law enforcement officers, blowing ear-piercing whistles in their ears, just feet from where they were enforcing the law. These groups of thugs who would track our law enforcement officers to hotels and then bang on windows, intimidating our law enforcement professionals. Our law enforcement professionals who were trying to do their jobs, knowing that if their faces were revealed, that the criminal thug network would dox them and go after their families. Thank you to our law enforcement officers who did their jobs despite being called invaders, despite the lies of assertions of kidnapping, despite the inflammatory rhetoric of the governor of the state of Minnesota, calling our law enforcement officers Gestapo. Thank you to the professional men and women in law enforcement who continue to do their jobs today, despite this reality. And it wasn't just the incident of Metro Surge in the last several months. It has been years of local officials, state officials, attacking our law enforcement officers, both in words and in the physical harm. Thank you to the law-abiding citizens of this state. Thank you to those who are trying to live your lives in the face of a majority in this body, the Democrat majority, who are passing laws that are inviting this chaos, inviting and attracting unlawful to our state, in our cities. Thank you for trying to live your lives, raise your children, despite the hostile environment that's been created, ignoring the laws, not prosecuting criminals, and creating these conditions. Thank you to the business owners who are taking the risks in this state, trying to create high-paying jobs, despite the conditions working against you. Thank you for trying to offer great products and services in this state, despite the rampant criminal network and fraud that's happening. Thank you to the religious worshipers who are trying to exercise their constitutional right when thugs will storm into houses of worship, disrupting services, falsely asserting they have a right to violate private property, to interrupt religious worship services. Thank you to those who are exercising their faith and will not be intimidated. I am with you in continuing to pray for this great state. There are millions that are praying for Minnesota. Thank you for continuing to do so.
Thank you to the taxpayers of this state who are footing the bill. The taxpayers who are paying for the terrible policies that have been thrust upon us the last couple years in this state, that are funding the health care, the housing, the food, the college tuition, the K through 12 expenses and academics for illegal immigrants over lawful residents. Resources are finite. Taxpayers are strained, and opportunities are being denied. Cost of living is increasing, and all of these things, all of these consequences are the direct result of terrible policies that have been enacted. Life in the state is continuing to get harder and more unaffordable. And yet, we have policies such as what's in this bill being put forward to create sanctuary states. In fact, during this debate, I heard one member say, in support of the bill, that the language of a particular amendment would undermine local control. You know what was being referred to? There was a convoluted attempt to define local control as Minneapolis, St. Paul, and other municipalities, other cities, from enacting policies that don't enforce the law. They want to be able to create sanctuary states, sanctuary cities, and the assertion is this amendment by Republicans would undermine the ability to have local control to ignore the law. That's where we are today in this debate. Minnesotans see what's going on. Minnesotans, lawful residents, lawful citizens, are paying the price. And that's what's not been discussed in this debate. So thank you again to all of those groups, but first and foremost to law enforcement, which continues to be the brunt of the attack with false accusations. So, Mr. President, it's very unfortunate where we have come, and it's very unfortunate that the divide seems to be so vast that we can't even agree on a common objective. And the objective should be having a government that is serving citizens and lawful residents. Having a government that creates an environment that is conducive to follow one's dreams, creating opportunities for law-abiding citizens and their children. That should be the priority. That is the purpose of government. But unfortunately, that is not the priority of the majority in this body, and that is not the policy of this bill before us. I am certainly going to vote no, and I encourage all members to vote no. Thank you. Senator Pa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of this bill. Our state and Minnesotans will never be the same after Operation Metro Surge. I know I never will be the same. ICE officers followed people in their cars, driving behind them for miles, through neighborhoods, through blocks around their homes, causing fear, not because these people had any removal order or was on a list to be targeted. It was purely to intimidate them. It was to intimidate people who didn't look American enough, immigrants, people who looked like me. ICE officers parked in front of businesses, shopping centers, watching people, profiling people, scaring customers and employees. ICE officers staked out at bus stops, taking parents and scaring children. ICE officers entered people's homes with weapons drawn, taking people in front of their children and families, then later dropping them in the middle of nowhere. No phone, no car, no way of getting back to their home when they couldn't find a reason to hold them. ICE officers tearing apart families, destabilizing families and communities. I will never forget a conversation I had with one of our community leaders, Miss Nu Lee, a woman who has given decades of her life to this community, to Minnesota. She has served this community for a very long time. Such an incredibly strong woman, but in tears, she shared with me, Operation Metro Surge brought back the memories of wartime for her. Our Hmong people's experience during the Vietnam War in Laos. Soldiers would be on the roads. They would be in villages carrying guns. They would stop anyone for any reason, question people. They could shoot anyone for any reason. They could do as they please, take you from your home, take you from your village. No one could say anything, no one could do anything, and people were constantly living in fear and terrorized. She told me there were moments during Metro Surge where she couldn't breathe. She was reliving that trauma, reliving that experience. And she said she never thought that in America she would ever see this again. Never thought. But she did. And many of our Hmong and our API elders who lived through this time shared her experience. And they shared it with me and with others in our community. When survivors of wartime atrocities like this see the same use of force, the same use of fear and reckless abuse of power, they ask, what has America become? Operation Metro Surge was not about safety. It was a political weapon aimed at immigrants, at those who looked different, at those who looked like me, at those who are most vulnerable. Designed to intimidate, designed to terrify. But members, I want to say, history will judge us in this moment. And our children and our grandchildren will also judge us. Because honestly, our children and grandchildren, they're so much better than we are. They embrace diversity, they're more compassionate, they're unburdened by the prejudice of older generations like us for far too long. They're watching us right now, and they will remember what we did or what we failed to do. And they will ask, how do we build a better future for them? How do we protect them and their friends and their families? So I ask you, what are you going to do, members? Please vote green.
Members, we're down to our last two speakers. I just want to make sure that I did not miss anyone, because I'd hate for someone to come up and say they didn't have an opportunity. The last two speakers then will be Senator Fateh and Senator Latz, and I know a lot has been said already, but we'll leave it to our last two speakers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll highlight what everyone said before me. I'm only kidding, Mr. President. And so first, I want to thank everyone for this spirited discussion. I want to thank Senator Latz for shepherding this, for putting this package together, working with all of the authors. I want to thank the authors of the various provisions, Senators Kunish, Mann, McQuaid, Clark, Mann, Murphy, and Port. And I want to thank you, Mr. President, for partnering with me on the Bivens Act, the rights to sue portion of this package. And I represent Southside Minneapolis, one of the districts that was the hardest hit by Operation Metro Surge. It's the district in which both Renee Good and Alex Preddy were murdered. It's a district in which, in speaking with folks, businesses were severely impacted, losing millions of dollars weekly, especially along the Lake Street corridors and our cultural corridors. We heard stories from business owners that workers were scared to come to work, that their customers that usually frequented their shops were no longer frequenting and losing a lot of revenue, and businesses are struggling. And I know, Mr. President, that you have a package that's came out of your committee that's trying to address some of that, so I appreciate your hard work in that. We've seen, as other members spoke about, the terror that has been put upon our healthcare facilities through our schools and our students. We've learned that over half of reported interactions with ICE agents occurred near schools, healthcare facilities, childcare facilities, courthouses, or places of worship. We heard a lot of things from our friends on the other side of the aisle, including, first, Minnesota should have cooperated with ICE. Our state and local leaders should have cooperated, and that this is a result of their lack of cooperation. And to that, I would say that it is our job to legislate what's just, and that we will never cooperate with unconstitutional actions, especially that what we have seen from our federal government. We've heard them talk about the Supremacy Clause and that the federal government law supersedes state law. And to that, I also say that all laws were broken, federal, state, local, by these untrained, untamed agents, from everything that goes from unlawful detention to murder and everything in between that we've seen. We've heard a senator say that this was a criminal thug network. Well, what a crime is unlawful detentions again and murder. What is the Webster's definition of a thug? It is a violent or brutish criminal or bully. So, Mr. President, I ask you, who does that sound like to you? Does that sound like the observers that we've seen in our communities, or does that sound like these agents that have been terrorizing our communities? And I think you know the answer to that. For our schools, we've seen, for example, in Roosevelt High School, federal agents assaulted teachers and students, even deploying pepper spray and non-lethal munitions in the presence of minor students. In our healthcare facilities, we've seen DHS claim that agents don't enter facilities unless there is an active danger to public safety, and that has been proven to be a lie. Healthcare workers have been reporting that ICE agents has been entering emergency rooms in our hospitals without warrants, intimidating families and patients and staff. At HCMC, ICE agents, there's a story of them shackling a patient to their bed for over 24 hours, denying family visits, and refusing to show a judicial warrant. Again, that's against the law. We've heard from our colleagues about what we've seen with our neighbors and with some of our legislators that have taken upon themselves to peacefully observe, to walk and drive students and staff to and from work, to and from our schools. And we've seen our neighbors show up in a big way in a time in which our federal government has failed us, doing things from providing mutual aid, helping our seniors, our elderly, providing rides to work, providing groceries, on and on and on. And what I've seen myself, I was on the scene both when Renee Good was murdered on Portland Ave and when Alex Preddy was murdered off on Nicollet Ave. And both times we've seen with that murder that these ICE agents responded, again, with unlawful force, tear gassing. I myself was hit with tear gas. we've seen this billions of dollars being spent on immigration enforcement, 3,000 plus agents being deployed, untrained, and even local law enforcement we've seen stating that they don't know what they're doing. In a time in which we have a federal government failing to lower costs, provide an affordable life for our residents, in a time in which there's still a housing crisis, in a time in which people are living without insurance or struggling with insurance, but we seem to have all this money to spend on another war, to spend on terrorizing our communities with these federal agents, which, by the way, is still ongoing. In South Minneapolis, less than a week ago, I've gotten stories and reports from neighbors that we had 2 of our neighbors that were abducted by ICE, both in South Minneapolis. And so I'll try to cut it short, Mr. President, but I'm proud to see that our caucus is taking this seriously and passing this. This is, again, work that has been led and fought hard, especially by our coalition members, some that are up, the North Star Alliance members that have been working really hard the past few years to see some of this get through. And so, Mr. President, I urge a green vote. Thank you.
The last speaker, the author of the bill of Senate File number 3699. We know that there are other bills there. Senator Latz.
Thank you, Mr. President, members. Thank you, all members, for a robust debate today. I want to especially extend my appreciation to our predecessors in much of this work. Not only the colleagues that Senator Fateh listed, but Senator Fateh himself, who perhaps presciently in 2024 introduced a bill that contained many of the provisions that we are considering and will pass today. Before his service, then Senator Patricia Torres Rey, who had also anticipated some of these concerns and introduced legislation to address them. My communities in Hopkins and St. Louis Park faced some of the same kinds of intrusions that South Minneapolis bore the brunt of, but the ICE agents breaking into apartments without warrants, looking for, taking people, scaring kids at school, parents trying to be there to protect the children at the schools, following the SUVs, blowing the whistles. Lots of protests, community people coming out, the shoppers, the SUV followers, the laundry washers, the legal advocates in my community and across the state. I want to recognize the legal associations, especially criminal defense lawyers that stood up, used their expertise, and the immigration bar lawyers that stepped forward to try to hold the federal government accountable and give guidance to families and to detainees alike. What I don't understand is the fundamental disconnect that I'm hearing on the floor here, reflecting what I think is a disconnect in our communities when there are undisputed videos of completely unacceptable conduct by ICE and Border Patrol agents, whether you are generally a supporter of law enforcement or a skeptic toward law enforcement activities, whether you generally support immigration or you prefer to restrict or oppose immigration, what your feelings are about the documented status or undocumented status of people in our community, whether you use terms that I'm not going to repeat here, but plenty have already said it, to describe the people that are here without legal paperwork, those who got here by crossing the border, either coming all the way through the border or turning themselves in for asylum requests. Whatever your position on this, there are just certain facts that are not in dispute. And many of my colleagues on our side of the aisle have been describing those facts here today on the Senate floor. And I don't think I've heard one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle even acknowledge that conduct by the federal immigration enforcement agents, even acknowledge that it existed, that it happened. That's really troubling to me. And it should be troubling to everyone who believes in constitutional government. I don't know how you can defend clearly abusive constitutional misconduct if you don't even acknowledge that it occurred in the first place. Now, the response legislatively here is to a widespread egregious conduct, and we obviously have differences of opinion on policy here, how we ought to approach it. But I would like to think that we are all here as having sworn oaths to uphold the Constitution as state senators, that extends to upholding the Constitution by actors of government agencies when they conduct their activities, their business, their jobs in our communities. And when they don't follow the law, why are we not collectively, every one of us here, saying, we see that, we recognize it, it's unacceptable, and they ought to be held accountable? Now, how we go about holding them accountable is more the subject of the policies that we have before us for consideration. But we all ought to be unified in saying, this is unacceptable. It's not the kind of society that we are going to live in. And we saw that when the many thousands of people showed up in downtown Minneapolis in minus 20-degree weather to protest this conduct. And I can guarantee you there are as many people from the other side of the political spectrum than I'm on as there were on my side of the political spectrum. In fact, if you are a libertarian, for sure, you should have been at that rally. That protest, that defense of our Constitution. Now, there's been a lot said here today, and I'm not going to repeat, I'm not going to rebut everything, because many people have already rebutted much of it. And yes, there will be social media clips, and they'll be accused of doing speeches for political stunts. I heard one of my colleagues down in the far right corner here of the chamber refer to what we're doing as a political stunt. Very unfortunate, because that frankly does call into question the intention, the motives of the rest of us who are engaged seriously in trying to make public policy here. Some of us are here to protect residents of Minnesota, to protect real people. I would say most of us are here, generally, to make life better for real people here in Minnesota. But when we know these constitutional violations occurred, when we know that there is an explicit daily quota for arrests on immigration violations, when we know there's an explicit goal of how many people to deport, then we know in order to meet the quota, to meet the goal, people are going to be arrested that shouldn't be arrested. It's just that simple. It's also disturbing to me that the excuses that we are hearing for the constitutional violations, and others have said this, but I'm just going to throw one statistic out there. This was not an attempt to prevent violent crime from happening in our communities by arresting all of these undocumented workers. That was not the purpose. The fact is, of those who were arrested, only about 5% had violent criminal convictions before arrest. In other words, they were not the target. If the violent criminals were the target, the ones who had been convicted of violent crimes, you would not have had probably 95% of the people who were arrested having been arrested. And the facts are that the crime rate is lower among persons who are not lawfully present in the United States, documented as such, than it is among U.S. citizens. U.S. citizens are more likely to commit crimes than the undocumented persons living in our communities. You know why? It makes sense. Because those who are living here without lawful documentation do everything they possibly can to avoid contact with law enforcement. They're a lot less likely to commit a crime that's going to result in contact with law enforcement. So members, don't use that of protecting our communities from violent crime. Don't use that as a justification for your vote here today. And we've also heard as an excuse for ICE's unconstitutional behavior the lack of cooperation from local law enforcement. And honestly, I don't follow the logic. The fact that you can't get assistance in enforcing federal law from state taxpayer-paid law enforcement agents does not justify warrantless unconstitutional arrests. It does not justify unlawful violence against law-abiding citizens. There is just no logical connection there. It may make the job of immigration agents harder, but making a job harder doesn't make it okay to break our Constitution. In fact, so many of our constitutional protections, in fact, do make the job of government harder. But that's intentional, because it creates a sphere of activity beyond which government should not be going without proper authority. And that's for the protection of all of us in this chamber and the constituents that we all represent. That's the very concept of a limited government and freedom for individuals. So for those of you in this body for whom that is the sacrosanct ideal, you also ought to be very, very worried about the unconstitutional violations that we saw on the streets across Minnesota during Operation Metro Surge. The bottom line is these are human beings that are affected directly. They matter. And they deserve your humanity, regardless of their legality. The Constitution matters, but it lives only if we give it sustenance. Your vote today matters. I encourage you to search your conscience before you cast this vote.
The Secretary take the roll for final passage on Senate File Number 3699 as amended. Members, please vote. Senator Kunish for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
All right, Mr. President, Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Hoschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
And Senator Murphy votes aye.
And Senator Murphy votes aye. Senator Jasinski for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Senator Johnson votes no.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes no.
And Senator Liskey votes no. Senator Nelson, are you voting? Senator Kunish for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 33 noes, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members remaining under the order of business of motions and resolutions will revert to the third order of business, messages from the House. The Secretary will read the message.
Mr. President, I have the honor to announce the passage by the House of the following House file herewith transmitted. House File Number 4987, a bill for an act relating to transportation, providing for certain local highway designations. Signed, Patrick Duffy Murphy, Chief Clerk, House of Representatives.
Members, the next order of business is the fourth order of business, first reading of House bills. The House file will be given its first reading.
House File Number 4987.
Now I'll call on Senator Gustafson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that an urgency be declared with the meaning of the Article 4, Section 19 of the Constitution of Minnesota with respect to HF 4987, that the rules of the Senate be so far suspended to give HF 4987 its second and third reading and place it on its final passage.
Members, any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Secretary will give the House file its second reading.
House File Number 4987.
Now, Senator Gustafson, if you explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would designate a segment of Ramsey County State Aid Highway 96 as Master Sergeant Nicole Amor Memorial Highway. The bill requires that non-public sources be identified to pay for the cost of designing, erecting, and maintaining the highway designation signs. Mr. President, members, today we honor Sergeant Nicole Amor. She was a wife, a mother of two, and a Sergeant First Class in the United States Army Reserve who lived in White Bear Lake. In a town like White Bear Lake, news like this travels fast. In the early moments of receiving the news of her death, many people reached out to me to say, I went to school with her. I know her kids. She was my neighbor. She was among 6 Americans killed while serving in our country in Kuwait when a drone strike struck the command center where Army Reserve soldiers were supporting operations and helping supply troops with food, fuel, and equipment that sustain our forces overseas. Sergeant Amor had served our nation for many years. She was 39 years old, a mother of 2, and like so many in the reserve, she balanced family life at home with a commitment to serve something greater than herself. And as her husband Joey shared, she was almost home. He also shared that Nicole was a rare and special light in this world. She had a way of being everyone's mother and best friend at the same time. She loved to garden, and in the quiet moments of life, there was a place where she found peace and joy. She was an active volunteer with her kids' schools, and she put all of their activities first. We spoke yesterday, Mother's Day, an especially tough day for the Amor family. And while we want to first remember the sacrifice she made for our country, we should also remember that she was a mom whose kids miss her dearly, a wife whose husband desperately wishes she was still here, and a White Bear Lake kid who never wanted to live anywhere else. I'm pleased that from now on, a place in our community, a well-traveled road, will have a sign that says she was here, she mattered, and she always will. Nicole Amor served our nation with courage and dedication, and moments like this remind us of the true cost of service. Behind every uniform is a family, a spouse waiting at home, children who count the days until a parent returns. Today we offer our deepest respect for her service and our prayers for her husband, her children, her family who are here in the gallery today, her fellow service members who are carrying this loss. May God bring comfort to those who loved her. May Sergeant Nicole Amor rest in peace. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. This is the bill. Please vote green.
Any other discussion before we give the bill its third reading? Seeing none, the Secretary will give the bill its third reading.
House File Number 4987, a bill for an act relating to transportation, providing for certain local highway designations.
Third reading. Any other discussion before we vote for final passage of House File Number 4987? Seeing none, the Secretary will take the roll on House File 4987. Hold on one second. We have to change the number that's on the board, please. Now, there we go. The Secretary will take the roll for final passage of House File 4987. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Hochschild votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye.
And Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Jasinski, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Liskey votes aye.
And Senator Liskey votes aye. Senator Barr? All right. All members having voted who desires to vote, the Secretary will close the roll. There being 66 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, we are still on special orders. We'll now go to House File 3426. Senator Herr.
Mr. President, thank you. Members, in front of you is House File 3426 or the Senate File 3857. This is the 2026 Environmental Natural Trust Fund Bill. First, I want to take this time to thank members that serve in the LCCR committee and my staff, just in case as we debate and then finish this bill, just in case I might slip and not be able to acknowledge them. So I want to thank the co-chair of the LFCCMR committees, Representative Sidney Jordan, and citizen co-chair, Rita Albright. Also, LCCR staff, Director Becca Nash, and Assistant Director Mike Campana. So I want to thank senators who serve in the LCCR committee, Senator Jan McEwen, Sir Eric Putnam, Sir Steve Green, Senator Tory Westrom. And I want to go further to thank our council member of the Environment, Climate, Legacy Committee, Mr. Dan Mueller, our Fiscal Analysis, Mr. Ben Stanley, Senate Counsel, and my staff of Committee Administrator Carla Josephson, and Cassie Tomidov, our DFL researcher, and Vic Florid, GOP researcher. Also my legislative assistant, Michael Vu, and our committee pages, Josie Paccio and Charu Solov, and our office intern, Sai Yang. So back to the bill, members. In short, the background of the Environmental Natural Resource Trust Fund started in 1988 to dedicate funds from Minnesota State lottery proceeds to protect, preserve, conserve, and enhance Minnesota airs, waters, land, fish, and wildlife, and other natural resources to benefit today's life and also our future generation. The constitutional amendment on the ballot received strong support with 77% of Minnesota voters in the 1998. And we renewed it back in 2024. I'm sure most of you remember, and it became part of the ballot that received overwhelming majority of Minnesotans at 83% of voters' approval. This bill has two main parts: the 5.5% under LCCMR and the 1.5% under community grants. LCCMR stands for Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources, which is a committee composed of 17 members represented by both the Senate, the House, and the citizen. And as I mentioned earlier, 4 of our members here serve on the committee. This year, LCCMR projects are at 109 proposals with a total of 103 million appropriation. The project includes 10 proposals under resiliency, 20 projects under water recommendation, 40 projects under education and outdoor recreation, 19 recommendations or under fish and wildlife, 2 projects are under energy, and 17 projects are under land. This recommendation took at least 32 hours for the committee to come to conclusion on their recommendation, with 6 meetings to evaluate over 400 proposals. This year's bill contains higher investment aiming at environmental and outdoor recreation education, with 40 projects compared to 19 from a year before. And the bill also includes conflict of interest language proposed by Senator Green. And we also have guardrail language, as we took in response to the AOL report, and crafted language that are suitable for the community grant. So members, this bill is a good, strong bill for environmental purpose, and it's not only create stewardship for our future generation, but also have jobs in association to the project, and I ask members for your support. Thank you.
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, thank you. I would like to offer the A3 amendment.
Senator Westrom offers the A3 amendment. The Secretary will report the A3 amendment.
Senator Westrom moves to amend House File Number 3426 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 40, after line 22, insert. This is the A3 amendment.
Senator Westrom, to your A3 amendment.
Mr. President, members, I would ask for your support of this amendment that uses some dollars not dedicated to other projects, but some remaining dollars under what's called emerging issues. And there's two pots of money under that emerging issues fund. One of those is slated to drop off or go back to the trust fund at the end of June this summer. If it's not used, that's about $186,000. And there's $38,000 that was on the bottom line after all the projects that Senator Herr talked about were funded. And so those two amounts would be about $220,000 that would go towards a rotational grazing program through the Department of Agriculture to work with livestock and cattlemen and other folks that raise livestock to help bring more pasture land, private or public, but to protect waters and enhance the land and the grazing opportunities, making sure there's rotational grazing qualities, which means they move the livestock from paddock to paddock and help those farmers get started. A lot of smaller beginning farmers or a lot of farmers that might be expanding with their children coming back or relatives. This would be a helpful hand, not a big amount of money, but a encouragement to promote more of that best use of pasture land and grazing for livestock, as well as enhancing water, surface water and groundwater and runoff. And so I would urge your support of this. Passed through Agriculture Committee, very strong bipartisan support with lots of groups seeing the benefit of this, and it only uses some dollars that isn't affecting any other project. So hopefully we can pass this, and I think I'll let Senator Hertz speak for himself, but I think last we know, I think it's a favorable amendment to both sides, and hope to gain your support.
Senator Herr to the A3 amendment.
Mr. President, I want to see if Senator Westrom will yield.
Senator Westrom, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Herr.
Senator Westrom, just for financial transparency of your amendment, can you let the chamber know whether this will offset the balance of the bill?
Senator Westrom, to the question.
Mr. President, Senator Herr, the last part of your question I didn't quite get. If you could just repeat that last part.
Senator Herr, if you repeat the last part of your question.
Mr. President, Senator Westrom, my question is just to find out if the amount that Senator Westrom has requested on his amendment, whether that amount would offset. I know the answer, but just for transparency purpose, would it offset the balance, the total balance of this bill?
Senator Westrom.
Mr. President, Senator Herr, I think what you're trying to get at is that the amount of money in this amendment, which is about $220,000, would that affect any of the other projects or parts of the bill? And the answer would be no. This would just be using existing money that's either been allocated and not been used and will go away as of July 1st this summer, or the $38,000 on the bottom line after all the other projects. So no, it would not affect the bottom line of the bill and any other projects. I hope that answers your question.
Senator Herr to the A3.
Thank you, Senator Westrom. And I know that you have already brought this proposal to the Ag Committee and had talked to me in some degree, and you've been a member, you've been a member of the LCCR committee for years and has much knowledge. So when the staff tally up the number, and I would say you're probably an expert at this, you probably caught the unused dollars of $38,000 and trying to make use of this, which I applaud you for. And to be short, make simple here, I'll accept your amendment without objection. Member can vote either way, however they choose. Thank you.
All members in favor of the A3, adoption of the A3, say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The A3 is adopted. Senator Heinzman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to offer the A2 and request a roll call.
Senator Heinzman offers the A2 amendment, and a roll call requested and a roll call granted, but the Secretary will report the A2 amendment.
Senator Heinzman moves to amend House File Number 3426 as amended pursuant to Rule 45 as follows. Page 19, delete lines 18 to 29. This is the A2 amendment.
Senator Heinzman, to your A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President and members. The people of Minnesota were promised that the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund dollars would be used to protect and enhance our natural resources, not bankroll political activism and aggressive anti-mining lobby campaigns. What has come to light regarding Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness when they created and disseminated a call to action video that boasted of support from the ENRTF raises serious questions about how public trust was violated and how funds intended for conservation purposes were instead diverted into partisan advocacy efforts designed to shut down economic development in northern Minnesota. Friends of the Boundary Waters is asking for $1.252 million from the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund for youth education and taking kids into the Boundary Waters. According to their most recent available Form 990, fiscal year 2024, their total annual revenue was $3.07 million. They're asking the legislature to fund 40% of their annual budget. And to me, it seems like most of what they do is political. Just this year, they have organized mock hearings here at the legislature, held rallies in the Capitol, and been in over a dozen news stories expressly calling on the legislature to pass laws and the governor to revoke mining leases. If you go on the home page, you'll see no boundaries to the Boundary Waters program, which is their program to take children into the Boundary Waters canoe area. There's a banner right at the top urging you to, quote, stop foreign mining companies from polluting Lake Superior and the Boundary Waters. Take action, end quote. If you click Take Action, you're taken to a page to contact your members of Congress. Quote, tell Congress, protect the Boundary Waters from toxic sulfide mining. Even the part of their website that talks about their educational programs, you'll see the handout in front of you. You want to see it for yourself. There's a QR code, and that circled part at the top is exactly the part I was talking about on the website. The part that talks about educational programs has a link to contact legislators, quote, learn how including a Boundary Waters curriculum has enhanced the classroom experience for teachers and students. But when I follow that clickbait, language including, quote, but this fight is far from over, quote, see how Friends of the Boundary Waters is fighting back, end quote, stop the Twin Metals mine by canceling its lease. These are fear-driven tactics and are lacking in honesty and are not supported by scientific-based facts or the stringent environmental review processes we have here in Minnesota that will ensure we have mining done right, where mining, clean water, and a great respect for environment can walk hand in hand. That aside, this is not about mining or about the Boundary Waters. This is about the appropriate use of money and dollars through the Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. This money should be given to legitimate educational organizations, not political groups. Minnesotans deserve absolute confidence that constitutionally dedicated environmental funds are being used lawfully, transparently, and strictly within their intended purpose. If organizations receiving ENRTF-related funding blurs the line between conservation work and political lobbying, there must be full accountability, complete transparency, and a thorough review of how these funds are administered and monitored. Northern Minnesota families deserve honesty, oversight, and assurance that public resources are not being weaponized against their livelihoods. What message does this send to every other grant recipient if we turn a blind eye to this? Minnesota has countless organizations, local governments, nonprofits, and conservation groups that follow the rules, respect taxpayer dollars, and stay within the purpose of their grant agreements. If misuse of ENRTF-related funds for political lobbying and aggressive anti-mining activism is ignored, it tells every other recipient that the rules are optional and accountability depends on politics. That is unacceptable. It undermines confidence in the entire grant process and damages trust in programs that many legitimate conservation groups rely on and administer responsibly. Transparency, accountability, and enforcement must apply equally to every recipient of public funds. The public's trust has been damaged, and there must be consequences when misuse occurred. This is a gross misuse of taxpayers' dollars, and Minnesotans demand accountability. Vote green.
Members, we're on the A2 amendment. The roll call is requested. Roll call granted. Senator Hur.
Members, I ask that we vote no on this amendment. And let me just read the amendment itself. It's on page 19. It's line 18 to 29. And line 18 said, cultivating conservation leaders through education and wilderness experience. Okay, with a little bit over $1 million, second years. Not first year. Second year is from the trust fund to the Commissioner of Natural Resource for an agreement with Friends of Boundary Waters and Wilderness to connect students throughout Minnesota to be Boundary Waters, Canoe Area Wilderness through overnight wilderness and experience, leadership program, and educational programs. And I know there's many organizations out there, but I trust that the Friends of Boundary Water will have the experience engaging young people, had infrastructure in place to help build leaders that care about our environment. And what happened here is someone make a slightest mistake on a video that was up on social media no more than 2 hours and was taken down. But when I check whether the organization had violated any law or had whether any dollars of this amount, previous amount of this amount has been used toward that, it has not, and they have not violated any rule or any state laws that we have. And from time to time, some nonprofits may make simple error. My background is a video editor, video producer, and add video all the time. I double check, and sometimes I made a mistake, put it out there, and I fix it, put it down. But we shouldn't take funding that are important for our student, our young people, to become steward of this land, which we all care for so much, And taking these dollars away will not just make some people happy, but it will not be a benefit to all of us and also to our state. So a simple mistake can be warned and chastised and asked for not repeating again. Instead, strip a funding that they already been approved for and recommended by the LCCMR committee. And the Friends of Boundary Water realized the mistake and quickly took the clip off their social media and also sent a letter of apology to my office and to co-chairs in the House as well. And I'm sure they probably CC some of you of their mistake. So mistake like this is not a huge problematic that we should take away the funding that was used as better purpose for our environment and our state. So I ask members to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, I rise in opposition to the amendment before us, the A2. And I want to speak just briefly on why this program has been included in this bill and the amazing work that this organization does to bring young people specifically into the Boundary Waters each year. The program helps them develop outdoor skills, provides hands-on learning experiences, and offers opportunities for students across the state to go on canoe trips in the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness at little to no cost. It targets a diverse and underserved students across the state of Minnesota, and it makes the outdoors more accessible for all Minnesota students by removing those financial barriers and creating those real personal connections to the wilderness. This program sends hundreds of students to the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness every year. It reaches thousands of students each year through its educational programs. And it provides free online resources for teachers across the state and has been working on translating those resources for students whose primary language is not English. There's many testimonials from the teachers and students about how these experiences going up to the Boundary Waters has changed their perspective overall. There's students talking about how they didn't even really realize what it could be like to be in the wilderness and to be completely not connected to phones, not connected to electricity, in a noise-free, light-free zone where you are really immersed in the wilderness. It is a truly, truly unique experience for those of us who have experienced it. And I grew up going to the Boundary Waters Wilderness almost every year with my family. And every year that I went, it was an opportunity to truly reset, to truly recharge yourself. I do also want to speak briefly to the mistake that was made. This is a non-profit organization, again, that brings hundreds of students into the Boundary Waters Wilderness every year. And also works closely to coordinate the trips for these students with outfitting partners up north. They coordinate these trips with YWCA Camp Minogen, Wilderness Canoe Base, Big City Mountaineers, Spirit of the Wilderness, Wilderness Inquiry. So they bring a lot of economic activity into northern Minnesota and northeast Minnesota through these trips themselves and create experiences for people that help them understand that they want to come back there. They want to experience this place again. They're going to go home. They're going to tell their family about what this was like, what it takes to go on a trip up to the Boundary Waters, to go canoeing, to Portage, all of that. And they're going to come back. So what happened in this instance, as Chair Herr explained, is that the group accidentally posted the logo of the Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund, and we have from our colleague who offered the A2 an excellent visual, a blown-up visual of that post so people can see what it looked like with the Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund logo on it. And I just want to share briefly the apology that Friends of the Boundary Waters made when they discovered their error. They wrote an official letter on letterhead from Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness. At the time, this was back in April, to the co-chairs of the Environment and Natural Resources Finance and Policy Committee in the House. And they said the purpose of this letter is to apologize for the accidental inclusion of the Legislative Citizen Commission on Minnesota Resources, the LCCMR logo, in a social media post on a topic not related to the LCCMR. And then they talk about the programming that they do with all of these students and just how important it is. They report 12,000 students throughout Minnesota. And then they say again, Friends of the Boundary Waters apologizes for our mistake in including the LCCMR logo in social media posts unrelated to the LCCMR. And we have taken steps to ensure that this mistake will not happen again. Members, I think that an accidental post on social media, I think there's a lot of people in this room that have probably made mistakes and went back and deleted a post and then apologized for what they posted. I think that's understandable, and I also think it speaks really well to the organization and its respect for the LCCMR and the process and the other organizations that received this funding, that they took it down immediately and they apologized for it immediately, and they said that they are going to make sure that this will never happen again. My biggest concern, though, is that if this amendment passes, that this will actually take money away from my region, from northern Minnesota, and from the Arrowhead, and from the areas that are all situated around the Boundary Waters area wilderness, again, because of the economic activity that this kind of exposure for people throughout the state brings. And make no mistake, we heard from the author of this amendment that this isn't about mining. And colleagues, what I want you to know is that it is absolutely 100% not about mining per se, but about copper nickel mining. And in particular, it is about a project called the Twin Metals Project that has been put forward by Antofagasta, a Chilean mining...
Point of order, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm speaking.
Mr. President, Rule 36.2, members are supposed to speak to the topic of the amendment. Oh, I apologize, I wasn't called on.
Members, we are only supposed to deal with what's under debate. What's under debate is the A2 amendment, which seeks to delete a provision. Other reasons or rationale for it, we can't get into because that begins to do something different than what we're supposed to do. So members, as a gentle reminder, please. Senator McEwen.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'm glad that we are brought back again to the issue of this amendment, the A2, because the A2 is brought forward today because this organization that has an educational component to what they do, that is a C3 nonprofit organization, that really is about purely bringing people to the Boundary Waters Wilderness and experiencing that and bringing people into that. They also have a wing of their organization that is devoted to protecting that wilderness. And this post that gives rise to this amendment in the first place arises out of their call, not the nonprofit part of the organization's call, but the other part of that organization that works very hard to protect this wilderness from copper nickel mining, from Antofagasta, the Chilean mining, international mining conglomerate, to protect northern Minnesotan communities from that particular toxic type of mining. And they have raised the alarm in very effective ways about the dangers of this type of mining. And many people are very, very concerned about it, including people in my district of Duluth and many people throughout northern Minnesota. So it is absolutely relevant, and I resent being interrupted in my remarks, but I would say that this is absolutely about that particular type of mining and the threat that it poses to the boundary waters in particular. We don't see typically a motion to remove an allocation that is part of an LCCMR bill because of one mistake on social media that was promptly removed and apologized for profusely. We don't see that. We're seeing this now because today at the Minnesota Capitol, the Antofagasta Mining Corporation reached its hand into this Capitol and is saying, oh, we're going to make sure that any organization who is involved in trying to blow the whistle on what we're trying to do, that they will be punished one way or the other. So, members, this is big. It's big. And I'm going to ask people to focus on what this allocation is for. It is for bringing kids to the boundary waters. There may be some international mining conglomerates that don't want people to go to the boundary waters, especially kids. But it's really important work that they do. So members, I ask you to vote down the A2.
Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in favor of this amendment, and I'd like to clarify a few things. First of all, if you look at the sheet of paper that was sent out, it does have the logo distinctly on there, and on the one side, they may have removed it, but these are fundraising advertisements, and so you have a tough time convincing me that this was an accident. This is plastered right smack dab in the middle of this advertisement, and the other side of it, no boundaries of the boundary waters, is not taken down as far as I understand. So that on that issue. And then this proposal itself. You know, we're talking about nonprofits here, NGOs. The nonprofits and NGOs in this bill make up about 32% of the money in this bill, in the original bill. So if you're going to put a black mark and allow these things to start going through with the nonprofits, it's going to put a black mark on all the nonprofits as this thing moves forward. The other issue that was talked about is how many kids that this will get to the boundary waters, and numbers were mentioned that were not anywhere near the actual amount of children that actually get to the boundary waters. And just for reference, in this proposal of the 1.2 million, I believe it is. I'm looking at the page right now that no one ever looks at, which is the project in the book. $109,000 goes to paying wages for the people that are supposedly supposed to be helping these kids, and a small amount of that, even maybe under even 30,000, is going to actually buying equipment and taking the kids up there. This is another example of what we're going to get into later on this whole bill, where you see nonprofits, NGOs coming in and using money that the people of Minnesota voted for clean water, and they're funding their own organizations with it and padding their own pockets with it, and this is how they make their living. This is a really good amendment. We'll talk more on it later. I encourage people to vote yes on this amendment, and if we're going to be running these bills through, let's keep them clean and honest.
Senator Eric.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise to speak in favor of the A2 amendment. I think as we listened to the testimony, it actually became very clear, right? This is two different entities, but they're embedded together. And what do we think the message is that's going to these children that are being brought by this organization up to the Boundary Waters? It's everything that we hear from the other part of the organization that is very, very political. And this isn't supposed to be money that's for politics. And Mr. President, I've got a group in here that's in my district, Osprey Wilds. They bring kids up, and school groups up to their area and share the wilderness and everything they have around there. And their portion of this is $192,000. A fraction of what this other one that we're talking about in the amendment. There are ways to get our kids out into nature, out into the wilderness. It shouldn't cost as much as what's being proposed by this group, and it sure shouldn't be done by groups that have political agendas. Osprey Wilds bring kids up, and they teach them about the wilderness, they teach them about the lake, they teach them about nature, and there is not one iota of political positions in it. That is their true course of action. That is what they're getting at. And those are the groups we should be giving this money to, not ones that have political ideologies embedded within them. Vote yes on the A2.
Senator Farnsworth.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. And, you know, Mr. President, I keep hearing the word mistake. Well, this was just a mistake. This was just a mistake. And it was only up for 2 hours, and then they took it down. And actually, I think Senator Herr said 2 hours, but I wonder if Senator Herr would yield to a question so I could clarify that.
Senator Herr, will you yield for a question? He will yield. Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Herr, I'm just wondering if I heard correctly that the Friends of the Boundary Waters reported to you that this was only up for 2 hours before they took it down.
Senator Herr, to the question.
Mr. President, the 2 hours just conversation that I have with people that are around me. The length of it will be at least 2 hours.
Senator Farnsworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. And that's good to know, because in the handout that Senator Heinzman had put on our desk, it shows that it was up for at least 14 hours. And so if they're saying that it was only up for 2 hours, you might say, well, that's not a big deal. 2 hours, 14 hours is still less than a day, but the truth does matter. And if they're willing to say that it was only up for 2 hours when it was up for longer than that, then they're willing to say other things. In fact, they're willing to say that it was a mistake, that this was just a mistake. But the truth is, this is a political organization. Most of what they do is political. They lobby at the legislature. They have people that lobby full-time, basically, down here. They organize people to go to DFL caucuses to support their cause. This is political. They make political endorsements. They have a political action committee. They advocate for DFL platform positions and resolutions. They will have a fully staffed booth at the DFL convention. This is a political organization. This logo on here is not a mistake. This is revealing their true colors, that they are a political organization. And quite frankly, with all of the fraud that we've seen through nonprofits, this should concern us, that we are going to spend $1.252 million to an organization that is blatantly political, and then they're going to be dishonest and claim that it's not political and that they're helping kids get to the Boundary Waters. Well, on their website, Mr. President, it says that they serve about 200 kids, and I know they do some other things, but $1.2 million divided by 200 kids is about $6,000 per kid. It's not money well spent. One of the things that Senator McEwen said is that kids can go there at little to no cost. $6,000 per person to the taxpayers of Minnesota is a pretty big cost. And so I would encourage a green vote on this amendment. We should not be sending money to blatantly political organizations that, while this may have been an accident, it was accidentally showing who they really are. And who they really are is a political organization. Thank you, Mr. President.
If there are no other discussions, the last voice we'll hear is from Senator Heinzman. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if Senator Marty might yield.
Senator Marty's not on the floor, and remember to look this way. Senator Marty's not on the floor.
Just directing all the questions to the President. Wondering if Senator Ann Johnson Stewart might yield.
She will yield. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I notice on the Friends of the Boundary Waters website they've published endorsements of candidates. Just wondering if Senator Johnson Stewart, are you endorsed by this organization, and if so, do you intend to recuse yourself from this vote?
Senator Johnson Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have been endorsed by them in the past. I will have to check if I'm currently endorsed for the next cycle, and I will have to ask our council if I need to recuse myself.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wondering if Senator Hemmingson Yeager might yield for a question.
No, she will not yield.
Okay, that's telling. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm wondering if Senator Bolden might yield.
Senator Bolden is not on the floor. Senator, I don't want us to go through every member. If you want to make a point, feel free to make it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. Of course, I am looking at this year's endorsements, and I think that the public is more than capable of using Google and seeing all of the Democrat members that were endorsed by this political organization. Guys, recuse your votes and vote to not use public dollars for political gain. Thank you.
Any other discussions? Senator Wiesenberg.
Hey, Mr. President, would Senator Holmstrom yield for a question?
Senator Holmstrom, will you yield? He will yield. Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing as he was cut off and I wasn't fully done getting the information, could you please tell me the other senators that were endorsed by this organization?
Members, just so that you know that what we're on is the A2. Now we're going a little far-fetched or far-field, but Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Of course, so according to their website, they have endorsed Jen McEwen for Senate District 8. They have endorsed John Marty for Senate District 40. They have endorsed Senator Ann Johnson Stewart, Amanda Hemmingson Yeager, and Senator Liz Bolden at least, and then, of course, many others who are yet to be elected.
Senator Wiesenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Holmstrom. It would seem like a conflict of interest for any of those people to vote on any of these amendments, and also it seemed like a conflict of interest for any of those people to vote on this bill in its entirety. So I would ask them all to recuse themselves because that's what they should do. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make sure, because we've heard some misinformation here, the Friends of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area is the organization that has received this money through the LCCMR to bring actually in, we heard also some information about the money and how a very erroneous assertion that it would be $6,000 cost per student or some thing like that. The 2026 project that they propose would serve 12,000 students in school programming and provide 600 additional Minnesota students with overnight experiences in the Boundary Waters. So I just want to clarify that. And then I also want to clarify that the organization that was just referred to, that is a political endorsing organization, is a different organization. It is the Friends of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Action Network. That is a different organization and not the same thing. So they're separate.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to clarify that the Friends of the Boundary Waters organization, according to what she's saying, is separate, entirely separate, unaffiliated from the Friends of the Boundary Waters Action Network. Is that the case?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Those are two different organizations.
Senator Holmstrom.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I had received such an endorsement, which I gladly will reject from this organization, But if I receive such an endorsement from a near identically named organization with such political ties, I think I would probably recuse myself out of just the most base level of ethics. But of course, these are personal decisions, and the public can decide if these organizations really are different.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the amendment and then vote? Seeing none, Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will Senator McEwen yield for a question?
Senator McEwen, will you yield? She will yield. Senator Heisman.
Could you please repeat those numbers as how many students are served?
Senator McEwen, to the question.
Thank you for that question. According to the information that I have, 5,793 Minnesota students engaged in No Boundaries to the Boundary Waters environmental education programs in this school year, which is 2025 to 2026, and over 16,000 since the program began. The 2026 project would serve 12,000 students in school programming. And I do have more information for everybody if they're interested in knowing. Participating partners included Harding High School, Project Success, McGeezy, Ely Community Resource and Ely High School, Cook County Schools, Duluth Middle Schools, Fond du Lac, Hibbing, Nashwauk, Keewatin, Prairie Seeds Academy, Clues, and more in the cities of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Ely, Fond du Lac, Duluth, Bemidji, Willow River, Barnum, Osseo, Mountain Iron, Nashwauk, Inver Grove Heights, Grand Marais, Warba, Minnetonka, Brooklyn Park, Tower, Cloquet, Anoka, Hibbing, Apple Valley, Maple Grove, Rochester, Grand Rapids, Hinckley, Northfield, on and on. And then in the other numbers that I have before me, is that in 2025, 300 students experienced the Boundary Waters firsthand through overnight wilderness experiences through this programming, totaling 656 overnight trip participants since the program began in 2020. And the 2026 project would provide 600 additional Minnesota students with overnight experiences in the Boundary Waters.
Senator Heisman.
Thank you, Mr. President and Senator McEwen. The numbers are also telling because where we hear that 12,000 students are served educationally and approximately 600 have had the in-person experience in the Boundary Waters, an email they sent out today lobbying for our votes, lobbying for people to send us emails to fund their program, they use the numbers that they reach over 3,000 students, not 12,000, and send more than 200 kids, not 600 kids. Minnesotans deserve accountability. Please vote green.
The Secretary will take the roll on the A2 Heisman Amendment. Members, please vote. Senator Kunis, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Rest votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Port votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Murphy votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Marty votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Carlson votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Zhang votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Klein votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Fateh votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Mann votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Bolden votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
Senator Wickland votes no.
And Senator Pa votes no.
And Senator Pa votes no. Senator Rasmussen, those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Utke votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Housley votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Coleman votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
Senator Johnson votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
And Senator Miller votes aye. Members, doing a roll call vote, you have to be at your own desk. You cannot be at anyone else's desk. All members having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 34 ayes and 29 nays, the A2 Heisman Amendment is adopted. Any other amendments? Seeing none, the secretary will give the bill its third reading.
Senate File Number 3857, a bill for an act relating to natural resources, appropriating money from an Environmental and Natural Resources Trust Fund.
Third reading. Any other discussion on HR 3426? We're on final passes. Senator Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I can't let a year go by without pointing out some of the flaws within these bills. This is no exception this year, although I'm very happy that that amendment did go on. That's a good provision in the bill. But this amendment did pass by a large percentage across Minnesota. However, the question on the ballot was just as deceiving as some of the stuff that we see in the bill. And one of the things that the constitutional amendment did is it allowed the lottery money to continue into this bill. And the lottery funds are about $80 million a year. But in the Environmental Trust Fund, which is funded by many different things that go in there, including some of the projects that they have funded, which now they claim and do have patents on, brings in a lot of money. And there's $2.2 billion in this fund. It's a staggering amount of money in this fund that we spend a small portion of every year. This fund grows by 11% a year with their investments and the other money that's coming into it. And then still nobody knew that, so they put the lottery money back in there. I think that $80 million could have been spent in a lot of other places that would have did far more good to the state of Minnesota. But here we are. One of the things in the bill that I've been trying to point out every year is that the funding, just like we saw in the Friends of the Boundary Waters, other entities get huge amount of cash from this. In this year's bill, there's just about $22.8 million of this bill, approximately 22%, goes to the University of Minnesota. And when you look at the projects, which no one ever does, I don't know why, but there's a really good book on these projects, you will see that the lion's share of that money is going to backfill wages for professors through the summer. So what happens is, the state of Minnesota will do a contract with teachers at the universities and colleges, and just for reference, let's say that they have $120,000 salary. Some of them are more, a few of them are less, but most of them are more. And they'll contract to pay those people, those professors, for 9 months out of the year, and the other 3 months, then they will go get grant money from different organizations, and that's how they will backfill the wages for the professors during the summer months. And that's what you're seeing in this bill. And so I wonder if the people of Minnesota, if they had known that, if that was spelled out in the constitutional amendment that they voted for, if they would have still voted for it. Agencies in this bill, 27%, $28 million. And in the agency bills, there's also more money for the university that gets tucked into different provisions in their projects that they hire professors to do. You can almost call this a University of Minnesota supplemental bill. Nonprofits have already mentioned they get $32 million in this bill. And so what projects, does anybody ever look at the projects? Because if you look at the bill and you read the language in the bill, it doesn't reflect what the project is in the book. Very seldom do you see the whole project. For instance, one of the university projects, page 27, starting at line 23, $673,000. And basically what that is doing, they're training, it doesn't tell you this in the bill, but in the book it'll tell you they're training volunteers to go pick up dead animals so that they can do studies on the dead animals. They're picking up dead animals off the road. They're going gathering up roadkill, and they're getting trained on how to do that. $673,000. Another aspect in this bill which bothers me a lot, we deal with avian bird flu every year. And we know that it comes through on migratory birds. So our turkey farmers and chicken farmers have to hold their breath every spring and every fall when the birds migrate. In this bill, if you add the projects together, over $500,000 goes in to studying avian flu, which we've done for years, but we still don't have solutions, which amazes me. All these smart people are supposed to be studying this. Why don't we have the solution to those? But in this same bill, there's two other projects that total $1.2 million, and those projects are being put in place by people like the Audubon Society and others to create habitat for migratory birds so we can keep them here. What sense does that make? The same bill is funding two different things, but we don't see that in the constitutional amendment. Another issue, back to the university. One of the bigger projects in the bill, $2.2 million, university, to continue their studies of CWD. We have spent hundreds of millions of dollars studying CWD, and we just keep studying, but we don't have the answer. And here's another interesting point on that. There was a 20-year study done on CWD before we started putting this money into it. It went from 2001 to 2021. During that 20 years, they studied 120,000 deer. 194 of those deer tested positive. And yet we're spending millions and millions of dollars on that because it's a crisis that we got to fix. And we haven't fixed it. It's still there. It was there long before I was born. It'll be there long after. I tend to wonder if it isn't just natural selection. And the DNR is studying that too. But the other issue with the $2.2 million, Minnesota taxpayers paid the university and gave them a brand new prion lab to study CWD a few years ago. This $2.2 million is actually going to a company called MinPro. I don't understand this at all, because MinPro is a private company getting this money, but MinPro is owned by the University of Minnesota. And they haven't been able to explain to me how that works, how a University of Minnesota can actually own a private business, come in and get funds to support their private business, which I think is also owned by certain professors have part ownership in that. I mean, I'm glad we passed the OIG bill because I think we're going to need it here. The university is, they're studying prescribed burns. I guess they're going to help the DNR on how they do burning. More money for PFAS. We've put millions, if not billions, into studying PFAS. I don't see the answers anywhere. Here's another really strange project. The Met Council in this bill is getting $2.4 million. And it says it's for buying land and enhancing parks, but guess what? There's nothing in there that shows that they're going to buy it for. In fact, if you read in the projects, They're going to set this money aside just in case some projects or some land becomes available that they think they can use. So do you think the people of Minnesota actually voted to give the university $2.5 million just in case to put in a fund that they might need? You know, this goes on and on. And most people don't know what Cisco is, but Cisco is a small fish like a herring. And in this bill, the university gets $674,000 to study the effects of cold weather on herring. I guess that's going to help our environment. The last thing I'll talk about is Pheasants Forever. For a long time now, I've considered Pheasants Forever just a money laundering group for the DNR and Bowser. In this bill, Pheasants Forever gets $2.6 million, and it's just for their staff. And that's $2.6 million they're going to go out and they're going to try to solicit people to put their land in set-aside acres. The money doesn't go for set-aside acres. It's just Pheasants Forever to go out and tell people and see if they can get them to put land in there. 36 people, Pheasants Forever, are going to get a wage off of that. This bill is just riddled with that stuff. It's something that, you know, maybe I win, maybe I lose eventually, but the people of Minnesota are not winning here. And at the very least, we should be honest about where this money is going and be putting out information to the people of Minnesota as to where this money is going. And stop also using money that you'll find in places in here that will pay for advertising for people to get money from the LCCMR. Anyway, that's my short version, my brief version. And unless there's any questions, I'll end that for now, or unless somebody prompts me to get up again. Thank you. Please vote no on this bill.
Any other discussion before we go to the author of the bill? Seeing none, last words will be with Senator Hur. Senator Hur, your brief comments before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for an engaging conversation on this bill. Just want to let 67 members here know that all the projects in this bill, each of you has at least 6 projects in your district, at least 6 to 25 projects in your district. So I'm disappointed that we're taking out one of the projects, so whatever number you get, it'll be -1. And that project is to take young people to visit the Boundary Water and build stewardship, have them explore our hidden gems of our state. And I'm disappointed that that's been taken out, but that's where this chamber is for, is to vet things, and things might not go to our liking, but since majority members say this is the Senate standpoint, I'll go along with that, and we'll go take this bill pass, and then let this bill pass and take it to the House for conferencing. So thank you, members. I ask that everyone vote yes to support this bill. Thank you.
The Secretary will take the roll on House File 3426 as amended for final passage. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Senator Kunich, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Mr. President, Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Rest votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Port votes aye.
Senator Hoschild votes aye.
Senator Hoschild votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Murphy votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Marty votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Carlson votes aye.
Senator Zhang votes aye.
Senator Young votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Klein votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Mann votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Friends votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Bolden votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
Senator Wickland votes aye.
And Senator Pa votes aye.
And Senator Powell votes aye. Are we missing someone? Senator Kunich.
Mr. President, Senator Fateh votes aye.
Senator Fateh votes aye. Senator Rasmussen, for those voting pursuant to Rule 40.7.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Utke votes no.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Lang votes aye.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Liskey votes no.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
Senator Jasinski votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Miller votes aye.
Senator Miller votes aye.
And thank you, Mr. President. I'm waiting on a couple others. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Housley votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
Senator Coleman votes no.
And thank you, Mr. President. Senator Johnson votes no.
And Senator Johnson votes no. All senators having voted who desires to vote, the secretary will close the roll. There being 44 ayes and 23 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. I'll now call on Senator Murphy for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move a brief recess for the purpose of appointing conference committees.
All in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is in a brief recess for the purpose of identifying conference committee members. The Senate will come to order. Senator Murphy.
Oofta, Mr. President. Mr. President, is there a privileged report at the desk?
There is a privileged report at the desk. The Secretary will read the report.
Senator Murphy from the Subcommittee on Conference Committees recommends that the following senators be, and they hereby are appointed as a conference committee on, Senate File Number 4612, Senators Wickland, Mann, Bolden, and Utke. Senator Murphy moves that the foregoing appointments be approved.
To that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. Members, we will now proceed to the 13th order of business. Any announcements of Senate interest? Senator Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, you should have in your office this yellow piece of paper. It is the Legislative Audit Commission annual survey of legislators in which you can indicate on this ballot 3 topics that you would like the Office of the Legislative Auditor to evaluate. The deadline is this coming Friday, May 15th, so please take a look at that and either fill it out and send it back through interoffice mail, or you can email the legislative auditor at legislative.auditor@state.mn.us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other announcements of Senate interest? Senator Lucero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make an announcement that is related to Statehood Day. So the preamble of the Minnesota Constitution reads, "We, the people of the state of Minnesota, grateful to God for our civil and religious liberty, and desiring to perpetuate its blessings and secure the same to ourselves and our prosperity, do ordain and establish this Constitution." This morning, on Constitution Day, on Statehood Day, this day, May 11th, in 1858, we were the 32nd state to join the Union. This morning, in recognition of Statehood Day and the formation of our great state, being grateful to God for our civil and religious liberty, there is a group that is reading a Bible readathon, Scripture out loud, started at 8 a.m. I know myself and Senator Rasmussen were there, and I know other elected officials throughout the day have participated. And there's a few minutes remaining, Mr. President, for any who would like to go out to the Capitol steps in the front on the mall and similarly read out loud passages of Scripture in recognition of this great day, our heritage in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
Senator Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans will be caucusing in our Capitol caucus room immediately following adjournment.
Thank you, Senator Rasmussen. Any other announcements of Senate interest before we call on Senator Murphy for a motion? Seeing none, Senator Murphy for a motion.
Mr. President, I move the Senate do now adjourn until Tuesday, May 12th at 11 a.m.
On that motion, all in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion prevails. The Senate is now adjourned until Tuesday at 11 a.m.